Monica. Yep. Okay. Yep, both of them good. $30. Got it. Thank you, Monica. Bye-bye. See you later.
夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおう。ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000唱，几曾着眼看后望。
师兄，这是你的不朽面具，可以。
An ominous aura still pervades this place, even though Omnius is no more. If you happen across Sai, you must remember that she is no longer the little sister you once loved.
Don't worry, Father. I'm going to bring her home. No matter what. Sai, this area is perilous. You can't stay here long. This... Sai! This is too dangerous! Put down your blade!
Enough of your talk, hypocrite!
Your brother, your kin, come home!
She's already in hell and will meet again soon! Hey, bye! Bye! Check out what your big bro just made for you. It's a horse. There's a good girl. With me here, you don't need to worry about a thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise. I'll protect you.
No! No!
Sai, I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I'll keep you safe!
Brother.
It's hell I must descend to save you. Then so be it! I'll bring you home no matter what! Sai.
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30公里尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗探欧陆。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NARAKA Pro League bi-weekly for Day 3 solos. I am Raven PLZ. I'm joined by the great Serveo. Day 3 solo serve. Exciting day. Are we going to see some more Tarka today, or have people given up on him? Man, that's a great question, you know? And coming into Day 3, into the final week, this is the final time to see if anyone wants to take that chance. Tarka actually would be a great surprise. A skill variation change definitely would be a better one, but I think, honestly, taking into consideration of what we've seen so far, it is a good thing to note that anyone that has Twitch on is that you are going to get some goodies. On YouTube, you're on YouTube, but if you go on Twitch, we got drops. Make sure you guys have those binding accounts, because you're going to get the Tay, you're going to get the Silk, you're going to get the XP bonus. This weekend, the Eternal Radiance background is going to be available for you guys. So if you guys are making sure to tune in this weekend, either Saturday or Sunday, make sure you watch for 60 minutes. That'll get you going on the background, but just make sure you guys get yourself binded for your NARAKA account to your Twitch account. But like you said,
Tarka has been making his rounds last week between days 1 and 2 since we are on the live 429 patch in April. A lot of the players are taking the chances of picking him up as a single pick, some even trying to double pick him like T225 did in day 1. But more so, the skill selection scene, you know, with how he's been performing, it's been kind of, you know, a so-so at first. I think the lowest points we've seen obviously has been the 0-point day, but a highest kill from a single round had been XY with 5 eliminations, but we've seen an average of 2 or 3 here or there so far, but none are taking MVP this time around, Raven, unless today something could change up in the playstyle of the players.
Yeah, I was talking to Frostus about this. He kind of struggles something with that he always struggled with before is surviving the endgame situation. Now he does have burn. He could play the anti-heal situation as his zone closes in, but one of the strongest heroes, Frostus was telling me, is still Syra. But because in endgame, everyone knows Syra is the strongest character, she always gets focus fired out next to Tarka, who's probably one of the weaker characters who might get there. He ends up getting focus fired out. And unlike other characters where, like Akos or Justina, where if you do mess with them and hit them a little bit too much, they can all in you, trade your life out, and both you end up drowning there. Tarka can't really do that. We see him struggle being able to chase people down and really take advantage of his new changes in ult. I do think that in the future they may even buff him a little bit more just to give him that little bit of juice that we saw him before when he did dominate in the Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things that comes in consideration with this rework is the fact that the only time that Tarka would be at his prime of having that stamina regen would have been in his V1 state in the past. Now it's only available when that overheated state comes into play. Now, obviously, that does take a little bit of time. You need to do a little bit of damage off the rip, but then even if we're considering into V2 in this conversation, the new and updated V2, V1 has been what we've seen so far, and V1 has that set duration where the players have just a flat amount of rage, flat amount of time in ultimate. They have to take the time and get into that overheated state as soon as possible because it also comes into combined effort of that combo breaker. But like you said, players know how much of a threat he can earn himself becoming, but at the same time, once they realize that what he's out of his kit is he's out, and there's nothing that he can do to kind of turn that around in his favor unless there is something in the mix that just gives him that upper edge, Raven.
Now looking at the previous winners, Edward opened up the season with a win, as well as YZG for trios. We're gonna see a little bit of the same with YZG winning trios, but TE's Wufong took Biweekly 2, and Biweekly 3 we see a sweep of YZG. 225 breaking a little bit of that second place curse, taking one of these bi-weeklies down. Will he be able to take another one going into this fourth bi-weekly? Because then the last chance qualifiers are going to be coming up for solos and trios, then the pre-finals, and finally the solo grand finals, the trios grand finals. It's been such a quick season. 4 bi-weeklies passed by so fast. We're gonna be on to that mid-season, possibly a mid-season tournament. It hasn't really been announced yet what that mid-season tournament, but before then, a lot of hype. 8 rounds of excitement with the new Tarka patch and with knives. I mean, looking at the overall leaderboards, Edward, Fong, Lipo, Arano, Ajao, and Chuzeng, or Chuz, the Chuz, all will be still getting their last day in today, but they need to get to top 12. They aren't secured yet. I think last week it was close to 30 in order to be in the top 12. I feel like the average keeps pushing higher and higher. Before, it used to be like top 3 stacked, but now gaining points is so difficult that you see a little bit more of a spread between all of the top 12 players who make it to the bi-weekly finals. That being said, it's way more competitive to get there. The overall average, instead of it being around that 24 to 26, is moving closer to 30. Now looking ahead, Star and Wufong will be playing today. They are the gatekeepers currently. Shaw is going to be sweating. I don't know his 20-point fight is going to be able to withstand the heat. Shenjuan is going to be playing today. Same with Pace. Set up nice and pretty to kind of keep going. Now remember, even 1 or 2 kills, very, very difficult. CDY will probably be on the cusp, even though he's 7th right now at 28.3. Again, that average, very, very high now, and a lot harder to get in that top 12 contention.
Yeah. And if anything comes down towards it, any of the players that don't make themselves to finals this week and are on the cusp of making top 12, they'll have last chance qualifiers to really think about, or I should say top 6. With LCQs coming in the next week, they'll have a last chance qualifying day to make it happen. I know GG Shaw is sweating his brow right now. It is going to be kind of an uncertainty of whether he is going to be able to make it through, since there's so many players today that are playing that could just surpass 20 points or so, just to make sure they can try to get into finals this weekend. And of course, that does include with Mike and that average of points that you mentioned, right? Those ranking points and making it to match point in an 8-round format and having proposed. Ironically enough, Mike actually made notion about how low the points were to make it through match point and getting to the MVP status as the next step. But then again, that's the GOAT we're talking about. That's one of the top players in the league, and that's one of the players that we've been having to see perform day in, day out. Now, other players that are going to come through in here, Always Edward, ASE's XY, Wolves PXT, the players that have their chances of making the marks. Edward, for instance, waiting out to week 1 and then having a little bit of lackluster, but still earning ranking points here on their 4th. We do have a note though for the maps. Midori Midnight going to be that first round off drop, full tenacity of aggression. Then we have Hollow Rock Sunny, Morrisal Midday for games 2 and 3. Then we go to Midori Morning Dew for game 4, and we end out the day with game 5 and 6 on Hollow Rock Dusk into Morrisal Night. So taking consideration about where the players are for this week with this current patch, game 1 is about to go underway. We still got a lot of chances to think about in terms of the phases. Now, obviously, Lonnie's been taking a lot of chances into first phase for the players. It's been a split between both Lonnie and Liam, and more so seeing about if there is a split to see if players in phases 2 or 3 want to go for a triple pick onset heroes. But then after that, Raven, Shael is always going to be that case scenario being swapped in for phase 3 and 4. Then you have the open pocket picks, Justina to Mulch, Akos, and now with Tarka being in his newly refined form, it's just kind of an understanding that, if the players find a niche between a character, do you think there's going to be a chance for those latter of the 6 phases of those type of characters to make it to the top 3?
Still doing that for Tarka. It's too soon to say where he's at. There could be something discovered as the year progressed. So much progressed in NARAKA last year. It will not surprise me that something new is discovered about Tarka in a particular matchup that makes him very strong, or he is just tuned up a little bit more. Something that also is kind of going against him is just the new knives really clogs up what Tarka wants to do. He doesn't really want to get staggered. He kind of will sit at that mid-range to gauge how he wants to approach you with his gold combo punch or his elbow. But because the knives provide so much safe range, it really puts Tarka at a disadvantage, and a lot of his capability to picking up kills in that mid game and the transition and end game gets really limited by the fact that knives are in the game. Now, looking at all the heavy hitters today, it's one of my favorite days to watch. Ajao on Alliance, one of the newer players, really took the league by storm. He comes from the dueling culture of CN, where he uses a lot of I would say like advanced techniques that aren't really utilized in the battle royale competitive scene, just because they're harder to execute. It's very easy to mess up on them, but he brought a lot of that from the dueling culture to the league. Now, at first, he took everyone by surprise, but then as the weeks progress, it's very different when the strongest players on Earth begin to study you, just because you're showing them something they haven't seen before. And at this point in the game, it's very easy to break down what other players are doing, just because there's very few things that we haven't seen before at this point. Now, that being said, I'm very curious, and I didn't really get to see a matchup, Ajao versus Mike, and especially versus Spider. Shen Yuan, also one of the best fighters in the league, and Wufang. Both Shen Yuan and Wufang known for just landing wherever they want, not really focusing on the macro aspect on the game, more their fighting ability, and they really took the league by storm, similar to Ajao, where they would land on Mike and Spider, not really by choice, but because they wanted an ISO fight. They saw someone on the edge and they would land on them. A lot of times it was Mike and Spider. So a lot of really cool Yang fights today. I'm also hoping for a little bit more Tarka matchups to see how we're min-maxing the Fireball. It seems, after talking to Frostivus, the Fireball is definitely the better option of the two, but still very soon to say things. I don't know. Tarka's one of those characters, 5-star difficulty, serve. Takes a little bit to min-max it. I know Duncan has been swearing after the F1 V2 the new WWE choke slam that they added to Tarka. You know, maybe one of these players may try one of the rushdown methods and utilize the different variation. But for now, we've mainly seen Fireball and V1 for the combo break. Because like you were saying, Alani in that position 1, phase 1, and that phase 2, both Liam and Lonnie have a ton of combo potential, and being able to get out of that is invaluable. And that's why most of the pros are going with that V1 break.
Exactly. And then considering that if they decide to use their F as a all Hail Mary strike with a Fireball, then they'll consume Rage, and it might shorten their ultimate, but it could give them the upper hand, the upper advantage with a couple of seconds shaved off. Now, triple Lonnie, triple Liam. This is what I was expecting to see kind of going off the past, but this is going to be where phases 4 through 6 end up. Eja going out here for the Justina, Fawn going for the Justina. And this is the kind of phase 5, phase 6 pick that Syra is also available to mulch. Could be a single pick out here. Shail does go ahead and get gone through. Arano and PXD do not want to let go of that hero, since there is going to be a plethora of choices here. Edward and Spider. Tarka coming out from Always Edward from Team once again. Now for SR Spider, he's going to go for that to mulch pick. That's going to be the case. And I wanted to mention again, Asia with Team Alliance up against Spider in the Realm Yangs. He's lost both times on day 2 from what I saw. It was a Syra as Asia was playing up against Shayo for Spider, and then the second time was a Tumulch versus a Justina. Now, obviously, if Asia can try to fight that, you know, the dual culture and bring it back to 2.0 patch pretty much for himself, that would be a great moment. But I think in his case instance, he's been going, you know, head to stones this past week, 2 weeks really, for week 3 after the patch into the new season. And having been studied, definitely a hard tackle, you know, hard tackle from the top players to see you as a threat, but it's necessary. They don't want to take any sort of chances of continuously getting deployed back to lobby. They know that one thing is for certain is that they have to work into that counterplay. But looking at our skills here, combo breaker with the F2 for the Justinas, as well as V1. Looking at the Liams, F1 with the V2 between Polaris and Wufong. Edward being the only Tarka, F2 V1 standard. But we do see Spider with the F1 V3 for the Tumulch. Our Shayols in the lobby have combo breaker F1 V1 variation, and with all our Lonnies rocking that F1 V2. And it's very interesting seeing how V1 is used off rip from this season on spring when they started using V1 Lonnie. I was like, okay. And then there was some that are using V2. But once that changes came through for Lonnie, where her V2 just became much more impeccable for her skill set, the players just knew the option was going to be set up for that point. And like you said, breaking away from it, being able to disengage from fights, and even in a short hopping distance when she throws her ball, it's also that huge sustain gain that she gets. 200 heal from each time the orb comes out. And if she throws the ball, right, her goalie stance, that's another orb that gives her heal. That's another 200 heal, which means in total, without burns aside, that's 800 heal that she can come back into the fight with.
Yeah, she has so much sustain and mobility. Definitely the tier 1 pick. It's just old habits die hard. Liam has been meta for a really long time, and for taking kills, for yoinking in that mid game, in that late game, I don't think any other character does it better than Liam. He's able to throw focus attacks without being punished, and when he has that ball and captures you, it is very, very safe and very, very oppressive because he can throw it at any point in his animation. Now, it does have a little bit of a windup. It's kind of like a pitch of a ball in order to capture you, but still, if someone else is doing the heavy lifting for you, staggering your opponent in front of you, we've seen Liam come out with tons of kills. We saw Spider in day 2. I was going over this with Frost and all the guys. 11 kills on his Liam. So expect Liam to still do super well. I am curious though. Finally, Justina has moved up in the rank to 3rd pick, which I think low-key for a long time now. Justina has been an underrated character, and everyone's been keeping them in a little bit secret, a little bit of gatekeeping here. Now we are going to start off today off spawn with Mike, Wufong, and Lipo in a 1v1v1. Wufong going to be coming in, throws immediately back-to-back blues onto Mike. Mike responds with throwing the blues back. We're slugging out here. Mike doesn't catch her to wake up. Wufong looking for the armor reset. Doesn't want to hard commit, but Lipo now coming in with the third party, looking to take advantage of Mike.
Yeah, and a lot of these players are going to be coming out here. They're starting Rage, so the sooner that they're able to deal out damage or take damage and involved, they'll get their ultimate up sooner. Now, Mike, he's holding out the blue focuses. He's trying to go for a Clink, throws a Soul Brave, but gets caught by the shotgun from those Flying Eyes, goes for a double hit. It looks like Light Polaris makes it known that he is going to be making this happen for the kill potential. One R&B, and that's it for the Flying Eyes. But of course, Mike has the dagger. He's looking for another armor swap if he can, as well as just breaking ankles. T. Wufang finds his chance here, trying to lock down this Lonnie. But as it comes down towards the kill spread, we did see OA's Edward get elimination out here against DRG Fong. But for Mike, he is still on death's door. As long as he can find an armor swap, that's another 600 armors or damage that he can sustain through. Otherwise, if he gets enough time to be breaking off for 2.8 seconds, he'll get a heal off. But at the same time, once the players hear that heal, they're going to double down on the speed of ambushing. And it looks like Wufang might be one to hear it, and he's going to be making sure he can try to deny that second heal.
Mike forced to pop his combo break, but still making some moves. Using the verticality a lot of times in games, using verticality allows you to get away because the sound doesn't come in. But back-to-back focus attacks, Mike this time parrying the next one, and back-to-back parries Lipo now, throwing out the Soul Break, but Lipo from downtown hits him in the back with a double charge from behind, but Wufang to get an uppercut combo onto Lipo. 1, 2, sends the big 3. Lipo max range parry, gonna force out the combo break. Wufang comes back in with the parry, and now Ajao jumping into the party with purple armor. Wufang in a tough position. Can he bring this back?
Guys will look towards his orb because he's got one left to go. And if Wufang wants to take the time here of using his orb as a defensive manner, when they close that position onto him, Wei Xiao is right there onto him. Wufang can throw him in the air, get a little bit of sustain, a little bit of time, and then back up. He throws the orb, he misses it. He gets caught by Arano. Arano forces that combo breaker in for Wufang. Right now, it's only a matter of time, taking to the wall towards Tranquil Courtyard and just making that time. But the R&B is out. Arano gets the elimination, +1 on the board right there. With that purple armor, he still has one target left, the Shail, or with the Justina, I should say. And as a Shail, Arano would have some sort of benefit in just being able to predict her out, but it's going to be a play later on. We do see Spider getting a kill off of Edward in the distance. That means that Tarko with one elimination goes down for his first life. And on to the next, we see Wolves PXT. He's up against ASC's XY, and as the orb comes out, the shield was there ready to go to be thrown. And just at the right time, we look at the slap. We like the swap, so we like the orbs, but the shield throw is available for second proc. He dodges it, and with XY getting hit by one pistol shot, he's looking for the armor swap. He's successful for it, and one hit left is going to be the notion. And if he can find the stagger right there, PXT would go down, but it looks like it's going to be a draw between the two for now.
I'm surprised Shadowman backs off right there. The ult did run out. He had the possibility of going for it, but he chooses to play very, very defensive. Now, off spawn, a lot of the pros, once they get their armor shredded, they normally look for an armor switch. Now, Fong trying to get away from Mike with his tried and true blue dagger. Mike with Nunnies. Now the Nunny scale rush, not ideal for chasing down, but you get on flat ground, we start moving really fast. You see the speed picking up. That's where you start closing the distance on the dagger. Fong able to clank off of Mike, get a little bit of space here. Mike does get the stagger through the window. Doesn't get the wake up though. Fong able to jump up, looking for another clank. He is forced to pop that Justina F. Now forced to pop the ult. He will be dashing away, and Mike is just like, all right, let me go get my blue armor. See you later, buddy.
Yeah, setting up the reset, and might even look to the reset later through since Polaris is there. Meanwhile, we have Star as well as Wolves PXT off to the side of north side of the Purity Chamber. They'll be looking to try to disengage over it by the Twilight's Fall. But while we're looking at that, Spider gets a double elimination against Edward. The Tarka is gone. And I kind of want to see how that fight went out towards it, because with the Tarka being going down as early as it comes through, it's also to that reposition that we might have seen Edward take. Could have been a salty res. Who knows at that point? We have to see how that ends up. But PXT is on the hunt right now. He finds Star for the uppercut, but the combo breaker is invested. Star looks to the hold check R&B. He releases the first one. Now Pace has to keep in mind that he still has that combo breaker ready to go. He's been holding on for it for dear life. He goes for Clink number 1, and he looks for R&B number 2, and he connects it. This time, though, Star is in a position. He doesn't have ultimate. All he has is his whip, and about him with the blue focuses. He throws it in the air, and the combo breaker is used. The musket shot or the pistol shot comes out. It connects number 1. Pace only needs one more left, and he uses ultimate as a measure of insurance. And with it, he looks towards it, and he finally realizes that Star is the one that he's fighting, because Star is the only one that's going after Volpine's essence after all 3 days today.
And Pace has Star against the ropes right now. Both of them with dual Halbies. Star making the moves, looking for that armor reset. Switches on over with the scale rushes. Manages to get some pace distance here, and Pace decides, I'm kind of over this. maybe we'll be setting up for that first realm of Yang. Now going back over to the north, Lipo and Mike contesting for this Yang. No more free Yangs right here. Lipo does have the ticket. Mike with the Nunnies opting to go for the reset. And oh, the matchup that I didn't want to see. Aja with a Spider. Spider with the Temion, able to get that nice stagger, able to get the reset, goes for the double charge, puts Aja in the montage, and takes him down with that ticket.
Yeah, and that says purple armor to be built up, and this is that fight I wanted to see. Perfect. Productions, listen to me. Listen, SR Spider goes ahead after Edward, and this is Edward's second life. You can see the common armor and the light between his eyes just try to go ahead and not flicker out, but 1-2s from Spider forces out that block extreme, forces out LMB neutral. This is going to be the case where the RMB can connect, and 1-2s comes out, and that's Spider's victory into that fight. Really clean execution, obviously, off of that chance there. Not even needing to worry about the Tarka ultimate was definitely an insurance. We do see Spider, though, with an Assault Smolder in his pocket, purple pole sword, purple cannon, as well as any sort of ranged weapon on standby if he does land those wisps. But over by the cave, I believe the Crimson Cave, no, but brilliant stash over by the north side. Fong versus Mike, and Mike was at that purple armor, and Fong has ult still. He's using that combo breaker Raven, but is he gonna have to invest ultimate to get out of here?
Gotta be careful of those lanterns right here. Mike forces him out of there, more interested in the loot, scaling up, knowing that Justina with those multiple dashes is gonna be too hard to chase given his current loadout. Now he's probably set up for next Yang. A lot of the times you see players go for that stash if they're not able to get Spirit Well. You see Mike bully off Edward there. Now first from the Yang of the day, Wufong versus Spider. Both of these juggernauts inside the realm of Yang. Spider with the armor advantage, so purple armors will be coming through. Focus attack thrown from Wufong, but Spider sees it, uses the gold F to iframe the initial damage. Now on the pillar, Spider with the 1.2, but Wufong with the crossberry gets the 1-2 tray, sends it again. We're just sending it all. Spider forced to space out here, looks for the stagger. He ends up getting one wisp off, but the pillar is gonna block the second one. Now Wufong gonna pop ultimate, set up for the pillar, set up for the phase 2 of this first realm of Yang.
Now the parry could be coming out here for Spider. He throws the wisp. He's got to worry about the orb. He doesn't dodge in time. This gives him an opportunity right now for Wufong to catch the RMBs, but with the new updated Temi, he's able to have his combo breaker ready to go here. This could give an opportunity, but that second orb is still available, and as long as it's being held out here, so long as Wufong does not throw it out the corner, Spider is safe to go for a heal, and so will Wufong. We're looking for one armor heal. There's a nice tap dodge from Spider. Holds out to the stanch, tries to go straight to close gap distance, but no parry opportunity there. He knows the read for it. There it is, coming out for another combo breaker to be utilized from this Liam, and for Spider, all he's got to worry about those woos, because Wufong's been throwing these 1-2s into the 3s, and then Wufong looks to go ahead and tries to kite out with the RMBs, comes right back in here, no fear, no malice whatsoever, just straight competition for that whistle throw, and that Spider's win off of that hit.
Oh my goodness, jump cancel at the last second, and as Wufong's just climbing over the pillar, getting stuck with that vaulting animation onto the pillar, Spider reads it, recognize it, gets the stagger, gets the nice range shots, and takes down Wufong. What a fun fight that was. Just the nature of the no melee aim assist on the knives gives Spider that little bit of edge where Wufong had the read, but he missed the actual punish for it. Now over to the center of the map. Post first Yang situation. Yang depletion gonna be running amok. Pace is running for his life with 3 people chasing him.
Yeah, and that's not going to be it. Everything came down, combo breaker, but he's still trapped within the Lonnie animation. Now Mike still at 0 eliminations. He's stacked out of his mind out of this fight into the Hall of Eternity. Then we switch on over, though. We still have fights over at Twilight's Fall. DRG Fong, Bowda Chuz, SR Spider, fresh off the Romy Yang, fresh off of picking up that gold greatsword, now converted into a pulse sword. So now it's going to be a huge damage spike if he looks for the RMB single point release. Now for Fong, kiting with the blue dagger, with everything common sense is that he's going to be escaping from this for a little bit of time, but 2 targets turns into 3. We still see 5-2-1's Lipolar looking to try to go ahead and be at the lead here. 3 Verm winners actually against 1 target. Worst case scenario to be in right now, especially coming off of that. Combo breaker is used. Fong still has ultimate. He knows the investment that he has to take in terms of using the ultimate, and he'll get out there for a couple of seconds at a time, but those players are still hounding him down.
Fong with his trusty dagger to make his way to the center of the map. Multiple bells there. Gonna be tough, but with 3 dashes head start, he will be creating enough space to get away here. Shen Yuan sizing up Wufong here. Now, Wufong is another Liam here. Both Liams. Remember, we had a triple Lonnie and a triple Liam opening day on Perdora. Shen Yuan also did lose his Realm of Yang. So both of them desperately need a Soul Bloom here. Are they going to turn onto each other, or are they going to continue looking for another victim? Ajao, seeing the two Liam gang roll up, immediately recognizes the game, and now Justina is in the crosshairs of these two Liams. They both desperately need this Soul Bloom. How are they going to split up Ajao, though? You can't cut a Soul Bloom in half.
You definitely can. The only thing is going to be splitting out the loot. Of course, Wufong finds a nice blue focus. He notices the lower health target to Liam, and the Liam is at 1 HP. He can go for this kill. He misses the timing for the orb because of the ultimate focus. Unfortunate. He decides to throw the second one. None of them get any value off their ultimates. A nice armor swap for XY, but the threat is high. WZ Dorano gets caught to the parry. Wufong looks to try to scare rush. Unfortunate misstep on that pillar, because now it is going to be a case scenario where XY could be looking for a heal here. He's going to be denied it. WZ Dorano looking for a cannon shot, but the whole LMB coming from Wufong, the Soul Bloom picked up. That is Yang depletion gotten rid of. We still have 8 players left for WZ Dorano. He's not going to take the time to chase. He's going to look for that reset while Ajao is in the distance. Even though he's a bounty target for Wufong right now, all it's going to be a case is whether or not Orano wants to find out where this Liam is, and he does. He looks behind the rock and he spots him out. It's just another player could be on the board to try to hunt this down as Wufong makes his way towards his bounty target.
Tough break for Genuine. Wufong is not the homie. Immediately, both these guys get a little bit too peppered up, and they turn on each other midway, chasing Ajao. Now setting up for that second Realm of Yang. Wufong going to be using this rooftop, plus the ticket, plus the fan to scurry on over there and get into the second Realm of Yang. Now, even though it looks like he's at a disadvantage with the blue armor, as long as you got those melee resistance Jades, which he doesn't, we got a little bit of attack. Never mind, we are actually scuffing. We're really going against the Chuz, switching from knives back to pistol, going with the traditional grapple up. Now, a little bit of peppering on both of them. The Chuz sitting for that scale rush, but Wufong using those knives, waiting, daring him to come out. But Chuzang is going to be going to the other side. Looks for the cross parry. Wufong does not bite. Peppers in again, some more focus attacks. Chuz being very, very disciplined, looking for an opener right now. They've only exchanged a little bit of chip, but now the ult is out for Chuz with the cannon shots. Now Wufong is going to get a little bit of reset here, but the stagger's going to be coming out. Doesn't get the follow-up. Wufong gets his ult out. Now ult on ult action to close out this second Realm of Yang.
Holy Stance comes out here. Wufong takes a lot of damage, and the tap dodges happen from Chuz, and he switches to cannon immediately. He knows that he can confirm his kill with one cannon shot, but he's missing it. There's the proc shot number 1, proc shot number 2, armor number 3 comes out here. The orb is not going to connect. We got combo breakers ready to go here for Wufong. This is going to be the case scenario. He throws the blues. We've seen this before against him and Spider. He just doesn't care. He's just throwing every single one. 1, 2, 3s, and that's all that Touche can really handle. No, I didn't get my combo break out of here. This is going to be a blue focus coming through, but notice how this change of chip game comes out from Wufong in this fight. It absolutely deplorably puts Touche in a terrible position, and with the blueberry armor, with blue weapons, it doesn't matter. Wufong still comes out on top with all of the gear at hand. Incredible.
Yeah, the Wufong, I noticed that the other Realm of Yang, he was just throwing out the 1, 2, 3s. The R&B or the vertical on the flying knives comes out just so fast. It's kind of like dual blades and dual halbies. It's just S tier. You think you can react to it, but you just don't see it coming. You're getting hit by, I would still say, since knives are so new, it still feels uncomfortable getting hit by that auto combo of the 1-2. That third hit though is so sneaky, and you see Wufong get away with it back to back on 2 different opponents. Now we are going to go back to Realm of Yang. We got Mike versus Star, Lonnie opener for the day.
And looking at Mike here, knowing that this is going to be the case in the round of pillar, this is where Star can look towards the ambush. Of course, those 1-2s, we're talking about the 3-piece for the horizontal. Make sure he can go look for a pistol pepper shot, and then again, he throws the hold horizontal, forcing Star to look for a parry there, and he cuts the corner. Combo breaker is utilized here. He catches LMB. He burns his Star's combo breaker. This is going to be an even Steven fight. Of course, the ultimates are still available. One parry like that, though, will conceal the deal. That's going to be one elimination. Over by Heaven's Watch, though, Ajao has been founded by Mike. 1-2s from these gold halberds, picked up from that second Realm of Yang. Shang. Having White Tiger's prowess, looking to try to go ahead and keep that heal over time active. And of course, any other targets that are looking to get rid of that Roaming depletion are going to make their way towards this direction. If Wufong and Mike know what's best, is that since they're both buff players, they know that both of them are going to have a lump sum game, which is looking at that third opponent that is at low health, which was Justina. But of course, since she ulted out with the dashes, it's only going to be a chance there for the grapples to catch up over by the east side of Imperium.
I shall put on some running shoes. My man was out of there. He created so much distance between him, Mike, and Wufong, and now the Chuz is in there. He did lose his Ramyang. He needs to use that salty run back, even though he can't get it versus Wufong. He needs to find someone else, and it looks like Arano, unfortunately, is going to get spotted out on the Xiao. Xiao, not one of the best at that multi-way fighting, but Arano, no stranger to the macro play, playing the long ball, playing for that endgame situation, leaving Star to fend for himself versus the two Liams, Wufong and Lipo.
This is a dangerous game right now for Star. Look at the goalie stands right there, throws it right back, but he's anticipated to be over there. The players are looking for him, bro. They got making a chance out here with the heal back, and if anything comes down for Star, he's got to break noise right now. Weakness escalation is not going to start stacking up here in an immediate sense, and for Star, 2 minutes on the clock. He's got enough time right now to go for a full heal, but looking at where he's at right now, gear-wise, I mean, he's got a lot of armor patterns, maybe not as much vitality, but in hand, he's got a chance of actually picking some up at the soul altar. Excuse me, who left those behind? He's going to take the catapult instead, though. Pendulum's going to be thrown out here so he can get right back into the zone. The only difference is that now it's going to be in the flurry of mess. We see WZ's Arano getting chased out here. OUG Mike up against Shang. The countdown comes down towards this, though. Considering that Arano still hasn't used his ultimate, they are just looking to try to get that investment for him before that, before his skill comes up for the next combo breaker.
Something consistent between everyone today is that dagger. When you're running from multiple people, Arano also has a dagger in hand, and for some reason, every time we see someone running away, we see Mike chasing them down. Now, Mike does have the dual blades in. It's better to run with dagger, but chase with dual blades and dual halbies just because of how fast the weapon is on the ground and how much reach it has. Its scale rush, not as good as dagger, but still up there as one of the better scale rushes in the game. We do have Star. 1 minute left, a little bit desperate for a Soul Bloom cleanse. Arano doing a good job of keeping that space between him and Star, but Star is very hungry. He's looking to all in. Now, will he just take his life to not give up the points? He is going to connect with Spider, who is on the lone Temi of the lobby. Star's hoping to get more people involved here to take down this Temi, and like I said, Mike jumps in, comes in with the assist, but Chuz ends up stealing the kill, but Star does manage to cleanse himself. Can he get away using his ultimate and these ball dashes?
Going to be a difficult chance right now. 40 seconds on the clock for that Yang depletion. He finds no connection off the hit, but it doesn't matter. He's going for the heals. He cancels ultimate. He wants to try to conserve his ult. The case scenario is that if he finds that soul just at the right time, Star being the lowest health target, the only other Lonnie in the game right now, if he finds a lobby is taking her out in the next 30 seconds, he could get that chance of picking up the Soul Bloom and having his ultimate right back up over the course of those 10 seconds. But Star is down. The Soul Bloom is going to be a temporary respite, but that's not going to be the case for Cheng. He did not get it. This is going to be a chance right now for that combo breaker. He finds a double hit parry, but that orb comes out, and I think Wufong actually gets elimination. Gold standard weapon comes out. Shang looks towards this and try to tap dodge left and right. He gets hit again and again, and Polaris able to find elimination, and Wufong able to find that solo. Chances in the midst right now. I know a lot of things coming out here for that Spirit Well, and every single one of these players love it, but this Flying Moon Shard, Jade, having Octa / Blade, still no eliminations for that Juggernaut to be stacked up. It's a little bit of a dangerous situation, but that Gold Dagger looking kind of tasty right now, Raven.
Yeah, Spirit Well is going to be coming out, and Wufong ends up getting it. Lipo doesn't really want to contest it, willing to follow Wufong around here with that Mystic Might. Nowhere left to hide. Mike and Ajao going to be sitting on this rooftop. A lot of kiting up capabilities here. I wonder who the third is in all of this. We got the two Lonnies, I believe. Oh, Arano with the Shayo out of the picture right here. Doesn't want at all anything to do with this. I don't know if we get to a heal off situation. This rooftop, though, very, very hard to lock someone down, but also very hard to run away with dual blades and a long sword chasing you. Wufang with dual blades, a light out with the gold longsword. Nice dagger's gonna come out, sets him up for the trap. Agile goes for a ride right here, gonna get a ton of damage from the uppercut combo from Wufang, forced to pop that ultimate. Justina, Agile trying to get out of there, is gonna get dropped down, and focus attack now. Double dash is gonna be coming out now. Agile down to a last hit situation, able to get that one hit off, but he turns around and just like a nightmare, Wufang comes out of the shadows, finding that 1-2. Now with a sliver of health, he is gonna get clipped on his way up. The ball is going to come out. The capturing is now victimizing Agile, and the Moonbane. Even if he didn't die to the focus attack, he would have been taken out by the Moonbane.
Yeah, big time, especially coming out from that. Oh my god, he's... Damn, bro, I can't. He almost got Venn diagram right there for one moment. He finds a Rondo in the orb, and that's going to be a 5th elimination. That's 2 sacks right now, folks, for that Juggernaut, by the way. F1 comes out, Wufang shoots the pistol shot. One thing to the next. You know what's crazy too is just noticing how he threw out the first R&B early on for the dual blades, and then just showcasing that he had the Octa Slash just to kill confirm at that point. But you know, Asia had a lot of chances out here to try to play out the Justina. Oh, Light Polaris might be dead here. He can't. Okay, he's dead. One F1 to the victory. He's getting out of there. All right, we're chilling out. But one thing to note is that even though there's going to be a case scenario for Wufang, this match is going to be a great testament to his skills right now coming through. Fighting in the depths of blue armor, he is now with gold rarity. He just knocked down Mike with that Moonshard Storm, and up to 5 eliminations. He is putting himself at kill leader position for just one other opponent, and it's another Liam. This could be the longest end game. We could look at the fight right now, but Liam versus Liam, whoever takes this takes MVP, Raven, and I'm not sure what's going to happen with that parry at the start off.
All right, sir. Both of these guys close enough in kills that whoever takes this win will be taking this down. Nice job by Wufang to turn that gold knife jades back around, not giving a chance to land a parry right here. But Hepta is going to be coming out from Lipo. Both of them with ace cards of their weapon jades. Nice. With punish coming out from Wufang, going to take Lipo for a ride now against the corner. He is going to force to pop that ultimate. Wufang fading away, but he's sneaking in these focus attacks left and right. Lipo is going to be able to get a ball, a toss, and a heal. Advanced heal is going to be chipping away or adding onto his health. Now, crosses up, throws a focus attack. Wufang going to create some space here. Parry's going to come out from Lipo, but still, the ball will come out. He'll get another heal. Can Wufang bring this back?
This is going to be a difficult situation. Combo Breaker should be back up. The parry is good. The sap is good. The double dodge is coming out. And that's an engraving reveal at the last possible second. Polaris gets the victory because of it. Getting himself his MVP there and having that advanced CO really just came in clutch for that sustained game, especially considering that we saw Wufang cancel ultimate. If you guys noticed that, and that cancellation coming through, that orb not being available for the second one, just because he didn't know how long he's gonna last in terms of getting, you know, full blue spam focused attacks. But at the end of the day, decisions were to be made. Polaris comes out through, MVPing out here with 5 eliminations in first place.
Lipo does an excellent job of closing out that game. Wufang was on a tear. He had so much momentum going for him, and a great read from Lipo in the last 2 reads of that fight. Closes the distance on Wufang. Wufang has been sneaking in focus attacks on all of his opponents throughout this game 1. Lipo with that long sword, with that quick parry that long sword provides, able to guess and react to Wufang getting that first parry, closes distance, stays on top of Wufang, ends up getting a nice cross up, dodging the focus attack from Wufang under pressure and closing it out with an engraving RMB. Normally, Lipo gets the end game, has a really difficult time of closing it out. We are on day 3, last qualifying day for this NBPL season, this bi-weekly for day 3, and Lipo, it looks like things are coming together for him.
Especially considering how he was able to come out on that game. We got a question for y'all Twitch chatters out there. How many players chose Lonnie in game 1? Was it A1, B2, C3, or D4? As a hint, first phase, we had a split option between Lonnie and Liam. So that should kind of give you a quick hint in terms of how many are on the board right there. Like I said, Twitch chat only. YouTube chat gamers, you know you guys are out there, but make sure you guys get a Twitch to get yourselves that special gift, random gift choice. But like we said, you know, going through there, having a Liam gameplay at the very end, it was kind of interesting seeing no Shayo's, but then again, Shayo is going to be countered out if the Liam does things in the right way. We saw very early on where that Shayo gameplay can really just end up going and snowballing out. But then again, Justina's were in the mix and Asia just got hammered down, peppered out really into in terms of the game. And then seeing Spider out there in the distance, Mike getting eliminated, like back-to-back eliminations coming between all these foes. And one thing kind of made into the notion that even with the case scenario of what the players were kind of working off the macro sense, they did have those, you know, pocketed picks, those ace up their sleeves, especially at the end, what we saw there from Polaris, just being able to reveal what he's had at the last possible moment before it was over.
Yeah, going into end games, I feel like to a certain point, you have to assume Lipo with a longsword out probably at minimum has engraving, maybe has Hepta. With that first place, he's able to get 9 points, 3 of those from ranking points, and the other from that MVP, 5, all the way up to 9. Now, Wufang did have more kills at 6, but only got 8. 8 points for it. Spider with 4 kills at 4.5. Chuz with 3 kills at 4. Mike with 2. Going up to 3.5, Arana with 1, Star with 1, PXT with 1, Edward with 1, but Agile, Shen Yuan, and Fong starting off the day a little bit slow with a goose egg. Rare sight to see Lipo at the top of the lobby. Big bet is, can he do it one more time for this qualifying round?
Be a good motion, especially considering we've seen the past performance, because Fong right now, he's at the bottom of the barrel. He's at 18th, 12.5 so far. Edward with 13, Asia with 14.5, 16 for Arano, with FPX Star at 19, and then with 20.5 for G-Shot, but he's not playing today. He's already out. He's already out of the top 12, but these bottom 5 players, they are going to have to try to make that work out, especially seeing Fong at 0 points so far. He did get eliminated early on, but the more important part is how many of the players saw him after that first Romy Yang. We still have the chance, though, is looking at the leaderboard to Shang, 21 points in 12th place. Polaris, though, catches himself 11th place overall. 24 points for XY for ASC. PXD with 25.5 and 9th, and Wufang with 27 points in total and 8th place. So in terms of just making sure he can be there, pretty sure Wufang has enough points to kind of collateral out in case, you know, the next 5 games end out in the 0.5s and 1s. But with top 6 right now, not playing today, Frostfist in 6th place with 32.6, just observing from the sight line, saying we got Mike though with 34.5, 5th place. JL's AS with 36, not playing today, but Spider 3rd place overall, 42.7, definitely nearing to not on track for 1st place, considering his first day of playing on day 2 for this week. 38.2 points was earned. So it's just really a matter of how many proposed points he's able to capture in going through. But we got some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, where we're seeing the first fight between Spider and Edward, the only target to be chosen out in the game, getting caught out here with a grapple blunt blue.
Spider gets to wake up, covers everything, and this is one of those fights I was looking forward to seeing today. We get the first one of the day, Agile versus Spider. Nice Temi ultimate, perfectly catching him in the wall and getting that uppercut combo. Wufang with the blue armor, with the scuffed jades, able to go on to Chuzang, showing how knives are going to be used at 1, 2, 3, once, not twice, and twice going in there. Cold combo breaks going to be coming out, and Wufang with a light attack into parry, baits out the Chuz shaking his head in disbelief. Did I really just get baited that hard? Now Mike with the stagger on to Star. Mirror matchup going to be coming up, and Star tries to throw the same shenanigan Wufang was doing, but Mike was not buying any of it. He lands the parry.
Yeah, and now switching on over to Arano. Boom bam. He got hit with a combination right there, and I believe this is where the lobby just takes this opportunity right now for Mike to look for this kill. Shayo Gamer against Alani would have been in the best position, but Wufang comes in for the yoink and then throws it out there, and that's eliminations to be had. And then Light Polaris coming out here, spinning it around, parry, stab, double dodge, doesn't matter. Goes for the R&B, jump R&B, free blue focus, free 600 damage pretty much. Polaris is happy as can be getting his MVP. I believe that this being his 2nd MVP, and this time being on a Liam lead.
Lipo with the Liam getting that cross into the jumping R&B 2 times MVPs. See all that damage with the long sword. Now, he did have Hepta, he did have Sap, he did have Phantom Step and Advanced Seal and Engraving. My man was super juiced with the Jades. If this went to endgame, he would still be a favorite to take it all. Hepta giving you that nice follow-up. Very, very sneaky, very, very fast, and gives you a ton of heal. But the most important Jade in all of this is definitely Phantom Step. It makes it extremely difficult to land attacks onto someone who has Phantom Step, granting you that dodge every time you come out. Now, 16k damage, 11k healing, pretty balanced. Roll, lots of damage, doing a lot of damage in the server, and taking down that first MVP. Now, we always start the day on Perdoria. Next day is gonna be Holoroth, and for solos, we do cycle back and forth. Perdoria, Holoroth, Morris, back to Perdoria. Unlike trios, where we begin and end the day on Perdoria, nice little rotation gonna be come out. What will we see for Holoroth? Now, in the past, Holoroth has been one of those maps where kind of 1v1 characters or dual heavy characters like Justina, Akos, Tarka kind of came out of the woodwork to take down the defensive play. Now, can we say this meta is very defensive with Liam and Lonnie being at the top? Lonnie, one of the best 1v1ers inside Yang, and really, really good disengage on the outside. But Liam, the thief at the lobby, we saw so many good steals of kills using his ultimate in this previous endgame. Will we still see the same dominance from Liam on Holoroth?
You definitely have to see it, because things can end up going through in the direction of where the players might end up. Since it is going to be a Sunny map, there's not really anything in terms of the war state. But for Sunny, right, we know the off drops on the fights are going to be what the players are going to be trying to get off into in terms of that macro, in terms of the south side. If they want to go for End of the Dunes, they go for Moneytown, right? The pseudo Moneytown for Holoroth. They want to try to get as much gold as off the rip as much as possible to get that Moonbane. That then allows for them to go in, but then again, only very few players decide to do that. Salvation Podium would be the first direction of what we would like to see, because taking into consideration that gold weapon could be picked up early on. We've seen players that are able to pick up the Salvation Podium weapon really fast, and then they lose it, in the blink of an eye, because they want to take a fight. They want to create the aggression. They want to try to start off fights before that first from Yang, ensuring that if they do get the elimination, they start getting that gold. And if the players start getting picked off early on in the early game before that second Romy Yang, then we start seeing what the players are want to space out. If we get around 8 players by that second realm, then that leads down towards 6 after the Romy Yang depletionist. And if the players want to start kiting around for those end game moments of just looking for the end game, could be potential for the Yoinks. If one of the Liams decide to try to pick them apart piece by piece for the defensive use, it's in his book in his favor, so long as there's not another group of players of a different variation, like a Tumult or an Akos, that is fiending for him in the background. And maybe potentially the Tarka coming into the mix and just throwing out all the fireballs in his face.
Yeah, we didn't get to see Tarka make it to the end game here. Edward ends up getting taken down. I'm excited to see if we'll see it on Holoroth, because like I was saying, very good dueling map, very wide open. But still, it is a 6-round day. It's not really an 8-round day, so none of these players have to really pick one of the newer characters that have been changed. Most of these Nbpl players did play the Tarka meta, I would say, where you would just double jump with staff, be able to land with a staff R&B into punch consistently, and we used to call it the Froggo Tarka meta. But now that doesn't really exist. You can still get engraving and kind of pseudo do it. There's a lot more finesse when it comes to Tarka, and a lot more combo extensions when it comes to this fireballs. So I'm curious, can they break through? Now, one thing that might fly over people's heads is just how often Wufong was actually throwing focus attacks. He's looking like 225 out of there. Now, no one takes the cake from 225. I've seen him throw 5 focus attacks in a row before, just back to back to back to back to back. Just keep setting it until he gets parried. We see Wufong. I feel like there's a little bit of insight into his gameplay. Is he tries to do the fastest focus attacks in certain situations that you just don't expect his charge to be that fast. And he caught so many people in this first round by sneaking in those 1 charges when they least expected it.
Yeah, especially looking at that 1-2-3 catch, the flying knives, and specifically what he was trying to do and accomplish with the second stage, right, with the LMB, where that throwing out the stagger. And if they're on the ground, we saw Star on the ground, and then when he went for that 3-piece into the vertical, allowing for that free blue focus to try to repel them right back to him. It's exactly what he took advantage of. He looked for the stagger and he looked for it. And we want to actually take a look and see about some replays, because this comes down not only to the 1-2-3s from Wufang, Polaris up against Arano in that first from Ying. This is going to be a chance of seeing between Arano off of his board with the Xiao ultimate, active usage, and this is Liam versus Xiao. We wanted to see about what happened here, because obviously the Xiao blocks were available for Arano. It was only towards Polaris to throw him out at the right time, because the shield blocks are immune towards it. That's going to be the case. He finds that orb right between the animation. He looks for it. Obviously, combo break is to reposition out. Arano 1 HP in a dream, throws it out. He's looking for the scare rush to space in the play. And I think this is actually Raven where we saw where that shield throw comes out after that second orb, but it wasn't actually going to be the case. That's where Polaris comes out, and that's where Arano goes down.
Now, Arano, very, very solid Yang fighter, known for his macro play now. But even though his macro is so good, I would say in the modern NARAKA, in order to be top 3, which all of last year Arano was in top 3 of a ton of prestigious tournaments, you have to win Realm of Yang at least half of the time with half of your cast in order to put yourself pretty for these end games. Now, Lipo from 521 has been traditionally struggling to find some kills. Now, credit to him, he's definitely been knocking on the door, constantly taking those fights and constantly forcing himself into uncomfortable situation, especially these end games. Now, he's adapted and adjusted, not being one of the premier fighters of the league, but still, even though you're not the very best, it doesn't mean you can't still kill the very best. All of these guys in the top 18 of the world 100% can take each other's life. It's just, can you consistently do it? Now, for Lipo, he's been battling out this whole season. It's nice to see that a lot of it is coming together. Now, Mike, the GOAT, has been doing it every single season. He always comes up with something new. This season, I would say, this is the most reinventing and evolution I've seen of him. Same thing with Spider. These guys definitely take the cake for setting the pace of all the solo players of the world. Even to this day, Spider is still impressing us with how clean his mechanics are and just how fast he plays.
Yeah, his preparedness comes at a cost of just knowing that it is going to be necessary, but he does it so flawlessly. It's especially to see where his comeback arc really comes into play, right? The adaptability aspect for his gameplay. That's where something really comes, where if Spider has his, his moments of making it happen, he looks for those clutch chances, he gets it done. And that's like something that we seen last year, where he really had a slower, steady, to the set to the stone races. He never really had a chance of actually making it happen as soon as possible. He really starts to dwindle down, and then that slow rise back up towards making to the bi-weekly finals and the grand finals is when he starts to really make it, to an occurrence. But this season, this year, he's on fire. No pun intended. I know the target gamers are out there waiting for that overheated mode for him, but I'm just saying that the case scenario, if Spider keeps it going, Mike's going to be there at the timeline as well, looking to try to snag it out. Whether both of them deserve it, that's up to them to make it happen into that grand finals. We still have week 4, folks. We're still a month away pretty much before we can see that happen. We have first phase, Edward and Spider, second phase, Arano, PXT, and DRG, Fong, and Asia taking out the third phase. This is going to be a chance right now to see if these players are going to be having their chances throughout the first phases of splitting off the picks between Lonnie, Xiao, into Liam, or we might see a split like we saw in round 1. Dictation says that we might actually have a mono pick for those first phase or second phase, but at the same time, that's going to be dictated right now. There is the Lonnie double pick. Edward and Spider take it. That's going to be a double Liam pick. Arano, PXT secure it. That is going to be where we might see into the Xiao into third phase. And of course, if Aisha and Fong do want to take that option, remember, Xiao was burned out in the fifth phase. This means that Cyrus also has an available option. That's what H is going to be opting in here. And for Fong, because he is Xiao, he's going to go for it. That's going to be confirmed right now.
Agile with the Syra pick, very, very dicey for him to go for Syra. Will anyone else follow up with it being open? Lipo does see that Xiao is open, so he's going to go with this. Will Wufang go with the Xiao? No, he will not. Another personality pick here, going with the Justina for the 4th round pick. Setting up for that 5th and 6th. What are these players going to be opting up to? It looks like Mike is going to be bringing out the Tarka. Ooh-wee. We got to see whether or not Mike has figured something out. Now, the GOAT figures out GOAT strategies. So if someone's able to figure out Tarka or make Duncan's dream come true of V2 F1 Gaming, it might be Mike. We're going to cross our fingers here. Star is going to be going with that Syra. He will be paired up with Azhao. But oh my goodness. Genuine and the Chuz on the Temi. Both these guys, Temi gods. So looks to be an exciting round on Holoroth. Genuine, probably the best Temi in the league. And Chuzang at every single Worlds has done very, very well on the biggest stage with the brightest lights on his Temi. So hoping to see some sparks fly. I don't think anyone else was Tarka, so it's gonna be a lone Mike against the world. Tarka G patched up. Can Mike show us something different? We are gonna be seeing the abilities here. What are the chances that Mike is not Fireball? What are the chances, sir?
The chances are slim, bro. They're nothing. They're zero. Zip nada. Don't put any money down. Don't put any points for cross out. Mike has himself to just opt in for the usual, right? The F2V1, and we've seen it time and time again. It's gonna be still in play. The only problem for him is that, like we said earlier, he's the only Tarka. This is the second chance today to see if there's a double tick pick on the Tarka on either phases. This is still going to be a single pick choice. And seeing a double Tumultuous really does make me curious, considering that since both players don't know whether Tumultuous was, I'm not saying the option of being picked prior, but for both of them to be able to pick it out in 6th round phase, definitely going to be consideration, especially XY, his premier pick. Not just Shang, it's going to be a case scenario for him. But I think one thing is for certain, even though they can't reset off of each other's win wall, if they do come into contact into that end position, they're going to be focus fired one at a piece. I think that's just the case scenario. We have to see how their survival rate comes out. Our spawns, though, Medtop or Fortress of Kaviani looks to be pretty piping hot, but Baudas to Shang at PX Star are looking at Salvation Podium. While we look south, Emberhawk has T's, Wufang, DRT Fong, OUG's Mike. I can't even see if the third one could be Verse. If anything comes out here, though, 5-2-1's light players. Bulls' PXC is out there towards the trenches, towards City of Tong. They're looking to try to get into the spotlight. I know that one thing into the west side is that we have a lot of players that might be just looking around, to pick apart the pieces. But I think Raven, this off-drop spawn is going to be kind of enticing for fights between 3 different directions.
These off-spawn positions. Now, we see the players' icons like this. Something tricky about the landing positions, just because for us viewers and casters, when you see the actual team logos up, sometimes they're landing on the same square, sometimes they are stacked up, but a lot of the times it's not very accurate of where they are. It is accurate to the point where they are in the same location. And speaking of that same location, on the money position, we got Mike on the Tarka. Gets a double gold. Oh, we got the great sword. Are we going to be using the great sword? We got the Dunkin' Donuts set up. The long sword, great sword off spawn. We do have Azhao as well. We need to go back to that. We're going to need that POV back. But first, we are going to get Lightbow versus Paste off spawn.
Now the 1-2-3 piece comes out for the hold, and this purple dagger is chonking. We know Pace is gonna get one clean to death. There it is, first elimination on the board. GG's. We have Grizzly Eyes to loot, but to use Wufang down onto the ropes with that drop down blue focus vertical is gonna be something we have to note out. We see DRG Fong go down by Wufang, his antithesis of a player name. But for Spider, drop down R&Bs, we hate to see it. One blue focus comes out here, one blue focus to the next, 1-2. Wufang, you better not release that 3-piece, because this is exactly what threw out the other players, and instead 1-2 swap is good, it's clean, it's fresh. We're looking at the R&B. We see the combo breaker for Wufang. He looks to back away. He might actually put a shunt out here. He might actually look for a scare rush if he wants to play that game. He literally just bring around the Rosie. Hold check out to the R&B, gets caught again. Wufang goes ahead, gets caught. I think Terrain might save him. Nice rollout. There's the ult for the Justina proc. He had the soul blooms for it. He dashes for stagger number 1. Combo breaker is still available for Spider. He is not investing towards it. Even with it, he jumped to negate it. Now R&B is good, and Wufang's on 2-piece eliminations this round.
Whoa, that's some high-level stuff coming out for both of them. Wufang with the tricky. Spider does a fadeaway light attack. I don't think I've ever seen someone hold dodge a fadeaway light attack. Wufang's able to do that. And Spider did have the Hong Sword and Katana Generic on deck. Sitting there, he did do the weapon swap between the two. Very subtle stuff. I was like, did I see an R&B and an LMB? We are going to get Fireball coming out from Mike. 2 pulse wood surrounding him. He does get the white armor reset. opting for that long sword pistols. They're going to make himself through the window, but again surrounded by a spear and pulse sword. Has to make his way out of here. He is going to go for the scale rush, looks for the parry into the double charge, not able to get it. Tarka ult's going to be coming out, whizzing by, remembers where his armor friends are, goes into the basement over here, and no one wants to go into the dungeon with Mike not on Tarka and his greatsword.
Wow, this is going to be a dangerous position right now. I mean, the players know that this Tarka is at somewhat of an ultimate depleted. But for Edward right now, Lonnie ultimate close quarter position, that would be his best case scenario and just trying to take that fight. The only problem is he knows there's a third out here. Ajao being that Liam. And even though the Liam ultimate isn't ready to go right now, it makes sense to make sure that he can just space out, go for the reset on that blue armor. But for Star right now, he's outside of that the salvation podium. He's up against XY, who has purple nunnies ready to go for those 1-2 slaps. Finds a nice blue focus vertical. Velocity until nice J to be picked up here for the Star. The only problem right now is whether or not he can survive off of this Sire versus Tumult. Kind of a dangerous position right now. If we can see the read coming out from XY with his ultimate cast, forcing out Star to use his combo breaker into that wall, that would be done deal, but he spaces away. They are looking for a complete reset on both ends, and for right now, that's going to be the case. We're switching down south. Mike gets eliminated, Rano finding the kill, but these fights are not stopping the accelerator.
Yeah, everyone jumps down here now. Rano is going to be falling to Edward's great sword. Now coming out of it, everyone wants out. Edward gonna go for the overhold. RMB focus attack on the great sword. Agile too quick with it, able to dodge out right here. LMB RMB is gonna get caught by Agile. Goldap's gonna come out. It does not gonna matter though. The nunchucks is a singular parry punish, but wait a second, we just went back to no. Edward cut the corner. It's Wufang gonna get juggled right now. Agile was like, wait a second. This is not my target. Edward on the bottom right here. Gonna get 1-2 to get out of dodge. But still, Agile. 1 hold 2. Sneaky. Trying to get this focus attacking. Trying to dodge this Lonnie ultimate. He's gonna get juggled right now into a freeze. Wait a second. Edward's gonna get taken down by Wufang. But Syra ult's gonna be coming out. Can Wufang kite this away before he gets bedazzled?
It might be a chance right now for a last dash effort, and it looks like Wufang isn't going to consume it just yet. These orbs comes out, but these alleyways are too tight. He's going to have to really look to cancel out the ultimate. When RMB comes out, the blocks come out. He still has a full meter to go for the block extreme here. If he catches the blue focus, he finds a grapple bump, but the consolation for that, for the ultimate to be expended into the combo breaker is too important right now for Wufang. Another target. Edward back in the mix, looking to try to come back in here with that nice parry. Wufang finds it. A-Shao anticipates that combo breaker directional, and with a scare rush, could he catch a stagger? Not gonna be the case, but he does find one regardless. Also the aerial dash. He might go for another one. Oh, he doesn't connect it, and that's gonna be the case where A-Shao is now in the reciprocation of looking for the LMBs. And for A-Shao right now, he still has a life right throughout this whole entire fight. If in case he loses it, he can still look to the reset. But there's Edward right now, the griefer on the senders, and he's making sure that Wufang pays the price for that endeavor.
Wufang down to a sliver of health, but he's able to jump on the rooftop or jump on the ceiling and get a white armor reset. But still, Agile hot on his heels with the nutties right here. Wufang with a fadeaway parry on to Arano, I believe. No, Agile. And now following it up, he wants to secure this kill. Edward's going to be coming up, vibe checking everyone. Unfortunately, Wufang does not pass the vibes, and Agile's going to take that kill with the pistol.
Now, this is a dangerous spot right now for Edward. He's at 53 percentage points right now for ultimate. He's got a fan, so he can start kiting this, but he has no other lives. A-Shao does, except the timer is ticking down, so he's not going to have that soul rebirth that he's hoping for later on. At the same time, his ultimate is about to come online, and for Edward, he's at 55 to 60%. So for A-Shao, this is more of a benefit to take this fight. He has the gold of the purple Hong sword. Relmi Yang is right next door. For Edward, there is another set. This is like, what, 30 seconds left before that Yang path becomes, usage or to be usable for him to get into it. So for right now, all A-Shao has to hope to do is that if he does capture Edward, he's praying that there's no other targets to come out around the corner for this isolated 1v1.
Yeah. Lonnie, Edward trying to hold on to his ticket here, but Agile is going to keep up the pressure, looking for those LMBs. He does have the new Hong Sword Jade, looking for that focus uppercut. Now, switching back to the nunnies to keep up the pressure here. He does have his armor stripped of him. Now, Wufang sees that. Again, with the tricky fakes that he's going in. Azo tries to defend the distance close from Wufang, but Wufang at the last second dodges back again and lands a reaction parry onto Agile.
Now this is a problem right now. Combo Breaker's about to be up for Asia, so if he's got to watch out for this R&B, that 1200 health is really clicking in right here with this patch, and there's Asia looking for the upper. Oh, the horizontal is great. The clink is impeccable, but the F1's still available. He's got one chance to get out of here. Doesn't bite the cost. That's Wufang's 4th elimination. Man is striking high. The Realm Yang fight is happening, though, live as we speak. ASE's XY and OA's Edward are up against one another. Spider left alone by his lonesome. Psych. That's 521's Light Polaris looking for it. Star is up against Bowdish Chishang, and that's going to be that 3rd slot. Light Polaris, though, stacked out of his mind with a purple armor, explosive armor on standby, fire with target lock, and has that chance right now with the purple dagger, just to hope to try to strike out his opponent in midair.
Dropping down from the top roads, Lipo did have a success. Game 1, can he keep it up versus one of the Terminators of the lobby? Spider going to scale out. Use the pistol shot to pepper it in. Now Lipo mirroring Spider, looking for the pepper in, but this time Spider ready for him to go for the focus attacks. Immediately switches to dual blades and closes the distance. Now both of them gonna be at the pillar right here. Lipo throwing in those dagger attacks, trying to get some type of reaction out of Spider. He finally parries, but for Lipo's troubles, he ends up just getting 1-2 again. Now just sending it, flipping it like a burger, as Duncan would say. Lipo not flipping it, played very, very conservative. He's gonna get a full reset here into a parry on Spider, and now Spider's on the back foot.
The scare rush is great. The R&B might be coming out, but the staff comes out. That LMB is going to be making its way for the neutral. Nice Shio ultimate. I was worried about getting an R&B in the face, but then Lipo looks for an uppercut. The attempt right now is kind of sublime. If he gets staggered by one hit, like the combo breaker from the Zlani, this is going to be a case where Lipo could just start turning out these shield blocks in the shield throws. The escape, though, for Spider is too strong right now. For Spider, he's looking to get caught 1-2-3s. That's free. That 200 heal, though, doing work with the 1-2s back and forth. Light Polaris takes his Realm Yang victory. FPX Verse, though, are up against Bowdish Chishang. Chishang finds victory there. That's going to be our solidified 3 winners. Gold Fist Blades, a Infernal Slash with a Warrior Pace to be picked up for Light Polaris, so nothing really too crucial here, but that purple musket can definitely come into clutch just because of that rarity, as well as just the usage in general.
You do have Mike taking to the skies, throwing out those pumpkins, throwing out those fireballs. He is going to have to cancel his own with only 10% left, and he is getting chased down by Mr. Edward, I believe. Temiol's going to be invested onto the Tarka, no stamina, and then another focus attack's going to be coming through from this knife player. Who's this? Arano? No, Genuine. Oh my goodness, it's Genuine and Arano. Genuine, no teammates given right here, just brawling it out with Arano. Brave Soul wants some more room for the combos, but nice job from Arano, just keeping his combo break before he gets looped in some type of shenanigan. He is going to make his way back down to the bodies. Maybe there's something he can get.
I can just imagine the cutaway with Duncan's like, you should be using B2 here. This is all you need to be doing. This is all the case scenario. Mike goes down, the only Tarka in the game for round 2 at least. Serrano, though, he is earning out his keep. If he can escape XY with that gold longsword, everything comes down to make its noted. It's noted effort, I should say. For XY, his ultimate is about to come back online, though. He's at 92, 93 percentage points, and that is going to be making its stride. It's very important because PXT, Wufang, they're on nearby vicinity. I think, if anything, the Ballista Tower might be occupied in just a moment. We'll have to see about that in a second. But Wufang, though, Justina ultimate ready to go. 4 eliminations set to be set up. And then he might be looking at Verano as an easy prey. The aerial dash attempt comes out while in position to be making it. He got it back after the fights in the dunes. But over at Moonfall Pass, it's only a set amount of time right now before that shadow starts to collapse because we do have that Realm Yang. Now, Wufang has combo breaker to be burned out. XY still placing out that motion, having a full reset on hand. 4-4 right now in the supply pools. If anything comes out for this Tumultual ultimate, it's only going to be because another player decides to disrupt this fight, like the pistol shot in the background. That's chip damage. That's going to be where he's going to have to really just keep his investment at a low and a minimum, and for PXT just to make his notition. Now, Arano has that macro gameplay. He's coming out here on top with that armor swap from Mike. He's getting a full reset for free, and as a Liam to be able to get the sustain necessary, we see another armor swap there just in case one of these players need to take it for the future.
Genuine needs to pick up some heals leading into this second Realm Yang. Now looking at the overall kills, Spider still has a Yang depletion. Wait, we took their names off very quickly. Someone was up to 4 kills already. Is it Lipo? I don't think it's Lipo, but Spider down to a last hit point situation. Arano is going to secure the kill. Genuine, remember, he got his soul back and then he's ready to get out there and get active. Everyone's just kind of run away from him. He's successfully gotten away. speaking of runaway, we have Star in Cyber ult, fiending out PXT, but Edward is there as well. Everyone's looking for that last hit potential, but now, careful, Pace just immediately gets betrayed out of left field by both Arano and who's that? Ajao, I think.
The Wufang. Yeah, this is kind of that position I was talking about. After that second round Yang, how many players going to be left? And the more players there are, the more that they can disrupt, the Yoink. And since Arano has only 5 of the players to worry about right now, 3 eliminations on the board, Gold Fan, I mean, he can just Yoink out without any sort of issues as long as a player doesn't want to full commit in his direction that we just saw. Tumult Circle from XY. Okay, so this is going to be a moment right now. If Arano can get out of this position, this is a wall that XY can take full advantage of. As long as that Liam ult doesn't come out in time, that's a free double R 2.0 RMB. 1 HP in a dream right now. I'm not sure if Arano's going to get that counter. Yes, he will. But then again, if Arano doesn't want to go in the Rummy Yang, XY definitely will. As this is going to be a fight. He does have the Cyan Fang. He does have a scatter shot. No bow, but he's making work happen. He's making the bank. He's robbing it. He's got the nunchucks. But for Wufang, he is a juggernaut in this lobby right now with how many kills he's gotten, as well as the gear that he's got on hand.
Wufang grapples up to the top right, or actually no, Shen Yuan grapples up to the top right. Wufang on the pillar, gonna be slowing this down, going back and forth. Fakes the scale rush threat. Instead, comes around the corner, hits him with a little bit of a love tap and a quick RMB. He is gonna get the LMB in the stagger for uppercut, and now Shen Yuan is gonna pop ultimate, and with the 1.5 relief is gonna get parried up by Wufang with the new Jade. Gonna get one uppercut into the focus attack. Now Shen Yuan in a last focus attack situation is gonna pop that Temi wall. Now, if he line of sights perfectly here, he should be able to get a full reset here. And now no ults to these players' names. Wufang versus Shen Yuan, who's gonna take it?
Made a difficult point. The gold focus RMBs from these longsword strikes could be beneficial right now. 1 RMB, early parry coming out here for Wufang. He looks to tap dodge away for XY. This is the best position he can take right now for the moment. The horizontals, the meter dumps. If he can just try to get one over the other, he's gonna look for the LMB neutral. There's the F1 combo breaker. We still got just ult to worry about. Meter dump is good, but the ultimate was preemptive, reactive, if we will. And for Wufang, he looks for dashes. He's looking for staggers. He's looking past this point. He misses the reset because the F1's back up again. XY uses it to corner off. He finds a nice whistle, but will he be able to go for the grapple bump RMBs? Yes, he will. He spaces out. He's looking for the RMB into the drop down, but of course the dash is good. The grapple bump into the RMB is free, and that might be just a jump LMB situation, and exactly the case scenario. Tease Wufang 5 eliminations, getting gold armor and another gold weapon in his pocket picked up, and he's also being able to go through with the Pride's Fall and a gold pair of nunnies with a purple dagger.
Little bit of everything for Wufang. We see the gold weapons. Big part of that second realm of Yang, getting those gold weapons. Now, red weapons actually same amount of damage as the gold weapons. We do have 6 alive. Going to that first story here, a little bit of a high five. You a winner? Yeah, I'm a winner. Got the winner's buff. Moving forward, we're going to see how Chuz was able to beat Lipo. A little bit of a fadeaway focus attack, but then Lipo opens up with one, greedily sends another one. Now, I get it. We are Captain America. The problem is if you get parried, as long as your opponent just like cancels out, he can always charge a double charge on different weapons. So like spear, pole sword, long sword, all these weapons have a singular charge. And it looks like Syra is gonna be a victim to Temi. That's crazy to me.
It is definitely crazy. But life players, double bow shot, headshot, boom, done. XY 3 eliminations. After going through, picks up his solo out of game depletion. 5 players left. For the case right now, right? We mentioned how there were 6 players and then how 2 players went to Rummy Yang. We do see Moonshark Storm though picked up. Okay, Cyan Fang comes out here as well as that scatter shot we saw earlier. Still has a fire as target lock to build up. If he can get that target lock, that would be great considering how well that Valley comes into dodge ban for 3 seconds. All I need to know is whether or not XY can be that only Temi to make it through, because considering he and Tusheng are still in the game, Tusheng being the Rummy Yang winner and having that buff active, there is that Syra, there is Star. He is on standby. 1 elimination left, or 1 elimination to earn this game, while with a Liam left with Arano being the only Liam. I'm curious how these players are wanting to try to tag out between one and the other. For Wufang though, Pride's Fall, Rupture Gale Orb, Kabloom. We're looking at the aerial dash. We're looking at that alchemy level 2. Not really much of a deal breaker, but he does have the necessary kit right now in his body to be holding on to all of these weapons and having, just the necessary amount. But for Chishang, he wants to make sure that this Syra has no space in this final circle for the top 4 that he's trying to make into a dream to reality.
We will be chasing down Wufang. Wait, oh, too soon. We both have the white tiger buff. Not an optimal target. We got to find someone else with the Yang depletion. But it looks like at this point, no one does have Yang depletion. So we're going to have to go by the auto target depending on how strong your character is in endgame. Star on the Syra. Second, someone spots him out from the lobby. He will be getting focus attack. And you see Wufang using the cannon for the easier to land but guaranteed splash damage of cannon. You can still iframe it by dodging it as it lands on top of you, but if you have higher ping, you kind of need to counter things in advance in order for them to work as intended. Now WZ Arano backing off, looking for a solo kill, but it doesn't look like anyone's doing that on Sentinels.
Well, the thing is, Arano picking up a Ascension Skypeller. He's got the how much do you enjoy your morals? Maybe. Arano has Palm Lightning on standby for Palm Lightning in his hand, Sap Jade on his hand. He's got everything kind of working out. And then not an engraving, a jabbing actually on Star, as well as a Vajra's Grip to be able to actually scratch that. It's going to be a Starfall that he apparently used once. We are going to see Wufang just keeping on around the corners, but I really want to see how this Palm Lightning comes out to Arano's benefit. Blue rarity, it doesn't matter. It's still range blues. Even after the hot patch, I'm not even sure. And if Raven, you can clarify if they had updated that hot patch for those flying with the Palm Lightning nerf. With the fix, if it's in effect, because even in the light patch, that Jade is still a menace throughout the days.
Yeah, the nerf ended up being a buff. I heard that
it's able to be parried. Yeah.
They widened like its hitbox though, so it's so big. It's even bigger now. It's easier to land. It's definitely more of a menace in trios than it is solos, just because solos you're not getting the buddy system here, where 2 people with a Palm Lightning are going to be hitting you and rotating it off. In solos, that could still happen as players kind of double down and work together versus a mutual enemy, but we haven't seen it in solos yet. It's a lot more common in trios. Definitely didn't feel a difference from it, so I don't imagine the pros are going to feel a difference and utilizing it. We are going to get that Spirit Well coming out, and one of my favorite parts of these end games, posturing of good Jade or playing range for this, and we are going to see that Palm Lightning from Arano on the outside, immediately tossing it in to 2 people, clanking, going about it. Arano going to come out with the first parry, bait out the next one, forcing out the combo break for the Chuz, and now Wufang is going to take the center, trying to defend against everyone. Looks like everyone's peppering in with everyone, giving the green light for Star to show up on the Syra. Now, will everyone turn and kill Syra instead?
That's going to be the question, because the Tumult ult is invested. Syra's still on the back line. XY's getting a free reset inside of it for it. And this is going to be where the Temis are going to be wanting to make notion for each other. But there's going to be the Moonshard Storm coming out, connects 2 targets. It immediately comes out towards Arano. Arano gets a pocketed heal here for a moment. We see a combo breaker. We see another Tumult ultimate to come out here. And for XY right then and there, he gets that Moonshard Storm pocket again in the back line. Chishang going up against Star, burning out the combo breaker for that Syra is going to be a big moment if this is going to be where the Temis can really lock down between one and the other. Obviously, the ult is done. But of course, for 50% on the Spear Well, XY wants to make it his goal in order to earn it out. Star jabbing, boom, bam, there's 500 armor gone, and there's going to be a chance for the R&B from Chishang with a parry from the backline, gives XY another day to live, or maybe perhaps a chance to get chased down.
XY makes his way out from that small little hole in the ceiling, but Star on the Syra, not interested in the Spirit Well, immediately wants to try to secure this kill. Multiple players diving in as well, sensing the weakness, but Star gonna invest his Syra ultimate, but the dash through from a Wufang with a quick work lands the R&B on the back of Shen Yuan's head, and now Star's gonna be in an awkward position coming out of the Cyber ultimate, but Wufang is gonna take advantage of it at first by hitting onto Chuz, but Wufang immediately checks the vibes for Star and puts him out, puts him down, and now Wufang's up to 8 kills for this game too.
Potentially could have gotten a 10-kill game. Unfortunately, Arano looked to fiend it out, and there's gonna be a horizontal block extreme coming out. This is gonna be the Moonbane play. Pushes him to the corner, does not connect the strike. Of course, there's another LMB opportunity here, and to the ultimate with Justina being available. Since there's no TOD, it's all gonna be used in a micro sense. There's a block, another one, a meter dump attempt coming out, and with this ultimate from the Liam, we saw the play from Wufang. He ulted, dashed away. He didn't know if the orb was gonna come down towards it, but he finds another chance to try to look for those cannon shots, looking to try to proc that Rupture Gale. He finds a beautiful dash across the corner, goes for the 1-2, and making sure that he can go for a block, he burns that second orb, and with it, forces out a weird position right now for Arano in this closed corner.
Arano throws it, focuses back by Wufang. Wonderful timing, uses the dash to deny the cheeky focus attack. Wufang all day so far has been on point with these well-timed focus attacks. I haven't seen anyone else deploying these focus attacks like Wufang has, and giving an argument for Justina being that third phase pick. Wufang puts on a clinic on Holleroth, I believe, getting that first place and a 9 kill. It's going to be a massive, massive point game for him. Now, Arano, thinking about the fight versus Wufang, not much you can do there. I would say Justina is really in question of maybe being the second best at yoinking kills in the end game, in that mid game. Just because the dash through is reliable to one, close the distance, and double down as an escape option. And a lot of the times, if your opponent is on top of them, you do get the option of that double dash or the actual freeze animation. Wufang, letting everyone know, maybe you should also consider whether or not Justina is a third pick as well.
A light Hyperlex, born to be raised, I swear. Everything comes down towards these plays. I know. We got to continue, though. We have to mention in terms of this play for the Justina, like you said, getting a free refresh is definitely a icing on the top of the cake. Another thing, too, is the fact that he was able to gain that aggression by picking up that buff. It was contested for a mere minute, but what it costed was both investments from the Tumult ultimates. And then once that second timing, once XY decided to disengage, everyone shifted their focus. What does that give Justina in that case instance? What gives Wufang the best benefit? Spearwheel completion. And then with it, if he is able to get a guaranteed RMB with the nunchucks, all he needs to do is make sure that target was low health in the first place. And XY was just at the prime time moment where he was able to get caught by one blue focus. And into the next, we saw between the Cyrus get chased down, and then that was Wufang's second elimination in the spread. And even with the Liam ultimate that he invested, what Wufang tried to do there was just try to see about what was his next move after he procs his ultimate, because he got it right back up again. And then again, once the Justinas were out to go out against with no Liam orbs in that corner fight, I know that Ron was just thinking about, okay, maybe, going through in that fight, I should have taken a better spot, because Justina's with the dashes cuts around the corner like butter. And then once she finds that line of sight, knowing that your target's going to be within that sideline, that she can just cut through and mark them down and shoot it out, is where it just comes out to a full 800 damaging ability, or for in the case of blue focus attack. But Wufang, first place Raven, 13.8 points, massive.
Yeah, no. Like I said, he was up to 8 kills. You pointed out that last kill sends him to 9, and a massive, massive game. Like 13.8 used to be a lot more common before 2025, but with the point changes, with the MVP systems, and with less kill multiplier, we're seeing less big games like this, almost up to 14 points. Arano had 4 kills, so at 6 points. Baldus Juz at 3 kills at 4.5. ASC Genuine at 3 kills at 4 kills. Now the overall standings, remember, you get 2 days from this. Long and Edwards starting out the day slow. First 2 games, they got their work cut out for them, because they do have to make it at least to like 26, 27 if they hope to qualify. Now Wang Liang, or now Edward, a veteran of the league, and Ajao at 2 kills as well, starting the day very, very slow. Who didn't start slow? Lipo secure right now in the top 12 position. There will not be another day. This is the last qualifier. 4th bi-weekly, 3rd day of solos. Chuz at 8.5, keeping up on pace. Pace at 2.5, 27 points, also at pace. I would say around the cutoff is probably gonna be around 30 points. Genuine 4.5 to around 2 points a game. It's like all right if you do 2 points every single game, you should be good by the end of this 6-game qualifying series. UG's Mike at 3.5, having a monster first day though, should be chilling. JLS is not going to be playing right now. Wufang, massive game, already up to 40.8. We thought Spider might have this in the bag of having the most points taken to the bi-weekly finals, but we're seeing Wufang close the distance, and going into game 3, most likely Wufang and Spider will be passing 225 and Verse.
We got some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, where this first elimination, which is the gear difference and the damage spike, comes out from Light Polaris getting his first elimination there. And then for Wufang, the Fortress Kaviani fight, putting out Spider towards his 1-2 and jump LMB and then just looking for the RMBs. And with an active Justina, it was only a mind game at that stage. And for Wufang, getting out Asia after that Realm Yang had closed off its borders. And for Asia taking out this fight, having post Syra ultimate, all you need to do is a combo breaker, but at which point never had the opportunity of doing so. We did switch out over towards that second Realm Yang, where Chisheng went up against Polaris. Xiao ultimate active usage, but Chisheng looking for those pistol shots due to that Xiao active ult for the pistol shots with the whisk throws. That's all Chisheng needed. And for that fight, this is where we switch on over to XY up against Polaris outside of that Realm Yang loss.
Genuine versus Lipo 1-2 Trey. Genuine sends it and sneaks it through, this time with the 1-2 hold. Gonna pop the Temi ult to secure the kill, secure the range. Lipo in good spirits, gonna laugh it off. Always another shot to get another pop-off game like game 1. Wufang on the Justina. Absolute juggernaut here. Gets a layup from Chuz, and that Temi F. Arano with the overhold, not able to get that focus attack through. Wufang's able to react to him, and again reacts to him one more time as he tries to fade away and throw a focus attack. Nice utilization of the gold armor from those dashes, and it's like Justina basically can take 3 risks as long as she can react perfectly to your either parry or focus attack. Justina can play super aggressive with his ult. And looking at Wufang's overall Jades, did have Rupture Gale, which is one of those underrated Jades for endgame. Now, it didn't come down to it. He ended up being able to play the Spirit well, get on top of players, managing the buff, and secure the kills. But Rupture Gale, one of those Jades, if Wufang was pushed to it, we'd probably see even more damage than the 25 or about 25k damage he did this game too.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of interesting bringing out the cannon, bringing it to the fight. Something that we saw, I believe, last season with TTD5 having more prominent usage of said weapon, and then having a chance of actually just being able to pop off with this. Wufang really guarantees that in the usage. But we got a question for Twitch chat: which player chose target Gene King to? Easy answer: AOG Mike, B SR Spider, C WZ Toronto, D 521 Life Polaris. If you guys notice the pause, might have given me a little bit of hint, but we do have a chance here for Twitch chat only, so make sure you guys in YouTube chat get a chance of swapping on over to Twitch, and as well as having UID ready to go for NARAKA UID. But going into chance off of the round 2, we got 2 rounds down the way. We have a break coming out here in just a moment, so we will be back for you in round 3. Don't go away. We'll be back soon.
広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going back throughout here. Round 3 about to commence. My name is Severio alongside with Raven PLZ. We got rounds going out here. Tarkas showcasing themselves one Tarka at a time. Kind of the case scenario from what we can expect in terms of these first two, but then again, we could see it ramp up for a little bit more often. Then again, we saw the power that Wufang had brought to the table. He had himself close gated to being potentially first round MVP, but with BLADEPOINT picking up the MVP instead, finishing him off with a reveal. Then we go into round 2. Wufang's at his grandiose state. He's actually electrifyingly putting the field to his test, and with 9 eliminations, first place, and then allowing for himself to get the MVP. Not only to that, but also skyrocketing up the leaderboard, being right behind Spider, who's also been having a 5-point day so far in his first 2 rounds of playing, still having 4 rounds left to go. Raven.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mike, the Tarka pick does not work out, but we're going to keep hoping, crossing our fingers, that someone does figure out the Tarka pick. We saw Shen Yuan try it out before. He did say he felt like his Tarka wasn't there yet. With a more comfortable lead, maybe we'll see more of it. Wufang having a massive game, really showing that the ice side of things, not the fire side of NARAKA, is definitely thriving and living as Justina is rising up the ranks. Now, we've been noticing it before. Even though we're seeing Liam and Lonnie being picked very early, we don't see those characters closing out these end games. Instead, we're seeing a lot of the personality picks that 4th, 5th, and 6th phases really come through in winning out these situations. We have been seeing a lot more flying knives as well moving forward. So game 3, we're gonna go back to the tried and true, the OG map, Morris. Will we see some more Tarka? Now, if I was gonna play Tarka in a tournament setting, it would definitely be on one of the Morris situations, because that's traditionally where a lot of the rushdown characters were used. Just because I would say out of the 3 maps, Morris is one of the safer maps where you can guarantee kite. There's so many different locations where most players at this point who've been playing from the beginning of the game have been kiting around Morris forever. So with those comfort picks of characters that want to be able to all in you with a singular ult, those Akoses, those Justinos, those Tarkas, Morris has always been that map, especially with the Firefly locations, with those nice timing attacks. Will we see more Tarkas coming out? Maybe we'll see in F1, probably some more fireballs. Longsword Tarka definitely has been the meta currently from what I've seen, looking around all around Douyin. What even like ranked Tarkas are doing versus the Pro League Tarkas, everyone seems to feel like Longsword Tarka very strong, especially with Fireball. Now you can weapon swap it making it even more reliable. But in trios, we have seen trios players step up their Tarkas, where they are using the Greatsword. Now, Dao Huey, the OG Tarka player, even before Panda Man, was one of Mike's rivals. Mike, back in the day, did say that Fireball Greatsword Tarka was his absolute nightmare. Will we see that evolution reach solos? I know Duncan's crossing his fingers. I just want to see more Tarka, just to prove or show us how Tarka can actually get value off his ultimate, because I still don't see it, Serve. I still don't see how Tarka can just get value off his ult if he can't catch his opponent.
That's right. And, you know, another thing too is the fact that off of this chance here, if there's a spotlight for something mixed, someone is like, you know what, we're gonna use this weapon with it. I think that would be showcased, at least not today, but definitely for finals. The players just want to try to consolidate themselves in the top 12, especially for the weapon selection. I'm looking at the past choices for this round. We might get a Tarka potentially. I think we're definitely going to see at least minimum one Akko still. Like the is coming through here. For third round phase, Mike, Liam being available here. Could be a triple pick. I don't know. Mike could be definitely be picking out the Akos in the third round phase, considering that he is in that slot position to do so. But leaving out a Liam for a double pick option this early on, not going to take the chances. He's going to be able to obtain that. Now for XY, Jishay, forcing out this option. Obviously, Syra's available, Shayo's available. We can triple pick that. And since that's going to be the case for Chishang choosing out the Shayo, XY still has options on the table for that to be done. But he's going to invest into it. Phase 5 and 6, Raven. This is the money time, man. This is to put your bets on the line right now. Who do you think is going to happen?
We've seen the Justinas, we've seen the Temis, but on, like I was saying, on Morris, the Akos has come out. Now, Edward's Akos has actually been doing very well. He actually times a lot of the gold armor frames perfectly on Akos versus the new Lonnie meta. He has found a way to rush down Lonnie. Spider is going to be going with that Justina paste. Maybe with that Justina as well. I don't think this paste. I don't. Oh, we got the Temi. Yeah, it seems like the top 6 picks outside of the Lonnie Liam. Third is kind of like literally 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th picks are up in the air. But of those 4 picks, it's Akos, it's Temi, it's Justina, it's Shayo, and it's Syra. We have a little bit of that flavor of the month with that special menu, the Tarka G with the buff. But it's mainly those 5 characters that have been dominating the last 4 slots of the pick ban, at least for this Nbpl season.
Exactly. Kind of hope to see if they can pick up on the Szechuan style. If you know, you know. Right? One thing's for certain. We got picks to be chosen out here. Got them. We got 2 picks to be going through here. We got Akos's, we got F skills. I need to look at them because I see F2 for Rano, F2 for Edward. And we're looking at this is going to be the case between the 2. For everyone else, same old Shiles V1 F1, Tumult F1 V3, Lonnie's F1 V2. And at the point right there, you know, having to decide upon how these off-drop spawns are going to go through, I don't know. I mean, listen, in Morris Isle, there's a lot of obstructions that if players want to take a contested fight against a Liam, they have to know where they are, right? They have to know exactly what's around them, because if any plaques are available for these Liams, they'll just end up deleting a player off the map. And you've even seen Mike in the past shooting plaques, not playing Liam. He just shoots the plaques down anytime he comes across one because he knows the threat of 5-second stun can do in this dilapidating the health bar. Once that occurs, there's no going back. But of course, our sponsor is going to dictate upon that. Over to the north, we got 5 players in the central area, or like even to the north area, but like we have 7 players in the southern to mid region. And this is where that explosive start can probably occur in Sunwing's Rest. But if not, definitely over there by the Zest Winery into the Artisan's Grove.
Now, we're not seeing a lot of hot dropping. Maybe like on Perdoria, we see a little bit more hot dropping, but nice little spread we got here. Even spread throughout the map. A lot of isolated 1v1s gonna be going down. Now this is looking like a dusk by the lighting, so Firefly's gonna be attention.
Nah. We're in that daytime.
In the daytime, no Fireflies, so nice slow gameplay unless you get that kill off spawn, we are going to get OUG's Mike versus SR Spider. Still weird to see SR in front of Spider's name instead of WBG, but on the backside, we do have Wolves Paste coming in, interrupting the GOAT battle. But Mike, with his armor friends, able to find that first one, baiting out that first parry. Pace, closing the distance though with the staff, getting right back into Mike's face. Now Spider jumping, taking the vibes, seeing who we need to go after, but Spider opting to go after Mike, but decides against at the last second. But Pace wants part of this action. One charge gonna be coming out. 1.2 release. Where you going, Spider? You ain't getting out of here without a little bit of scratches. Spider gonna jump and cancel his focus attack, but Pace is gonna keep on sending it. With all of that work though, Mike's gonna come through and steal the kill.
I figured Mike was going to go for the con generic. I saw that katana in your second slot, my man. But this is going to be the F1 into the R&B attempt that Mike might have looked for a parry. And that is kill elimination 2. 2 in the first, 2 minutes, essentially. And this is going to give Mike all the gold necessary later on. Edward, though, looks towards his elimination, does not get it. Polaris finds it. This is going to be purple staff pickup for Polaris if he's able to get this elimination off of this Akos. Akos ult is ready to go for Edward. Grapple cancel from that blue focus. Mind games left and right for Polaris, though. But blue focus comes no avail because of the Akos ultimate. One leap invested, and Edward gets the elimination. This means he gets upgraded to the armor. That means he also gets his elimination on the board.
Beautiful rush down from Edward. No hesitation. Wants to just secure that kill, even if it means he's going to blow his ult a little bit earlier. Kind of how Tarka's kind of played. We don't see any Tarkas on this Morris. Back to the old meta. Back to the shadows Tarka goes. Sad days for Mr. Tarka. But traditionally, we always saw Tarka use on Firefly days, just because when Tarka gets a Firefly in his ultimate, that's definitely one of the worst case scenarios you can be in as a Tarka's running around with Fireflies in his sights. We are going to see Fong unusually with dual Halbies and a great sword ready for that weapon swap. Usually we always see him with a fan, but Wufang is going to keep out the pressure, sends in the LB, not able to get that tech chase. Fong fighting back right here, is going to get caught on his wake up, but Fong going to be backing off, looking for that armor reset. Fakes it though, immediately comes back in, throws the light, pops the Shio ult, and now Fong has the option. Does he pop his ultimate? He is going to get choken and taken down, popping one of the shields, going for the follow-up, and now Spider's going to be moving over with the white armor, but I believe this is Spider's second life. He has to be careful right here with the Shio ulted right here. He is going to pop his ult as well, but still, the Lani in the back seats. This is very, very dangerous for Spider. He's playing with fire. He might get burned.
Might be a spotlight for the armor swap. There it is. Wufang finds it. And it makes it, a very good notion about where that Justina really comes in. The imprint was a great opportunity for Spider there just to confirm the guaranteed enhanced dash. Just shield throws can come left and right. And that's exactly what happened. So he had to use a dash for an escape. Meanwhile, back to Victim's Haven, we do see Edward go for clean number 1 against Mike. Remember, Mike has a katana in the back pocket. Blue rarity goes for the generic swap. Does not get any priority off of that. And there's going to be a chance right now for Mike to look for any engagement from this Akos, whether for an ultimate or an F2 cast. But for Mike, having the chance to get one heal off is definitely going to be the benefit for the matter. He still has ultimate ready to go. He goes for stanchion hits. After he confirms the gold focus, he could just go for the dash jump LMB, but he goes for it. He gets caught by the roar. He rolls forward. He looks for the R&B. Then again, he looks towards it, and too late in the manner, he might have to invest his ultimate in this fight to guarantee this kill against Akos once that ult comes out.
Ooh, nice catch from Edward. Ends up catching Mike with his left full dodge out of the building. Tap dodge rolls are going to be coming out. Nice job from Edward. Able to gold frame through that first ball coming out from Mike. Now Mike has a lot of time. Needs to really, really calculate this one. He does get one. Able to get a heal off. But the scoop does not land. Edward with the mash of Tiger ends up being able to drop the combo. Now Mike on the side of the tree trying to get away from here, create some space, but Edward doing a good job jumping LB. He's coming out with that staff. Now Mike trying to look for the Skyward. He's going to switch to the staff, sends one more focus attack, but Edward's ready. He closes the distance and catches Mike with the parry.
That was really close. He was almost getting griefed by the terrain alone on both ends, really, for Edward and for Mike. Mike attempting to go for that side uppercut. off of the Liam orb than the throw, but since terrain was at like a 2-degree incline, that's all that Edward really needed to go ahead and proc off the V2 for that lunch. We switch on over to Zest Winery. WZ Toronto, Flying Knives of Purple Rarity. Nice introspect in terms of that Realm of Yang being right there, and then over towards the Realm of Yang in the Sunwing's Rest region. Spider has finally found a better armor upgrade. He's still on blue and lower rarity weaponry, but he is making his notion against Asia, who does have that Lightning Bolt ready to go. Combo Breaker is invested, and Spider's throwing out the RMBs. We're just gonna have to see how this Realm of Yang turns out to be in his benefit.
Yeah, still 12 people left alive going into the first Realm of Yang. No one has overextended off spawn. Lipo setting up for Realm of Yang again. Forced the combo breakout. Pace. No free Yangs allowed. He's going to be pressuring Lipo right here. Immediately rolls up. Throws a 1.2 focus attack. Gets sneaked through Lipo. No armor to his name. He is going to be backing off. And Pace does not want to give up the ticket at this point. Wants his priority pick right here. But Lipo still probing. Isn't willing to just go and leave just yet. Spoke too soon. We are going to be backing off. It's like usually the players who cannot get into Realm of Yang will go for a stash or will go to the Spirit Well. Long already posted up at the stash waiting for it to open, and Chuz lands from behind, threatens the one charge. Both of them clank. They both go in right here. Both grab all the Jades. Bong immediately scale rushes off the wall, gets an uppercut on the Chuz. Wait a second. Chuz is going to, nice job with the knives. Fade back twice, get 2 staggers, bait out the combo break, and now Chuz sending Fong for a ride. Gets 1, 2. Does he get the 3? He's gonna overhold the 3 with the cancel. Get the ball onto the Chuz, and now Chuz going for a ride. First combo break's gonna be coming out, but we still got 2 more balls in the deck. Now Chuz with the ultimate going to be popped. Fong is going to opt to be running away. Will Chuz end up chasing, or is he just going to go back for the loot?
Definitely wants to take that purple armor. Definitely does, especially considering we know how low that Lonnie was and taking her reset. We're going to see that chance right now, though, into a swift cut Sat Jade for Star, as well as looking at whether or not that Rogers can come into usage. But, of course, Spider looks towards this pistol shot back and forth, looking for the R&B throw out. He gets tap dodge, and that combo breaker is going to be invested mad early. But for Spider, fist blades, scare rushes, it's going to be a memorable game right now. There's going to be the uppercut attempt coming out, the F1, the old proc coming from Star in midair. Wait a second, this actually forces out Spider in a spot he'd rather not be in. 1 R&B. Extensions from Star could come out to one-hit wonder. Immense combination off the orbs into that first Realm of Yang, but we still have other fights that you had. Edward versus Pace after a successful parry. It's still going to be a game right now for the Ultimates.
Edward with the half charge, R&B. Trying to lock down Pace, but Pace is going to be able to back off, get that scale rush off, but double charge is going to be coming out from Edward. Temi ult's going to be coming in, and unlike what I thought was going to happen, Pace immediately goes aggressive, gets the stagger off, forcing out the ultimate from Edward on the Akos. 1 Tiger is going to be down, and now Edward's on the prowl looking for the pounce, but Pace is going to take to the sky. It's not going to matter. Omnidirectional Tiger is going to scoop him out of it. Gold combo break's going to come out. Edward tries to use his F2 to get his former teammate staggered, but it's not going to work out for him. Pace is doing a great job kiting, and with 27 seconds left, it's going to be a nail biter of who is going to take this.
Lethal Jab confirms, damage is met. That's going to be the best option considering the F2 Roar is still available. We still got that Tumultuous to be available to come out of the combo breaker. 1 R&B in a dream right now. That's an Edward's play. Look, 10 seconds on the clock, and Edward looking for the side uppercut, doesn't connect it. This is going to be potentially a double Roman if we get to LMB. There it is, connection. Spoke too soon. Cast a curse, your boy. I'm sorry, Pace, but this is going to be Edward's victory, getting out the gold weapon, and of course taking out any J's that comes through. Gold pole sword picked up. Sasa Gecko foot, not really that much of an upgrade, but definitely just an HP Jade in general, and having that purple Hong sword on backup duty. Now, looking at the Jades, Tuna is on available status. We do see that Blistering Edge. This is going to come out in clutch moments. He also has an Overlord, so if he decides to get 1 proc off of that Soul Form, getting a level 3 stage horizontal release, big damage, especially coming out with the Blistering Hedge being a single hit.
1 person looking to get their Soul Bloom back, but still 11 people in the lobby alive. Red buffs are going to be coming out, looking for possible victims right here. Akos of Edward wants to run back with Wu Fang. You left too early, Wu Fang. You wanted to fight. Why wouldn't you fight on the little corner? No, sirree. Wufong with the long sword, battling it out, just eating roars left and right. But still, that's the score looking at Wufong. Looking on pace for himself. With one kill. But he is at 13.5, so Wufong. No, I'm looking at Fong, not Wufong. Wufong's at 3 kills. Never mind.
Yeah.
What do you think? I was like, wait, dude.
This shouldn't be this good right now. It's great. I'm sorry.
I was like, wait a second. I'm pretty sure I saw him at the top. I was confused. My bad. Wufong. He is going to get taken down by Edward with the staff, with the flank, and now Orano is going to be following up onto Edward. This is a dicey moment. Minute and 30. Edward's going to switch over to the pole sword, but Orano wants this kill on him.
I think Rano's gonna have to be very careful out from here. He's looking to try to burn out the F2. Oop, there's a nice catch there. He burns the F2. There it is. Rano does not have the terrain to his availability though. There's one clink to trying to close this. He looks for a single R&B stagger. He gets this. Could grab a bump. He's going for the extension manually off of that shotgun blast. That's elimination number 2, if I'm not mistaken, onto Rano. No, first elimination on the board. Still having Edward on that Vermilions though. Seeing XY though, proccing out the Shy ultimate. It is now up against him and Mike. Now Mike should have the advantage here, right? Straight up. Okay, yeah, there it is. He finds the orb and escaping target. That's gonna be free low. That's gonna be Mike on his 3rd elimination and then picking up the gold there and making his way towards somewhere else. But for Life Polaris dies in the zone. Spider finds the elimination off of his Realm Yang depletion. It's going to be getting rid of. And now it's going to be where he is going to be in a weird nifty spot because Mike's right around the corner. If he's there over towards this area, he could just spot it out. We'll have to see. Over by the Daily Meadow, we do see Wufong out here. Has himself an aerial Ren, no great sword, but then again, gold longsword, that's pretty much all you need, especially in this current meta. The armor supplies though are looking a little bit nifty though. 27 seconds, he's gonna have to try to get as much chip damage towards him as much as possible because he is limited on those resources.
Yeah. After this next round, Yang, he should be good on resources, but will he be able to get in? 50 seconds left. Oh no, Wu Star. No, he does Wufong dirty and sneaks in that R&B to the back of the dome. Those gold nunnies just doing so much damage. No more free Realm of Yangs, and Wufong is gonna get griefed right before the end game. Good googly mooglies. That R&B just does so much damage now on the nunnies. Now, Star gonna be setting up for this Realm of Yang. Has Mike now waiting on Liam. And wait a second, everyone kind of just been shopping right here where we're here hitting the discount store.
Black Friday.
Fong ended up stealing a couple jades here, and Mike's like, wait a second, I just get the bad end of the deal. Now Star's still posting up, defending his claim to go Yang, and now Orano debating on going in on the Akos. We are gonna get Star versus Edward for the 2nd Realm of Yang of the day, and we are gonna get Yao or Alliance versus Bauda in the other one. Probably see the highlights next. But Pole Sword on Edward versus Star. Both of them throwing their first focus attack. Nice job from Star, dodging that forward. Now blocking with the nunchucks, sending it through. Edward with the double hold is gonna get the combo breakout, but Star, nice job, is gonna get the stagger on Wake Up. Now we go to the races. Both ults are up. Tiger's gonna be ripping apart Star, but he is gonna get 1 ball and 1 heal. Does he get more?
Oh, he just misses it. He goes for the uppercut. It's sent, and I think right there is going to be a reset angle potentially for Edward, but he does not stop. He's going for the leaps. He's going for the scare rushes. He's looking for the R&B. That's exactly what Star would want to take advantage of. This pole sword action, though, is kind of scary. The F2 can go through walls, and Star knew that, so he's got to spend a little bit more time looking at towards his corner. Looking at the R&B, that Phantom Step gonna do some work later on. I'm calling it out. But for Star right now, he's looking for a scare rush attempt to try to fight out Edward's position, leaving out his pillar to the next. There's a nice R&B from the staff though. Star still not using his F just yet, waiting for the opportunity right there. F2 roar, doesn't get the double tap dodge he was looking for. It gets caught to the R&B. No purple staff focus comes out. We get a clink number 1. Star looking to try to go off the tower again, gets caught by the R&B release from the blue focus. Unfortunate. Edward though takes that victory. Switch on over to Aja, and this is gonna be up against Bowders Jashang, where there's gonna be a Shio ultimate, I believe, unactive. This is gonna be that erudition hit spam that makes A-Shao such a threat, and he stayed on the ground. Can you believe it? To guarantee the R&B. Crazy.
Gonna keep it simple. Now, Ajao getting that gold armor, setting up for the next Spirit Well, waiting to the last possible second to grab the buff. We got 12 minutes left in this round and already down to 8 players. Soul depletion on, I believe, 2 of them right now. Now we are all the way at Sunwing. Couple players hiding on the trees. Very hard to lock people down. One of those players who does need a soul boon is the Chuz from Bauda. Star on Liam this round. He's gonna get a parry. Dodges out versus Ajal, but Ajal with the gold katana is gonna want to keep on the pressure. All of the competitive players are all now chasing down Star. This is one of the phenomena Duncan was telling me about, that even if you have a buff, sometimes the people without a buff gang up onto the buff player just because they want a chance at winning this. Azal with a light attack into parry, opening up Star, but Star with that gold combo break is able to get out of there, not really get focus fired and trapped. He is poisoned by the purple mushroom though, but moving in and out, going from high to low, low to high, running up the stairs, but still it wasn't enough. Wufang's tracking is just so good. Now Chuz with that palm lightning, looking cooked from my friend the Star, and immediately the Chuz pops his ultimate, looks for the scoop, not able to get it. Star's doing an excellent job though, sir, of getting away from this focus fire.
Yeah, he definitely is. He was looking for the grapple there, almost cost him his life, but then again, he is still spacing out. I do want to note that this is going to be the chance right now. If he can get a successful orb on a target to throw in the air, he could get a little bit more sustain, a little bit more time on the table. He's going for a manual here, though. Still has an orb, catches the one target that I did not want to see him go up against because A Shao is looking for him. He is fiending for him, especially off of the White Tiger's prowess and looking for the strike back. But for Star, he's getting nice scare rushes, and he's using the bottom of this treehouse to his full advantage, and there's no armor swap for him to want to take. He wants to go for this manual heal, no matter the cost, and just trying to conserve that purple armor that he's got on hand. Ooh, one misstep to the scare rush kills Noise for a little bit. Okay, jumps out. Oh, he is definitely just breaking their ankles as well as their eardrums. Incredible for Star, because now he's getting a full armor reset. So long as Asia doesn't want to keep that pressure, but all the players around here, that bell could be on rotation every other minute for the players just get full vision on towards his target, this low health Liam that is just trying to skate out here. We know it's a fan, we know it's a Liam, and at that point, he's wielding both of those characters picks, and now it's going to be where Star gets caught with the R&B. Arano looks to try to close this in, making sure he can look for another treetop to get into, but he gets caught. Chuz is looking for it. F1 to push him back and getting back into the second story off this building. Start doing this like clockwork. He's got 2 minutes on the clock though, trying to make this a worthwhile effort because he still needs to get that Romi Yang depletion rid of. He still needs that Soul Bloom, and there's no target that's going to be looking more of a threat than to Shang right now because he as well is at that Romi Yang depletion state. Considering that Asia is coming out with this Romi Yang victory, no more buff to be on standby. He is going to be trying to go for those nunnies that we saw on towards Star's hands. Gold nunnies, he's got velocity untold. If Asia can succeed in picking that up, that could be one of those jades that are just going to make or break that game, especially with that erudition he has on standby.
Jades is the name of the game in these end games. Besides the Spirit of Well, it's really pushes you to take these. But Star getting pressure from Azao and the R&B knives. Now Sunwing has a ton of kiting positions. You see Edward and Spider posting off in the distance on the tallest treehouse. We see Star, Chuz, and Arano kind of poking at each other. Edward and Spider are joining in the fray right now. Drop down attacks with their purple and gold armor. Star in a tough position right here. You better hope Arano doesn't vibe check him to see what his health is working at. Too late. I cast a curse him. Arano for sure checked his health to see what we were working with. And Star with a tricky ceiling kiting play, able to create some distance here. So far we've seen these plays though at max get one heal so far. You might have to like go into the lab and figure out better kiting paths. But Star doing a clinic right now of kiting in Sunwing with the fan, breaks everyone's ankles to the point where they stop chasing him as much.
Yeah, he's gonna get a reset off of this, but he's only got seconds on the clock. So for right now, his only other person, like I said, Shang is the only other threat right now to try to get him out of the game and then pick up his Soul Bloom. But either or, it's only seconds on the clock, and I think if Star doesn't go down here soon, maybe Shen can find his body right afterwards, but this is only a matter of time, either because the Veil comes out to be available and he just has to go back there. Otherwise, don't get eliminations to your enemies. That's going to be the position Star wants to make, and that's the position he's going to take. This is going to be a Spirit Well position right now, though. For 6.5 minutes left, these players are making it happen, and Edward getting fiended right now. An active Octopus ultimate. Shang looks to try to go through with this with the Shio ultimate with a couple of seconds on the clock, but I'm pretty sure the lobby is going to be making sure that once they realize that this is going to be an immediate elimination, they're going to go for that Soul Bloom immediately. Back end of this pillar, though, we do see Mike up against Edward. He finds the Yoink, and that's elimination. That's going to be coming through here as he should, and finding it out with the Rano and active Octopus ult with the Spirit Well cleanse. That means that he has that secondary ultimate on standby. The orb comes out here for Rano. If Rano wants to throw this opponent out of the ringer, he can. But of course, he's going to have to want to decide upon using just his bare, wits about him, because when it comes down to it, he finds that second leap. He throws Mike for a spin. Mike immediately knows the position he was going to take off of that, so he had to bring the combo breaker because he would have gotten pelted by range shots and thrown in a position he'd rather not be in the bottom of the floor of Sunwing's Rest, where poison streams could be tested towards. And then for Spider, yeah, I mean, listen, he's got himself Justina ultimate. He could invest himself to look for the Yoinks, but there's no buff in active use right now for him. No White Tiger's prowess that would allow for him. The one thing, though, he does have in his pocket, he knows personally, those Moonbane strikes, Raven. This is going to be where Rano is living it out here with 2 strikes, 1 HP to his name. And one thing is for certain right now, if Rano can get out of here, Raven, this will be a miracle in itself.
Just have Mystic Mike so he can cherry pick, even though the 80% Moonbane is up right now. Navigating Sunwing. It's a lot of verticality here, so I'd say it's a very good chance that we get the heal off here. Unless everyone has become the GOAT of Chase Down. 80% Moonbane. Rano getting really, really close to getting blown up here. Dodges another one. Making his way over to see if we can get a little bit more loot. Ends. Oh, he doesn't really see Mike or Spider. Spider's here somewhere. Looks like everyone's content in zoning out for now. Everyone going to the store when they can and buying. Look at the overall leaders. I saw a couple with 3, but 4 being the standard of the lobby right now. SI Spider all the way at the top of the ballista. Gonna be peppering down range. Looks like everyone is going to be backing off, though. Doesn't want to feed the Iron Man so much charge. But still. This is like the calm before the storm.
Yeah, I was looking at HL's build. He didn't even pick up the velocity untold from the Hiromi Yang, surprisingly enough. But then again, options on the table right now. Mike, he's going to be the first to platter. This is going to be a difficult opportunity for him to get out. No ultimate, no nothing. He's hopes and dreams, really. A-Shao does get elimination, but not the Soul Bloom. This means that the Lonnie ultimate's still going to be not used. Oh, in this case scenario, doesn't need to be used. But Spider has his 3rd elimination on the board right now. It's going to be a 3, I believe, 1-3 position right now for the eliminations on the leaderboard. But for Spider, he's got Moonshard Storm, so once he reveals that, it's going to be too late. He also has a Sap Jade as well as a Jabbing. DRG Fong having that tune in the background, having the Overlord and that Blistering Edge with a Gold Pole Sword is something he's got into his hands. Got a Hong Sword as well as the Halberds, but the drop down blue focuses is definitely what's going to be looking to try to yoink out here, because whether or not these targets really just want to try to poke it against one another, once one hit gets hit by a soul or by one of the poison shrooms, that's going to be a mark for striking. And now for Arano, he also finds himself with a, if I'm not mistaken, an Aurora Burst in his hand, finds it, clinks it, enables it. A-Shao locked in, loaded, release, and deleted. That's 2 eliminations right now for Arano, and that's 3 players left on the board. For Arano not having to invest his ultimate, it's one thing. But for Fong, Lonnie with no ultimate, hopefully the lobby doesn't take the dictation to go for it, but the Arano definitely wants to just try to test the waters out. These 3 players are here for the next 2.5 minutes, and if not, sooner even.
Sooner or later, these guys are going to be engaging, but it looks like they're very much okay with taking this to heal off now. Spider with a Justina and Arano with the Akos. Who's the last one? Mr. Fong with the, we haven't seen Fong's loadout. These knives have been doing a ton of work, especially with the Gold Jade. Probably one of the safest things that you can use. Oh my goodness, Fong is using Pole Sword. What a rare instance of seeing him. Now we are all the way on height. Doesn't look like anyone wants to hard commit, especially if Spider gets to to charge his focus attack first. Rano is just sitting on the bottom tuning. And now Gaines is moving up here. Or not Gaines, Fong is moving up here. With the Lonnie looking for the focus attack. Switches over to the pole sword, looking for that drop down scale rush. Spider still at the top here. He's going full heal off right now. Arano with the Aurora Burst also is going to be icing this off. No one wants a hard commit here with only 3 players left. Whoever commits right here is going to be odd man out, leaving it to MVP. And with all of them neck to neck to MVP this round, it's still up to anyone right here. Fong looks to engage with Spider, but quickly Spider backs him off. And again, we've been seeing this lately with the Spider, or not Spider, the knives change. Everyone's using blue knives, even in these end games, just because of how good it is with the Jades and with verticality. You see Spider using the top here very, very well with that gold Jades. The gold frame of it just super, super good for spacing us out. We are going to go to the last 35 seconds. Who do you have taking this serve?
I don't know. Fong is going to have to look to combo break. He misses out on getting caught by the blistering edge. He actually might be one of the few targets that if he doesn't get focused off early on, I think he has the best chance. He still has Lonnie ultimate. Spider, though, has a chance of just looking to try to late game Justina at the last possible second, right? Just to make sure that he can get the most aerial position. This, yeah, look at that. Incredible. Sensational. This is where Spider actually has himself in a weird tough spot. Arano as well. He got poisoned too. Boom, there it is. There's Spider getting elimination. But Fong, I don't think he's having a problem here. I think we see the Fong come out on top, but I think due to elimination, Spider takes the MVP, and that might be the case. That last hit that he needed on Arano for second place as well, that's definitely best of both worlds, I believe. If not, this is going to be a really close one just because of those multipliers with such a small amount of kills that comes out. And it looks like Edward makes it past his MVP. Incredulous.
Yeah, the poison mushroom right at the end there. Oh, I know Spider is just like, oh, we've done goofed. We went to the low ground. There's a poison mushroom right as the zone closes, but he still manages to salvage the situation by getting a heal off right as the zone closes. Perfectly times the ult with Justina, able to gold frame and armor through that situation and dash through. Probably would have been able to get first, but he loses the high ground control. Still stays active, stays with that resolve, and still manages to get that one kill. Able to secure. Wait, is it Edward? Or did Edward seal it away? It looks like Edward did seal it away. Maybe.
Oh yeah. MVP game. I need to look at the eliminations. I need to look back onto that. For what I'm seeing though, for Edward, I think since he got himself 5 eliminations plus his placement later on, that, like I said, the low kill count came through by that endgame circle. But I think just because of the 1.5, he was able to secure it out by a 0.5 difference. I would assume a 0.5 difference away from Spider. So maybe 6.5 points given to himself. Definitely a point right there for Spider, though. You know, Poison Shroom, definitely insult to injury. If he didn't have that Poison Shroom active, I think he would have had that, obviously, to the books. But that's a different future. We're looking in hindsight. We do see that chance, though, for that final circle, the Sunwings. It's a big final circle. It's a risky final circle. Like I said, the floor is lava at that point. In most directions, you got to watch out for both the purple shrooms as well as the red shrooms. Now, as much as the red shrooms delay that poison effect, the only thing that comes out is that aggressive attack boost that you can get off rip, and then later on you start feeling the repercussions of your actions. But then again, having the weapon selection, blue fire knives, definitely an optional, an optimal usage of just not only just seeing the weapon if you have the jade, but even without the jade, just having that range, having the derelict choice of blue focuses that can be thrown up, down, left, and right for the R&B, as well as with the horizontal. That just gives it enough synergy to be classified like a dagger, right? Except for a dagger for escape, you'd use throwing knives just for defensive and offensive pressure.
Yeah, especially when the patches come out for the new weapons and new jades. A lot of the time, it feels like we crank up how common the new jades are for the newer weapons. We see palm lightning all around right now. Now in Mortal War, we haven't seen it as much. But definitely the gold jade on the knives. Oh my goodness. It's the amount of positional control you have. It's a lot like the staff gold jade, Merciless, where you can turn the initial blue focus attack, which is parryable. and then turn it back around when it's actually gold and hit your opponent very safely. And the name of the game in solos is do as many safe moves as possible to be able to control the situations. And I still think Justina, the name of the game of this game 3, is a lot stronger than the players are giving credit for. But even though they've nerfed a lot of the touch of deaths, the full 100 to zeros that Justina and Lonnie could do, they still have a lot of other tools that allow them to take advantage of those 1v1s. And we did see Mr. Edward from OA able to steal the MVP away from Spider at 5 kills and 6 points. Wait, are they tied?
Tied for points, but more kills given to Edward.
Yeah. The tiebreaker of more kills goes to Edward. Spider with 4 kills at 6 points. Mike with 4 at 5 points. Arano at 3 kills with 4.5 points. Fong with 1 kill at 4.2. Taking that first place, so we see those placement points as being very, very juicy. When most of the league is average of like a good character average is around 3 to 3.5. 4.2, very, very solid. Star with 3 kills at 3.5. Wufang with 3 kills at 3.5. And Ashao, 2 kills at 3.5. Lipo, a little bit slowing down right now. 1 kill at 1 point. And Chuz at 0.5. Now, Pace and Shenyun having a little bit of a slow start. We are passing that halfway point and looking at the overall standing serve. Time is running out. We gotta get to top 12 if we want to make it to the 4th bi-weekly finals.
Can't believe we're at round 3 and my man only got 4.2 points today. It's a miracle if he can get past into the top 12 right now for DRG Fong. But Asia is also on the bottom of the board, 19 points in 17th place. Tina OA Edward, 20.5 and 15th. Star, 25 and 14th. And then Light Polaris with 13th place. Fake Gatekeeper, though, big man, Truz, capital Z. Put some respect on the name. 26 points in 12th place, though. So he's got to make sure he can get a little bit more later down the road for these next 3 rounds. 26.5 for Arano and Pace at 27 and 10th. ASE's XY at 9 to 28. And 28.3 for CDY and BB's Frostfist, now down to 7th in the overall. Still looking pretty healthy as long as we can see, lack of a better term, seeing how the bottom 6 really does perform out. But for the top 6, we do have Mike, who is performing today with 39.5, Wufang at 44.3 in 4th, and then seeing Spider take out that leadership spot with 49.2 in 1st place overall, at least in terms of the points. Taking those proposed points definitely will be an optimal path for him, especially in these next 2 rounds. Really just mustered out between catching an overall 60 up to 70, in copium terms of points. But we'll still have to see how that ends up for these next 3 rounds. We're going into Padoria, Morning Dew, into the next 2 Fireflies, which stat line does show that Tarkas do show up in the Firefly maps for definite, for sure. But we got some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, Gamers United.
Mike versus Paste off Spawn. This was a biter. Mike with the Congeneric, longsword, katana, or not a longsword, hongsword, katana, setting up for the fancy schmancy new Congeneric stuff. Spider taking, I believe, who's this? We got Wufang going for a ride into the parry to close it out. Arano versus Edward going with the uppercut combo. Following up with the 1-2. Ooh, sneaky little bit R&B chip from Max Range. Gonna get a nice stagger and sending Edward for the classic 1-2 focus attack to close it out. Pace and Star. We see these Dunnies an absolute nuisance going forward. We saw the execution of the R&B onto Wufang, who just wanted to go Yang. He just wanted in. Oh, the frustration. That just front 80% health just taken down. And Arano with that Aurora Breast getting that big damage. Fong at the top ropes playing the heal off situation perfectly. Spider unfortunately hits that mushroom, not allowing him to survive, even though he probably has a little bit of health gauge looking at his health. But Mr. Edward, or Wang Liang, being able to take the MVP, stealing it away, and he's been doing super well on his acros lately, sir.
Yeah, he actually has. I think his average right now is now upwards of 3+.
Oh my God.
At least, no, up to 4. love the MVP. My man cooking right now, man. Skyforce picked up somewhere in the midst. Did it really come into effect? I'm not too sure. But that Tuna definitely did. Having over 10,000 healing, 17,000 damage overall. Staff was his primary. Ultimates and skills, meaning his F2 and his ultimate, 4,200 damage. Kind of impeccable. But once he was able to find himself that Roar Burst, then in the end game, that's all he really considered him using. Not going to be a problem. Just making sure that he can guarantee an AoE effect as well as its stage going to gold focus. So that way, when anyone comes towards him, he'll get targeted. He'll focus them out and release it. We actually saw that earlier with Alani. I think Asia was the one who was a culprit because of that, getting a drop down to that silence, allowing for Asia to then get continuously pelted out and then getting the elimination as a result. So seeing the Akko's gameplay coming out from there makes it so that anything comes through at the end if you know the player as well as the characters you're going up against. But we got ourselves to be thinking about that later on. We got an interview with one of our players in just a moment. We'll be back for you guys in Bedoria round 4 after this moment.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have OA Edward come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 有请王老师跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OA 的爱华。
Okay, welcome. So first of all, congratulations to you to win the MVP of Game 3. How do you think about this game? 那首先也是小小的恭喜一下王亮拿到了第3把的这个 MVP 啊，怎么评价第3把的比赛呢？
我只评价我的表现的话，就是地麦的处理有问题了。
哦。
然后别的，但是我现在的目标是进周决，先管好自己。
Okay, so for me, I think I have a little problem with the spirit wall, and for me, I think the only target so far is to qualify the bi-weekly final. Well, did you think about you will get the MVP after you died? 那其实，在第3把的时候，并不是说站到最后一名拿到这个 MVP。当时有没有想过自己死后仍然可以凭借这个击败分去拿到最后的胜利？
主要是这个胜利没有什么用啊，就分还是那么多分，又不加，其实没有什么就是感触，有或者是或者不是，都对我来说不是很重要。
Oh, so I think the victory of Game 3 is kind of useless because no matter how like the score, the points is just like that many. So if I got the MVP or not, it won't like give me more scores. So I think it's nothing for me. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did OA Edward use in Game 3? 那这次我们的问题是，第3把王良用的哪个英雄呢 ？A 是卫青 ，B 是留恋 ，C 是顾清寒 ，D 是胡为。So please count down the time，也请王良给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢
D.
Okay, the answer is D. Well, you know, so for the hero of Akos, we know like no matter how many times we change the patch, no matter how weak or strong the Akko is, we can still see this hero on the stage. So how do you think about this? 那其实我们发现，关于胡卫这个英雄，无论这个版本怎么样去变化，无论它是有加强或者削弱，这个英雄始终都活跃在我们的这个赛场上，从来没有就是说完全被代替过。你怎么看待这个问题呢？
现在的胡卫的强度还就是一个末选的位置吧。就末选的话，没有其他英雄能玩，就玩胡卫没有什么问题。
哦、I think for Akko now, like so for the whole hero selection, if there's nothing to choose, we choose Akko's is good for it. Well, and also for this time, like for Game 3, your teammate is Arano. How do you think about being like teammate with Arano? 那其实，在第3把的时候，也恰好是跟阿冉去做队友，觉得这个队友怎么样？
反正对我来说，他没有起到任何的作用啊。就是在我的视角里，他没有任何的作用，因为我一直是进回阳界的那个，他是我的小弟啊，我是大哥。
Oh, okay. So actually, we don't have any effect between us because, in my opinion, like he is kind of like my little brother in the game, and I was the one always getting to the young. So I think he didn't affect that much in Game 3. Okay, so we know that you already got one bi-weekly champion of solo, but maybe for the points, it still have something to do with. So, like, how do you think about this bi-weekly final? 那其实我们也是知道拿过一次周冠嘛，但是对于目前的这个积分来看，怎么看待就是说会不会要去打复活赛这个问题？
进不了周决就要打，进得了周决就不用打，很简单，先进周决再说。
Okay, so I think this one is a really easy question. If I qualify this time by weekly final, I don't need to play for the qualify competition. But if I don't, I have to play it. Okay, thank Wang Liang come to our interview. 也谢谢王良来到我们的赛后采访。That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
「ワクワクするステージ」「視線を集めて」「キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう」「一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ」「ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語」「ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ」どこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to some NARAKA Pro League solos. 4th bi-weekly, 3rd day. We're past that game 3. Second half, still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Going back to Perdoria. Game 3, I'm missing the Tarka serve. I want to see more Tarka. That's what brings the hype for me. Just more Justina, more Lonnie coming out of it. And we see Fong back to his glory days, so able to win off those heal-off situations. Same thing with Wang Liang, now known as Edward, able to secure those end games, and that's what those two have always been known for in the league, being able to play out these end games consistently, setting up their Jades, setting up those health Jades to win that last heal-off situations. We still see Spider, valiant effort, trying to fight it off. He does accidentally hit that mushroom, but going into game 4, Perdoria, hopefully we'll see some more Tarka. And again, we saw Wang Liang, or Edwards, Akos, perform very, very well, to the point where it's arguable now that Akos and Justina are back in the meta and in contention to be in that top 3 spot.
Exactly, yeah. And it kind of comes down to what the play styles of the players really just evolve out to. And, in terms of where to utilize the skill of the character, how to kind of operate off of that. Obviously, we've seen Justina's take full approach like Wu Fong did in round 2, just taking that offensive gain and just taking full capability of the situation in his own hands. Then we see how the Akos of Edward ends up going through, having an offensive skill, having F2 for instances of just being able to launch out those free staggers into the knockups and then having the opportunity. He killed out Mike early on, giving him the necessary gold gain after the first eliminations that Mike was able to concur going through it into that first Roman Yang, and then earnestly going through the second Roman Yang after feeding out FPX's star. For Edward there, as played out the Akos, we even saw how much spacing he was able to apply towards himself, having that Mystic Might buff to be picked up, or rather being able to pick up that Spear Well in general, just really kind of came down towards it for Arano, where he was playing his Akos game and is coming back in, right? He had the secondary ultimate ready to go, and for Akos is having that chance of just being a 100% to 0 ultimate usage type character, having that type of mechanic in play for him really does make Akos one of those premier options for those last moments, especially when the lobby has to space away. Otherwise, he would just go straight into the loud perspective of an aggressive player, more so an aggressive character.
Yeah, we see Akos thrive on Morris, and it's like I was saying before, it's just the map has so much verticality to it, has so many nice hiding spots. We get that Sunwing endgame, that big tree houses, really tall trees, and different layers that you can really set up on. We see, I believe Wang Liang had the Aurora Burst with the Hong Sword, able to space out both Fong and Spider, sitting on that middle layer. Spider did hold on to the top, but at the last second, Fong did retake it from him. But everyone did have a gold Jade, and then that's definitely one of the macro strategies you can do throughout the game. You get a ton of money from finding kills, but you get to pick at the end of the day what you spend it on. Do you spend it on a weapon? Do you spend it on armor? Or do you spend it on Jades? You can gamble to get lucky on it, but most of this stuff is very calculated, and it's really what really favors you if you're able to find kills within Yang, outside of Yang. You're building a lot more money than your opponents, and it doesn't guarantee that you end up winning the situations. We saw Spider. He had a blue weapon, he had knives, but he did have the gold Jade, and it ends up dictating a lot of those situations. So Chance definitely benefits the prepared mind when it comes to these end games. Different terrains, different advantages. Morris, definitely one of the more comfortable maps for everyone. All of these guys have seen so many different end game situations. Now, you can kind of chunk certain terrain situations to the other map on Perdoria. You still have those cliff sides, you still have those building end games. You have a little bit new hazards, but there always is that little bit of nuance. A lot more kind of like buttery rock situations where we have these tall mountainous terrains, and you get stuck in these sliding animations. That makes like other characters very strong, and that's why we've seen actually throughout the season Kylan come out on Perdoria, just like in trios, Kylan can shove his opponents into zone when it comes to these heal off situations. His ultimate is omnidirectional, has a lot of versatility when it comes to these end games. Shenyuan actually has been MVPing a lot with his Kylan on Perdoria. Will we see him bust it out again? Now we saw Wu Fong a little bit peeved by getting eliminated by those gold nutties. That R&B just doing so much damage. He wasn't ready to take that much. Mr. Edward here, deep yawn, making winning look so easy. He's a little bit bored. Moving forward though, you see like the average kills for most of these players is 2.2, 3.3 on most of their characters. It's very, very hard to get your average above that. You really see which players are favoring certain characters, or they're just way more comfortable in certain characters by their average kills being above and beyond the norm of 3, like around 4 or 5.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier, way bit earlier, about where Akos stands for Edward, for instance, for his average points, and it looks to go even higher. His average points on the Akos was 4 prior to that last round. It's still going to keep him from going 4th, and just that's that comfort pick, character opportunity that comes through. And into next round, right? Kylan has the option to be brought up into Vidoria. XY from Team ASC is being the one who really profits off of that with the V1 variation, and then seeing him actually kind of push at the lobby. The only difference is now also taking a quick look and seeing the return of Syra into the phase pick selections for the lobby, at least trying to look for a single to a double pick, especially considering that once we enter to that phase 4 through 6, we might end up seeing more about her and making her approach back into the scene, at least in terms of those phase selections. I think in consideration right now though is if the players really want to try out the picking up a double pick Kylan into the round, that will definitely be something in the spotlight for those remaining phases afterwards, because if it's not a last round phase, it's a notoriety to the players if that is a ban to come through, which also means that the players are finding some more niche options to be made into the Vidoria map rotation, at least specifically for Morning Dew. Otherwise though, FPX Star, my man loves, like Volpine's Essence is his bread and butter. He takes every single opportunity of getting that quest line done just because he knows the value of it, but also he goes too much for it. I think in the case that we saw in his first day of playing this past week, was that he actually ends up going out of the zone. Frostbus was there to burn out the Volpine's Essence, knowing that it's gone, and was able to kind of burn him out. But another thing too is just seeing him even in further past to the week 1 or 2, where he ended up going off and to the zone, gets Volpine's Essence, and then ends up burning it inside the zone regardless. And it's just like those deep, meaningful location. If it's deep in the zone, if you want to take the opportunity going for that, the players will make sure to get rid of it, at least to the extent. But for him to take the opportunity of doing it every single round in Vidoria really goes to show that this man said, I don't care, this is my macro. This is what I want to do today.
I'm trying to remember, looking at the chairs, do you remember in the other studio whether or not they had the Soul Bloom on the chairs? Or is this new to
the chairs they had last season were Thunder Robot chairs. I remember because they had the blue inline on the sides. Yeah. These chairs, if I'm not mistaken, we've seen these chairs before. If not, these are definitely brand new chairs, and they look a lot bit more comfier. I'm gonna be honest a little bit, but these chairs definitely looking a little bit spiffy. What's the brand on those?
I mean, I like it because it has the Soul Bloom on it, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, I don't think I'm pretty sure they had like standard gaming chairs, because they used to, all the trios players would lay back in them. Oh yeah. It doesn't look like these chairs have the reclining feature, but they do have the custom etching of the Soul Bloom. Has noticed all of it. Genuine
lumbar support.
Looking locked in for this next pick. We'll have to see. What is that? Oh, never mind. I thought his mouse pad was different. It's just scrunched up. It's just a full mouse pad.
I thought it was a binder for a second. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, it looked like a binder or something. I was like, no way is my man using just like a notebook for a mouse pad, which I actually used to do back in the day before. There's like that nice plastic covering before laminated hard pads really came out.
Yeah.
Now going into game 4, past that halfway point, a lot of NARAKA to be played here. Vidoria, always enjoy seeing the nuance of just like new terrain. We've seen so much of Hollowmouth, so much of Morris. Still haven't seen even remotely all of the possible end games for Vidoria. Now, it is going to be a daytime Morning Dew. In first phase, we're going to have Wufong and Lipo. Second phase is going to be Fong and Ashao. Third phase is going to be Arano and Paste. Going to the actual picks. Will we get a split again? I feel like the split only really happens on game 1.
Yeah.
Where it's almost like a mix-up. to make sure that your game one, there's going to be 3 of you, could be the optimal play because you don't really know who you're paired up with for the day before game 1 happens. Now we are going to get the standard Lonnie Liam for phase 1 and 2. Going into phase 3, a little bit of disagreements here. Arana going to be going with Syra, Pace going with Shayol. We're going to get a triple Shayol group. Edward and Spider going to be going with that Shayol pick. Now going to 5th and 6th, like I said, Shenyuan on the Kylan. Even when he's been a solo pick on Perdoria, I've seen many MVP VODs of Shenyuan pulling through and just crushing the lobby with no one really helping him at all. The Chuz is going to be going on that Justina. And finally rounding it out, Star and Mike. Last pick. We get Star on the Akos. Will Mike follow through on Perdoria Akos? Does Mike really play? Yeah, I don't think Mike plays Perdoria Akos. He mainly plays his Akos on Morris and Hollerath. He will be going with the solo Temi for his phase 6 pick. Exciting stuff, but serve not exciting enough for me. No Tarka. We're not going to see another Tarka. I mean, it was kind of hyped that Mike decided to go with the Tarka pick earlier. Will we see Spider do a Tarka pick before the end of this day? We still have 2 more rounds after this. I have hope. Maybe they busted out for the later games for today.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because I know for a fact that Mike enters phase 1 for next round, so we definitely have that Liam potential because he already chose it sort of as a double pick. We are looking at the skills though and looking at the variations, having an opportunity to see in the Kylan Ultimate to be variation 1v1 for the ASE member for XY. Now for F1 as well, as the combo breaker comes through. Nothing else has changed, right? Lonnie's still on the F1v2, Shayol's still on the F1v1 variation, Liam's still on the F1v2 variations, and then seeing the Justina on the F2v1 with FPX Star on the F2 Akos with the V2 variation, Mike on the F1v3, and hoping to see how this kind of goes out in terms of what's available for the players to spawn in. That always is a dictation for what is allowed for best slot value for them, and at least in terms of Mike, we see him take Tincture Woods, but other players love taking that spot as well in the West. So if he ends up taking the opportunity there, we'll have to see how the players there react if he gets better gear, or in the, vice versa. They could get better gear off rip as well, like we saw from last round, and seeing how Light Polaris was able to kind of, or even in round 2 from Hollerath with Light Polaris getting his purple dagger. Looks like the PXD making their way towards the Ascension Forum. The whole west side of the map is free low in terms of gaining through. Star, look at this man. Bro, he's still going for it. Arcadia, in terms of getting that Volpine's Essence, he wants that to be frame 1 objective, and he's getting it. I think in the majority, though, in the East, WZ Toronto and ASE's XY are off by the Lomsa by the Skygaze Cove. Over by the Mandate Yard, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be TE's Wufang, potentially by the color of the logo. I'm not too sure about the symbol, but Ascension Forum, Pocketed Spawn, Bowded to Shang. He's going to have a lot of foes to kind of go up against. Polaris over by the Imperial Camp alongside with Alliance's A-Shot, but DRG Fong over by the Statue Workshop by himself, but Mike and T.U. Fong on standby. Always Edward at Ascension Forum, PXT north of that. This is going to be the fights off of this is going to be 3 pocketed fights between players, potentially immediately Raven into round 4 as we enter into Perdoria Morning Dew.
Going over to Perdoria Morning Dew. Lipo versus Fong off spawn. We're gonna get that Lonnie versus Liam action. Fong gonna get this gold trophy. We get the blue armor. Throws the 1-shot, but Lipo with the nice cross gets that light attack out, forcing the combo breakout. But Lipo trying to cut off some of this loot. But we have a third party coming in. Looks like Ashao coming in with the Nunnies. Gonna find a 1-2 onto Lipo, stripping his armor away. Lipo backing off right here, looking for an armor reset for himself. But Ashao is going to keep up the pressure. Find the restagger. Sneaky catches the dodge out from Lipo, but Lipo gets that armor reset. Fading out. 1 holds 2. But now Ashao getting flanked by Fong. Wait a second. No, Fong is content with focus firing the Lonnie first right here. Nice dagger to come out from Fong, and the follow-up from Ashao gonna find that RMB, the Nunny RMB, stealing kills away all day today. Fong with the scale rush, now turning his attention to the fellow Liam. is going to be looting up right here, but Azhao, with his armor shredded, Fong sees an opportunity here. Azhao doesn't disengage completely, and now Fong, tricky, a little bit of a hop, skip, parry on the outside, but Azhao not going to be biting on that, is going to keep the pressure up. Brave man finds a white armor reset, 1, 2, gets the stagger. Fong trying to reset right here, but Azhao has something else for him. He has a 1 through 3 on deck. Now Fong trying to get away here, press against the corner, gonna pop the ultimate, gets out of there behind the pillar, sends a double charge into the ball, into the throw. But now Azhao has the option of popping his ult. Looks like we're gonna get a short little reset here, but the action will continue.
Now this is going to be a spot between these two because they're both at the bottom of the leaderboard. Aishao has his ult active right now. DRG Fong looking to try to get that last investment. He finds it. That's elimination number 1 to be earned out on both ends. But Fong takes this victory and with the goal alongside of it. Switching out over here. PXT from Team Wolves up against Always Edward. Former organization for Edward to be part of as formerly Wang Liang. But Forbidden Seal is active. Big blueberry on the field for everyone to look at this in the map. So this is going to be a spot right now for all the players to kind of decide upon going towards this region if they're done with their fights off the early off rip. Otherwise though, Edward is making this approach very difficult for PXT, throwing out the blue focuses, getting caught to the grapple bump into the blue focus, getting a nice R&B for the halberds into a splice. This is going to be that lumbar position that the PXT does not want to find himself in, and it might be just one clink to death, and there's the 1-2. There's the first elimination for Edward. Now going off on this board, DRG Fong finds another elimination, this time though against TE's Wu Fong in the back end. Over to the side though, Edward's making sure he can try to get out of the clutches of the bottom 6. Like I said, today is the day before the players can try to decide upon making it into finals week 4 or going through for last chance qualifiers. Otherwise, pre-finals will be the next notion. Then again, DRG Fong, he ain't stopping, he ain't rolling. He found Aishao, and this is going to be the second life for Aishao in this fight.
Aishao going to be coming out from Fong, setting those R&Bs, but Aishao is able to find that white armor. But Fong camps out, the cross catches him, trying to sneak behind him. No, sir. The horizontal will catch out Aishao, and those R&Bs coming out fiercely. And Fong making quick work of Aishao, just keeping it very simple. I was about to say, the previous fight they had, Fong was just had the timing, just that small little bit of hesitation from Aishao led into the most basic stagger into ball. But speaking of not basic, Pace with that 1, 2, 3 carousel lifting Edward off. But because of the Shayo ultimate, he is going to be backing off. Doesn't want to hard commit to the situation. Double blue armor reset there. Really not worth it to take that fight. We are going to go all the way to the east side of the map. Arano versus Shenyuan. Full armor reset, but Arano has a little bit of a weapon advantage. Actually, no, both of them have purple weapons. Going to be hitting like trucks, looking for the opening. And Shenyuan, the only Kylan in the lobby, just like Arano, the only Syra in the lobby.
Yeah, these are going to be both individual picks here. It's going to be, I believe, Katana in the hands of XY as he's trying to space around here. Arano finds a nice jump LMB to try to cause a stagger. Nice visual opportunity for the combo breaker. Then it's going to be the case for XY, whether or not he wants to release. He does, but it was too early, and this is going to be where those jump LMBs start to really hammer in. As Arano puts out the pressure, we know there's another target on the board right now. OUG's Mike still has a potential to just cross pass between these both players, and with the 1-2 opportunity for Arano, this is going to be a lot of noise to be heard. Mike is at the shop right now. We can see the F1 being invested here for XY, and that's going to be 1 LMB to the uppercut. Free elimination, 2 on the board for Arano. Now, obviously, the gold comes out here. The eliminations had, Arano got the gear. Now it's up to the case of whether or not Mike peeks around the corner or hits and strikes the bell. This is going to be that lava conductor coming into play as well for Mike to try to start the proc off, getting both of them down and then starting looting. But it's already been picked apart, picked apart piece by piece. So by Romy Yang standards, that's where he's going to be looking for. Meanwhile, Star, we already know the name of the game. Volpine's Essence Wielder, he's going to be having that. He also has his quick charge Thunder Call on standby, so he's going to be holding on to that weaponry. But for it as well, blue flying knives to be picked up for both Spider and Star. So if they start contesting between this Romy Yang, now's the time to try to start peppering off between one and the other.
First from Yang coming up. We have Spider, Star posting up. Remember, no free Realm of Yangs. Spider switching from knives back to the nunnies right here. Star is going to be scale rushing around, trying to hold on to his ticket on the Akos. You definitely do want to get in for that nice isolated 1v1. Akos actually does very, very well versus Liam. and Lonnie, both of the 2 strongest meta picks, as well as Syra. Syra's still, I was talking to Frostbus, one of the strongest 1v1 picks in the game. It's just, even though she's really, really good at endgame, she always gets focus fired out because everyone knows she's too strong when it comes to the heal-off situation. It's kind of like Valda, since she has that second health pool, no one wants to let her live. So we've seen a lot of players kind of fade out of picking her. Arano, though, does have a very high average point at 4. We are going to see the Spirit Well situation kind of play out briefly. For this round Yang, we are going to get Arano versus Edward, Syra versus Shayo. Pillar camping at first. This is the new line sitting on the backside waiting for the trap of landing. Rano tricky goes for the cancel, but then these guys release champing into each other over and over. Edward guarding against the scale rushes of Arano. F's going to be coming out. Nice dodge back from Edward. Not going to get staggered from that bedazzle. Comes in. Light hold 2. Tricky gets that parry onto Arano. Cold combo break gonna be coming out, but he catches Arano slipping, but the ult is gonna come out. Edward not able to land the focus attack, and now he has to run away onto the races to get away from this ulted Syra.
Shy ult might be coming out from Edward at the end of the Shy ultimate, now having to earn himself right into the kiting corners. He gets caught by another dazzle. This is gonna be a free LMB. The combo breaker comes out from Edward. Still has the chances right now to go ahead for those double RMBs, and this is gonna be a chance right now for Arana to try to keep as much of the line of sight broken as possible for the scare rushes at least. Now, of course, Edward making sure they can try to cap onto a grapple stagger, forces the combo breaker, forces a drop down into an RB, doesn't get the blue focus. It was too much of an angle right there. And then for Arano, he jumps to deny himself to getting caught by neutral, but the 1-2-3s gets released, and the 1-2s make it happen, Edward. He's getting those victories. In the meantime, Mike is up against DRG Fong. Parry comes out here. Mike does go ahead and continue the onslaught with the nunchucks into the uppercut. Looking for a block here for a horizontal. If he's holding it, he's making sure that Fong releases that blue focus as a wild haymaker play.
Mike now versus Fong looks for the 1 charge into the cancel, gets a nunchuck block. Fong, a little bit of a mistake here, and it's gonna cost him. He goes for the dodge cancel to the side, doesn't create enough space, and Mike is gonna catch him with the uppercut combo. Now moving over to the sashes. Spider is gonna be forcing, I didn't see who he forced out here, is gonna be able to claim that sash for himself, upgrade his loot, and Arano now on the outside on the Syra. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Tough position for him to run out here, find a person to get a soul bloom from. Unfortunately for him, he is going to be running into the gold dunnies of Mike with a buff for sure. Mike is going to be engaging here, and Arano is going to have to slay Mike if he hopes to continue this. The Temmie of Mike, only Temmie in the lobby versus the only Syra in the lobby. Mike finds finally Arano, slowing down. Looks for the light attack, able to get the cross parry off, forcing out the combo break. Still, big damage gonna be coming through. Bedazzled though, forcing out Mike's combo break. He is gonna get the stagger though, and the uppercut combo. Is it gonna be enough to finish him off? Yes, it is. The RMB buff to the Nunnies just doing so much damage. Arano is gonna die to 2 uppercut combos.
Yeah, it really does hurt a lot. Edward, though, finds himself in a nice situation of catching the LMB. Of course, with the stagger coming out here, Spider will find the ultimate cast to come through. For Edward, getting a full reset on both ends. Both Shy Ills are in active ult usage, so it's only a matter of time, but the Vermilions has around 75 seconds left for Edward. So taking the opportunity right now and chasing down SR Spider, who doesn't have Vermilions, means that this is a limited time target right now. Nice tap dodge coming through in there. We do have 10 seconds left on said Shy Ill ultimate. So for Edward, just keeping his notions about him, just keeping it, making sure that he can catch Spider off, making sure there's no opportunity for him otherwise. We switch on over to Imperial Camp. We got OUG's Mike fighting for another opportunity for the grapple RMB. Horizontal griefage coming in from Fong, and he finds elimination. Will he find the soul bloom? No, he won't. It looks like Mike is just too quick on the cookie cutter combination. But wait a second, Mike actually finds himself actually on a meter dump situation. RMB to the 1-2s. No Wistro means that there's no confirmation for him to get that F ability back up, and that's Fong getting both, not only his soul bloom getting rid of, but forcing a salty run back from Mike Raven. Ooh, ooh.
Well, Mike. Wait, he doesn't have ult up. It was a little bit sus. I mean, Yang is up here, so Mike is probably just Gonna res here just so he can go Yang immediately. But if Fong was a little bit ooga booga, if it was like Shen Yuan or Wu Fong, they might just follow up and continue the fight, seeing the salty res as a little bit disrespectful, you know, just you gonna salty res next to me, my guy. Now he is the only Tummy in the lobby too, so it's for sure. I guess you don't really know whether or not it's a unique character until after the game, unless you see the pick bans late in the game. Could be 2 Tummies, you know, you never know. Did I see 1 Tummy or 2 Tummies this time? Now we are going to go to that second realm of Yang. 5 players here out of the 7, all posted up around this realm of Yang, but I believe someone has Yang depletion here. It is Lipo with the blue armor, and you see Spider again using terrain, using those knives to an advantage, finding that uneven terrain and holding. He also switched back to the nunnies. I saw the same thing from him earlier. I was wondering if this was a deliberate like tempo change that he's been doing. Knives, then back to nunchucks. We're seeing Lipo get lit up by the range of multiple players. Now he is going to be able to throw out a lot of these balls to try to get Spider focus fired here, but Spider does have his shadow ulted up. He's going to be defending against a lot of this, and now from the top ropes, Star with the Echoes and the F2 is going to send Lipo flying into the choke, and then Chuz is going to finish him off. Not with the Jasino, but just with a simple light attack, and everyone disappears into the Yang, except Lipo disappears to the lobby.
And we got 6 players left in the game overall. Spider still doesn't have a target there yet, so we'll have to see. But Star able to go ahead, losing out on the Vulpine's Essence. He is going to go up against Edward here with that gold staff rarity and with those purple dual blades as courtesy of his previous target. Now for Edward, this is going to be that parry opportunity right now. He's seeing these RMBs being spammed back and forth. I mean, I would look for a parry too, but that's exactly what Star is trying to lean himself up into, having F2 already on cooldown, meaning that is now a forced fight between Edward and Face Value with those flying knives. He finds a nice combo break here to kind of go for a jump LMB, doesn't get it. Hawk's ultimate as a notion just to force out the aggression from Star. Actually looking for a knockback from his F2 or for his ultimate. He finds the shield block, still has ultimate to think about here from Star. There's a second block, so he does have another shield ready to go for a throw. If he's looking at it, he's making for that pounce. He negates 1 pounce. He still has his third block. He's still looking to try to go for the shield throw. He connects it. Now what's the play here? Because we got that pounce to be really worried about, and it doesn't get invested until now. There it is. Edward still has a combo breaker ready to go here. No shield throws to come out. Looks to break that position right there throughout the pillar, and while both of these ultimates end, the aggression does not stop.
Double charge is going to be coming out, lifting up Star. A little bit of a mistake there. Star goes for the parry instead. I don't know if he had another Tiger in the chamber. I don't think he did, because he might have had one. Yeah, he did burn both of them. He gets double charge instead, but we are going to go over Spider versus Mike, the GOAT matchup. It's over there. Too quick. I needed it to be a little bit longer. We needed to start from the beginning. Just one uppercut combo from nunchucks with the grapple chain. See, they don't have the 2-on-1 anymore. It just does so much damage that we're seeing at half armor. You're for sure dead to an uppercut combo if it's nunchucks.
Oh yeah.
I'm wondering.
And got gold nunnies too. He upgraded.
We come out. We are gonna see Star on the Echoes. Nice little chip. Skip to the back of Star, crossing him up. Dodging that F2 sneaky, but the giant pillar here is going to offer a lot of mobility for Star. And Edward, fellow buff enjoyer, going to be looting up grapples for the inevitable chase for Mr. Star here. Star does have Yang depletion, but he can opt to wait this out and have 2 minutes left before he takes an engagement, as the buff players do run around the map. Little bit risky, just because White Tiger Buzz does give you a huge advantage. He tries to use the catapult, but he's not able to get out. And unfortunately for him, both buff players are going to be closing in right now. Spider, the first one, looking for the stagger as Star hops for his life, trying to get away at least until he finds a better situation where he can get a solo.
Yeah, and the Hall of Military is a really great spot for him to start kiting. He's got ledges, and he's got the internal building of the Hall of Eternity. Now, for Star, he finds a corner. He's trying to scare rush out of here. I think he sucked for a little bit of time, trying to break noise. Of course, that's not going to be the case. Edward is looking to try to speed line towards him with double RMBs. Throws out the F2, backs away, thinks that combo breaker was going to be used, and just in case, he needs to try to create as much space right now as possible. And he gets into the centerfold building for the Hall of Eternity. But for Spider, this is also a placement of where he knows what the other Shio is looking for, that target, Where's that Akos? Where's that Gamer? We need to find them, because now for Star, he's looking to try to use the extension of that grapple, but it gets caught really early on, which has to cut it short. He finds a nice F2, can't do anything about it. Combo breaker from Shio comes out for number 1. Edward looking for the R&B for kill number 2, maybe potentially even looking for it if for kill number 4 actually for Edward, considering that he is one of the top killer leaders in second place. All we need to see is whether or not other targets want to make their approach here. Star finds a nice tidy R&B with focus, but of course cannon shots are coming out and Star can't release F2 for the life of him. Even while in midair, there's the cannon shots, and Fong finds kill elimination number 6 and the solo in the boot.
Fong now with this tried and true dagger. 5 people left alive. Mike's gonna keep up the pressure with these gold nunnies. Nice cross up, able to get around Fong's defense here. Looking for the stagger, but Fong moving, grooving. We're out of there. Slams into the ground. Forced to use his combo break though. Edward on the low ground with the knives, able to keep up the pressure. Tagged in from Mike. Now Spider coming in with the third party. Multiple players all jumping down, and Fong out of nowhere gets his armor shredded, and Mike found him again, wants to take him down, but Fong gonna be popping that V2. Finds the snatch onto Mike, throws him to the wall and said, "Get off me, Mike." We got 2 blue armors in right there. Fong is going to be able to kite for a while here, but it looks like there's an agreement with everyone. Let's get Fong on the dagger. This blueberry running away. Does Fong have it in him to kite the rest of the lobby in order to climb the leaderboard?
I'm hoping to see, because we got 4 targets for him to look at now, potentially earn himself 1+1 to each other. And now for Mike, it's only a matter of time. That Romaine depletion, I can't even see it. It is probably under a minute right now for him, and he's looking the fiend on Fong right there. If Fong can get himself another blue armor, then he's set to go. But Mike, he's got an ultimate, and he's casting it. He throws it, the energy depletion is in effect, and I think Fong actually looks to hold blue at just the right amount of time. Still has purple focus. He gets to F1 to throw him into the corner inside of the tomb, so that's enough time for him to space out. Mike looking for the 1-2s, goes for the Cyan Fang for that flying kick. Of course, one jump elevates the arm. You would like to see it, the unconventional, but one uppercut is enough. But Mike gets caught by the trap. He might be delayed the timing. He still needs that soul to get rid of this Yang depletion. And for Fong, once he's stuck in midair, it is free real estate. It is a Golden Corral buffet. This man is looking at that medium raw steak, if you know what I'm saying. If anything comes out here for Fong, he's going to have to be really mindful of whether or not he can get out of this fray, because all the remaining players are looking for him and they're hounding.
5 people left alive. Spider at 2 kills. Mike at 3 kills. Chuz at 1. Edward at 3. Fong at 6. Mike's gonna have to close out a lot more kills here if he's hoping to steal this away from Fong, but Fong knows what he's working with right here. White armor, purple dagger, gonna be kiting around, but the zone is closing in, plus the 80% movement is taking up a lot of that map. Fong gonna be able to do a basic scale rush using verticality to his advantage. He's going ring around a Rosie. It's gonna be very hard for him to cut noise that no one knows exactly where he went. Wait a minute, I spoke too soon. He did end up getting out. No one realized that he was the one grappling out towards zone. Nice job by my man here. But Mike, on the other hand, 2 seconds on Yang depletion, ends up giving up his life while the rest of the lobby is posted up here at Spirit Well. With 4 people left alive, you're not part of the Spirit Well faction. You better run.
Oh, yeah. And Mystic might mean he's get full vision. He also has jabbing. I think he just picked up a gold staff. We'll have to double check that later on. But Spider also has himself and just trying to locate the players and throw in the blue focuses. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ting! There's a release. And then he's forcing out the first block. Since he still has ultimate active, he catches Fong. Fong might have 1 out here because of the chase right there. There's a nice chance here to see about the shield block. It's not going to occur. He didn't throw it right in time. And Fong finds himself a nice and tidy time to escape for 2.7 seconds. Hopefully, because then that would get him a heal, and that means that he can potentially contest this Shio. If Spider decides not to want to invest a second Shio ultimate, of course, then again, this is only going to be the case scenario for Spider. He finds it. The orb for number 2 gets denied by the second Shio ultimate. Now for Fong, if he staggers her, he knows he can get immediate shield throw. At least in the case if it's in the locked position for a scale rush. But for Spider, there's going to be enough chances right now before there's Liam to get out the game, and he's trying to make it happen right now. Of course, back line, you see Edward and Chishang actually in their own tassel. Last 4 players players between two battles that are happening on side from the top and below. And for this, it's a Hong Sword parry coming through here for Fong, and this is going to be a pickup that he could be using. Of course, Spider still has a shield, and he's still throwing them out here with the target and with the 80% Moonbane dropping down.
Spider, 80% Moonbane gonna be coming down. Has an isolated fight versus Fong. You remember Fong has that 6 kills. Force under white armor. He's keeping up the consistent pressure. Gonna get the uppercut combo into the RMB, and now on the wake up, Fong's able to find that white armor. But Spider keeping up the pressure. Fong can't create the distance. He's smothered by these dunnies. Light attack's gonna be coming in, but the Vermilion Shade is going to heal him back to full. Wait a second. White armor reset, but Spider's unfazed. He's still sending the blues back to back. Throws of one charge into the block. LNB doing tons of damage to Fong. Now Fong creating up the aggression onto Spider. Spider less inclined. Be like, hey, it was just a prank. I was just seeing where we're at. I don't have ult up. But now he has to deal with the Liam and Ulta. Balls can be coming down. He's thrown into zone. Is that rough skill? Enough burn damage? Spider is throwing the light or the cannon shots.
Crazy.
And Fong gets the stagger, but like doesn't complete. Did he get the stagger? It looked like he got the stagger. But Spider just ends up lighting him back, taking him down. I thought Fong had it just because of how far he was when he got the R&B.
I don't know. The rest of the kills came through. I think he just came out with just a whoop in the head. We are going to get a replay, though, because that Soul Bloom that was there was 2 Soul Blooms that were there on the bodies. And that was both Edward and Shang to get eliminated by Moonbane early on. That's why Fong was able to survive for as long as he did. But then again, Spider getting in first place doesn't get MVP because, like I said, Fong was racking up kills left and right. He was actually able to get himself those extra 2 points for placement, which was 8, and then that gives him that MVP slot. But having to consider how well he's been able to kite throughout the whole entirety of the final position, especially when Mike was on him, he invested ultimate in the underground. However, wasn't able to kind of hold him in place that he was looking for. It just really kind of came into notion that all the players, even with the lobby chasing down a single Liam, that Fong is just the disengagement king, S tier, pretty much making it happen, making it look like light work, and then of course making an MVP for this round. Surprisingly enough, though, still just trying to get out of the bottom 6 on the leaderboard stat.
I mean,
scales.
Well, I mean, Fog does get the 6 kill and ends up scaling up perfectly. And we're seeing he started out the day very, very slow, but this is something that Fong really excels at, playing these endgame scenarios. Now, normally Fong rushes during qualifying rounds. He farms a lot of like the bottom half of the league, but now I'd say the bottom half of the league has pretty much caught up, that the edges of being very, very strong in around the Yang is probably closer to 60-40. Before, it was definitely a lot more favored to certain players, being at like 80-20. We're seeing replace Edward gonna be taken down by the Moonbane, pulling off a Frostabus, you know.
Oh,
Moonbane's shredding you up. Even if you have gold armor, you got to be careful, ladies and gentlemen, on those end games. That 80% Moonbane is no joke. It is a gold Moonbane, and the rarity of the Moonbane just means how frequently it hits. When you have those late game Moonbanes, they hit in the same area multiple times. But speaking of multiple times, multiple choice question for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. The spring split random gifts are dropping. Which player chose Akos you in game 4? Was it A, OUG's Mike, B, SR Spider, C, WZ Arano, or D, FPXZQ's Star?
Hopefully you're paying attention, you know what I'm saying? Hint, he had Wolfine's essence. That's the hint, bro. That's the easiest hint I got for you guys. That's gonna be the biggest hint if you've been paying attention to these games. But yeah, like you mentioned, you know, it's kind of coming through out here. Looking at his scoreboard, 8 points in first place. I think he's in 15th overall right now. Maybe actually in 14th. We'll have to double check. But Spider right now 6.6 in second place. Edward with 5.5 points earned in third place. Mike with 4 in fourth. Wolves is PXT with 2.5 in fifth. WZ Arano in sixth, and Shang in seventh. 2 points though earned out for FPX to start in 8th place, while TE's Wu Fong as well as A shall take 1 point each. Polaris takes out 0.5 replacement. Donut for XY from Team ASC, still having an opportunity, man, to see if it makes it through into the middle 6. We still have a little bit of time to check. 2 rounds left. Fireflies, specifically Holoroth Dusk into Moore's Isle Night, and then seeing about whether whether players can just make it out of the depths. I mean, we've seen it happen time and time again, not a problem. But having the slow roll in the beginning and then obviously coming out on top into the latter half of the games, definitely it's a good notion in terms of where that player kind of makes those decision makes, in terms of the fights that they can take, especially off of the beginning that we saw from Fong against A Xiao. Talking about A Xiao, he is at the one at the top of the bottom of the pool, and we're looking at DRG Fong. He's at 24%. He's not even in the top 3 of the bottom 6 bracket. He is in 16th place. He still has 2.3 points and then some to catch up towards where FPX Star is, who is at the gatekeeper spot at 13th place, at least right below it, with 26.5 for Polaris and Edward at 26 and 15. Maybe that's why we saw Edward, leaning back on the chair, because he's just thinking about the contextualization of making it to finals week into the weekend. ASC's XY though is the gatekeeper, contending for 28 points and 12. SS1's CDY, who is not playing today, but is at 28.3, most likely to be slightly knocked down to 12 or even below that. But 28.5 for just Shang in 10th, WZ Toronto 29 points in 9th, Wolves PXT 29.5 in 8th place. Really close between 8th and 12th, to be honest. We're talking like 1.5 difference between the range. And for the players in the top 6, obviously Mike is trying to clutch throughout the top 3 bracket, but 43.5 versus T's Wukong in 4th with 45.3. Then TG5 not playing, of course, 47.3 versus 47.9, upwards to where Spider is in 1st place with 55.8. So between that, 8th through 12th, 8th through 16th, that's a little bit of a scary zone to be in right now, especially for those values of the points to make into qualify for this weekend, right?
In order for Mike to catch up at this point, or even Wufang needs to go back-to-back, just massive games here if he hopes to get over that 30 point at 24 points. He's gonna have he can have like a solid kill game, like 4 or 5, but ideally he wants the MVP next 2 games if he hopes to secure it. A lot of people are on the cusp of looking at the highlights. We're gonna have Edward with the dual Halbies versus Pace. Nice lot of attacks gonna be coming in. Fong jumping LMB into RB with the chase down Azhao. He picked apart Azhao here with so much raw fundamentals with those dual blades, just following up with the light attacks, predicting those dodge cancels, and taking the fight to him. Now we have Arano versus Genuine. Nice little bit of fist cross up, getting that feint into the body, then getting behind him into the uppercut combo, and more. Fong doing the Liam things, able to get the grab with the ball and then set up for the very straightforward double charge Halby punish on it. Tough break for Spider fighting against Fong with the Xiao ult. I think they do reset here. No. Spider does smack him back in the head for doing this. I know why exactly Fong is that, but I'm pretty sure he got the stagger again. I didn't get to closely look at it again, but it looked like he got the stagger and then just like Spider mashed mouse 1 and snuck a light attack through.
Man, probably the case. I mean, it was right out the corner too, so maybe GG's go next, but he got MVP. Second MVP kind of go through here, 19,000 damage, dual blades, daggers, skills, ultimates, of course, in that order. I didn't obviously see about that work for the yellow orb. Honestly speaking, I mean, he had the dual blades, he had the dagger. With the dual blades, if he was able to kind of release it off of the, if he was able to kind of work into being offensive with the ultimate, it's like you said, right? In the first round, sometimes you see someone using a certain weapon, they would have the jades to kind of correspond with it, like what we saw with Polaris with the engraving, and then maybe even to have to detach. I think Fong will just keep a notion about what if this player has a Mortal Defiance on the and standby, something to keep in mind. Obviously, if he had the chances of targeting the blue focus on a wall with Spider in his toe, it would have been the elimination he needed to get the MVP, which would have splurged the points upwards up to above the 10-point threshold of with the multiplier in mind. But then again, moments like these is like it's one decision making to the next. You only have 2-3 seconds before that orb dissipates, and then you'd have to make the decision making from that point on. Otherwise, though, I think the Liam pick there was really going to be the benefit for Fong in that game, especially considering the points that he was able to earn.
Yeah, speaking of the points that are going to be earned going into Game 5, it's championship round. If you're hoping to qualify for the last bi-weekly finals, we saw in the interview, Wang Liang or Edward basically needs to make this finals in particular. Now, there has been 4 finals coming up. Well, 3 have been played. We're going to the 4th one right now, and it's important because it sets you up to go to actual NBPL finals, which sets you up to go to J-Cup. So you really want to perform well in these just by getting in there to get some points towards your total. So Edward's done the math. I think Frost has told me that no matter what happens this weekend, I don't think he can qualify. He has to go to last chance qualifier. It does give you a little bit of advantage, though, going to last chance qualifier, that you stay warm. Everyone else will be on break, the top 6 of the lobby, while the bottom 12 of the league all battle it out. So going into this Game 5, we'll have to see whether or not Fong can drag it back. Now, I know this is Fong back to NARAKA. I know during the off season, he was getting attracted by other games, and he was really debating on retiring. So it's good to see that he's back, and he's found a little bit of zest to be playing the game. He's known as the dagger god in the league. If you haven't been watching NBPL for the last 2 or 3 years, he used to do shenanigans like dropping other weapons all the time. That wasn't a dagger, and he just exclusively played dagger and then exclusively play fan when it comes out. I know when they actually make a congeneric, he's for sure going to be one of the weirdos doing congeneric combos with fan and dagger.
No, 100%. Yeah, if anything comes out here, if we get something as cool as a single edge congeneric, right, with the stances, that would be something for the fan and dagger. That would be something to be to be seen in the NBPL, which is actually sway into that, seeing about the golden weapon drop moment that he had a couple years back, especially with just wheeling out the dagger. Crazy work. It does make a notion though with the congenerics, bringing that out, just a really slight mention. Mike had tried to do it again today. With it into round 3 more style. He also tried to do it, or Frost was even trying to do it into day 1, if I'm not mistaken, from the Fedora map rotation, where he was actually trying to force out that gamut of making sure if they forced a proc that he was going to blue focus. Today I was looking into the congeneric swap, and I was actually curious and seeing if there was a damage spike that comes out from the stage 2 to the stage 3. And apparently, yeah, there is a damage spike that comes out from the stage 3. Is it the most optimal option? It's like a it's an ace up your sleeve. Oops, I got a banana peel and I'm slipped into your way, like a cartoon. And then players just don't know what to do after that unless they get locked down. Are they gonna use combo breaker? Are they gonna use ultimate to break out? Who knows? But I think it also comes down to how long that animation lasts. Because since it lasts for so long, if there's other players around you, you're not gonna have a fun time when they decide to try to look for a yoink of a single RMB, i.e. nunchuck RMBs that we've seen, I think 5 times today, just catching out kills left and right.
On 1.3 kill, average 9,000 back to the league. Still picking off where you left off. It's going to be a moment of clutch. Are we going to see vintage Fong? Or is Fong going to have to battle it out in the last chance qualifier? The GOAT himself, Mr. OUG Mike, hasn't had a pop off day, but the previous day definitely carrying through. Still having a very, very solid day. We see a round 2 Tarka. We'll have to see whether or not we'll see another Tarka for the day. Spider, the other Terminator in the lobby, has had a very, very strong day so far. He's pretty much just cruise control. All these guys cruise controlling. Now, you do take a percentage of these points to finals. So they are still fighting for every single point. And we've seen it time and time and again for actual finals in solos and trios. There is a points threshold to MVP the round, meaning once you pass a certain amount of points, if you win the next round with an MVP, the tournament ends. So we've seen tournaments end in the 8-round format in 4 rounds. We haven't seen it the most recently with the point changes, but every little point matters, even though they're only taking a small percentage going into these bi-weekly finals. Still, we'll have to see. Still, 2 more games left. Morris, oh actually no, not Morris. We go in the normal rotation here. We have Holoroth, Firefly. So hopefully we get to see some Tarka. Maybe we're crossing our fingers. Maybe we'll see something. Maybe we'll see the F1v2. Or I mean, I'm down to see a little bit more Fireball. See if anyone's figured it out. I saw Pace doing a lot of jumping LB things with Longsword. And I'm curious why more players just don't do the weapon swap. And that seems to be Tarka's strongest position when he weapon swaps. We haven't seen anyone really get down the infinites, at least, or like the raw dragons from Tarka. That's really one of Tarka's main strengths, is that when he actually gets through all of your cooldowns, he can do a very, very damaging combo to you. It's hard to set up though without the right terrain situations. But going to game 5, we're gonna be going to our hero pick selections. Mike and Star in phase 1. Aldous, Chuz, and ASC. Genuine in second round. Always Edward, SR, Spider, round 3. 4th round selection, we're going to have WZ Arano and Wolves Pace, or PXD. 5th round selection, we're going to get DRG's Fong with Alliance Ashao. In the 6th round, we're going to have Wu Fong. I forget. Fong? I missed who the last player was. But going into this last selection, I'm excited to see, are we going to see some new meta things so far today? Most surprising thing was seeing Justina picked as phase 3.
No, I was going to say the same thing. I think that's going to be something that kind of pulled me by surprise, because considering that Jael wasn't chosen out there, and then she was definitely chosen out, like once it was available, phase 5, I was like, all right, we're taking her. But now it's going to be a double pick. Liam for Mike here. This is his second pick. This is going to be his choice. Star's going to also pick out Liam here for it. And then with a tumultuous second phase, that's double pick for XY. Chishang, though, is going to lock in for that Lonnie. Now seeing a Lonnie available. Edward, Spider going for the Tarka. This is what we've been waiting for. This is first Tarka. Potential triple Tarka would be a great moment, but Arano and Pace have to really commit towards it. It's going to be Pace going out here for the Justina, double Temmie now in the lobby, with Arano being the second Temmie in the gameplay. Now for phase 5, phase 6, I'm looking at you, H. I'm looking at you, Fong. We got options on the table here to pick up the Tarka. One of y'all have to, at least. Shayo definitely is going to still be chosen, though. She takes precedence over anything if she's still available for that +1. And then for Fong, I mean, answer's clear, it's dead. Syra, yeah, okay. Now we have to think about Wu Fong and Light Polaris, because they still have chances here to single pick out. They still have the Justina to choose. Syra is going to be chosen out for Light Polaris. Wu Fong, he had a great Justina game. It was Holoroth. Seeing about whether or not he wants to try to replicate that effort. This is going to be the case. I mean, if he does it, I mean, it is what it is. He's in phase 6, but if he takes out the notion of choosing something else entirely different, then he has it available for his first phases when he starts going through. That's a triple Syra into the Holoroth Dust.
Interesting. Very interesting. Remember what I was saying, like Syra does very bad now because she gets focus fired, but there is a unique instance that if there are 3 Syras in the lobby, which is rare, just like Monk comms keeping each other alive, or Viper comms, like Syras have been keeping each other alive, they're able to annihilate the lobby. Now, will they be able to win? Because you only get to that point if you win Yangs. So we'll have to see whether or not Syra can continue to win Yangs. One of the harder, this is definitely the harder of the 2 lobby combinations. More of the best fighters are here. The Yang fighters are all here. Now looking at the overall average, you're seeing most people are under 3 actually for most of the characters, with the exception of Edward, Spider, Genuine, and Mike with a ridiculous average on his Liam at 6.1. Genuine, best Temmie at 3.4. Spider at 3.5 for his Tarka. So maybe if someone's going to MVP around on Tarka, it might be Spider. Now he is going to go with the standard solos build of F2V1. I'm sure Duncan has something to say about that. Is there anyone else you see serve who's running anything different? I think it's just more standard across the board.
Yeah, definitely, and nothing changed up. Like if we saw from we saw from TT5 in the finals of week 3, where he was just showed up with a V1 Liam. Not going to be the case today with these Liams today. We've seen Mike and Star being able to double pick their premier pick, especially Mike with that 6.1 average of the day, or in the league this season. This spawn rate, Star gets the salvation podium. I'm okay with that. That's usually the case. Now, if we look at the Cinnabar Valley, I see 3 targets, 4 spawns really, that are just going to be able to populate over there. Now, early off drop aggression for those bottom 6 players is a must. I think they got to be very tenacious about how they want to do it, because A Shao, he's in the mix with Mike, with Arano, and with another player in the back line. Kind of curious to see how he's going to want to operate off of that, but he is going to be having to be very close-minded about that position right there.
My screen froze for a little bit, but they were just on the same part of the map for a second. We are going to the game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Off spawn, we are going to get Azhao versus Mike again. Ooh, wanted to see this matchup. Light attack followed up by another reset 1. Lipo coming in with the dual halberd. He's going to send that double charge out, but Mike gonna get that armor reset with his blue staff. Gonna be setting up for the sneak attack. Lipo caught lacking right here. Gonna get hit in the side of the head by the RMB of OUG's Mike's blue staff. Where are we right here? We're just like in an off area. Oh, we're slightly to the left of Imperium. Azhao gonna be sliding off right here. Multiple fireflies in this location. Grab some fruit, but the drop down out of nowhere. Wufang is gonna be joining into the mix right here. Gonna hit him with that nunchuck RMB. Light Pow ends up hearing the commotion, ends up tagging in, and now Azhao is trying to get away from both Lipo and Wufang.
We still got to think about that Forbidden Seal. I mean, for Firefly aside, look at Lipo. He's like, let me walk away from this. RMBs are going to be spammed out here for Wufang. 1 chances to the next. If he can get elimination off of A-Shot, this is a great opportunity to try and deny to the bottom 12 or bottom 6 to make it through. A-Shot having himself for a clink here, looking towards one of these sidelines, knows that this is not going to be a space where he can exit. He's going to have to take the fight. Doesn't get caught in the trap there. Big chances right now for Wufang to get caught. Obviously, that was his own trap that he set up, but for A-Shot to get a full reset, a Shayo at 85%, and getting a full armor reset, this is where Light players is going to be making really, really smart decisions upon just being spacing, getting closer and closer, because once that position is had, HL will definitely have to panic defensively ultimate. And for Wufang, look, man, he's hiding throughout inside of Imperial. Over towards the south side, Cinnabar Valley, as mentioned, 4 players are around here. Edward, Bull Dual Blades, and Armor, having 75% or 90% actually on his ultimate bar. For him, that's going to be a really good notion if he finds another opponent that he wants to take a close-ended fight against. Of course, there are 3 others over there, but for Arano, man, Mike with those uppercuts, free as can be, and gets a double tap R&B. That's going to be Arano going down for his first life, Mike for his first elimination.
With his dying breath, Arano pops that Temio, but to no avail. Mike is able to slay him with those nutties right here. Now we're going to get Lipo versus Wufang. We saw them a little bit earlier. Multiple armor resets around Lipo. I think we already went through, but Wufang with the 1 through 3. Lipo not having any of that. We parried those Wufang. Now putting Light's going to be coming through. Instant Light going to be coming through. Looking for the overhold. Is going to bait out the parry from Mr. Wufang. Gold App is going to be out. He crouch cancels into his ult. And now the Syros are going to be going at it with an ult. Looks like Lipo kind of wants to chase, Kanta wants to heal. What about we heal chase? XD, we get the bedazzled onto Wufang. Wufang trying to do the same thing back, but Lipo switching sides with him over and over, and LMB is going to be used. Lipo dropping down from that focus attack, and Wufang just sending everything right here. Cancels this one, gets the scoop on the other one, cancels the next one, and then sends this one. We're going back and forth. Focus attack to fake focus attack, fake focus attack, over and over and over. My man gets put in the blender and absolutely destroyed.
That's great. Saki says, this is what the pro players do. Everything comes out here. Mike making sure you can try to skate away from Aisha, but Aisha is trying to create this hunt position. Of course, the Predator may or may not become the prey in the moment if Mike finds an armor swap, especially. Now, obviously, between both of their ultimates being at the same bars right now, there's the armor swap right there. Mike finds an R&B, and look who's at the lead right now. The hunter has become the hunted, but an armor swap from Aisha, kind of premium, I'm not going to lie. The F would have knocked back and forced this LMB situation. First parry comes out. Block extreme doesn't get necessarily needed as Mike goes ahead and avoids getting through with that parry animation. Nice grapple bump. LMB to the R&B. Crouch LMB extensions. No, he jumped LMBs. This might be A Xiao's position right now to lose track of Mike because Mike is looking for another armor right now. He's going inside the tents. He's looking for a sand pair potentially. Not having that buff. Make a break. Not really. But for Mike, this is going to be a spotlight right now if he gets caught by a stagger. If A Xiao has the grapples and it looks like he is not continuing the chase because he may or may not have just run out of resources. Just like that. Of course, for this notion, Mike gets a block extreme there. One R&B to the next. Burns the Shio cooldown for the combo breaker. Finding a nice sign Fang for that dual ring animations. A Xiao actually puts Mike in a position of combo breaking out, which then might switch up the pace. The tempo is going to be met for Mike if he finds another armor. So he does. He has these behind his back of his head, and this is going to be the meter dump that he needs to just churn out the damage. For, of course, the ultimate bar are completing themselves to get to 100%, but whether or not A Xiao can get his before the Liam, all Mike needs is a single R&B or a parry into it. With a Scale Rush Blue, he gets elimination.
Mike with the chase down on his Liam, able to close out A Xiao. I wanted to see this fight all week. We are going to go over down to the south. Chuz versus Wolves Pace. And Bowda's Chuz is going to come out triumphantly. The nunchuck seems to be doing work for everyone. Maybe it's a good luck try, but Chuz is going to be coming in with the flank onto Spider. But Spider is going to get triple charged by the likes of the Temi Genuine. He does not want to fight right here. He is going to opt for the long way. Now, Bowda's Chuz does have infinite white heals with that tuna. So he can sit here and harass Spider for a little bit. Doesn't want to risk it all because the maximum correction does eventually hit us all. It just hits very little in the beginning of the game, so you should be able to pick up a lot of tropes that are still in the zone. Spider with the Temi. I just remembered it. He's on Temi. I was like, what character did he kill him on? Oh yeah, we got the Temi on deck. Are we going to take a fight versus Syra? It looks like Chuz wants a piece of it. He immediately jumps in and starts fighting them. What?
Huh. This is interesting. Forcing out the fight between Atarka right now. Chuz has his opportunity right now just to chill out because Spiritual, for Spiritual to go online, Spider would want to go for that purple armor, but he doesn't have the gold to purchase it. So Chuz wants to take the chase down. XY gets his Spearwolf for free. Nah, bro, we ain't giving this. All right, listen. One element to the next. Spider looks for it. Looks for the lethal jab potential. Looking for the R&Bs here. Looking for a blue focus clink. The option right now is only a matter of time. Look at Polaris right here. He is on nearby vicinity, and he's looking at this Lonnie. And since Spider had just burned the ultimate, we still got 2 more throws to be had. Spider burning ult right there. Chuz getting an extra heal, getting the armor swap that he needs, and allowing for himself to manly heal. May not be the most opportune moment, but for Spider, if he gets into overheat mode, he still has a combo breaker. Look at that animation coming through here. Maybe we're looking for a shift punch if he catch him. Nope, the aerial probability of catching Alani, zip nada. And for Spider, he gets at least 1 common powder heal, but with XY here stacked with that purple armor, as we just saw from earlier for that Spirit Well to be claimed, that is going to be his guy upgrade in eliminating this Tarka potentially. Otherwise, though, we do have that Tempest kick coming through here for Mike, but of course, Flying Eyes in the build and with a bow, and his target is FPX Star.
FPX Star gonna go with the grapple up. It's a landing, absolutely clobbering Mike on landing. They're putting him so many light attacks, but Mike didn't be fighting back with the fade back focus attacks. He gets a light attack into the ultimate, but unfortunately, first to go, first to lose in the Liam matchup. Mike goes for, I guess like he goes for the another scoop, but it's very obvious from the Loki to respond correctly. Now we are going to go to the other role in the game. Wufang versus Mr. Edward. Edward's going to be coming in. Big damage right here. Edward's going to be coming in from Edward here, but Stone formed out. Now, the Syra ult is going to be coming through. We are going to go into this phase 2, but the Syra ult is just so oppressive. Even with perfect spacing, I think this would be very hard. Now, I think we're all dead. Wait, is there one turret up?
That's not right now for the bounce.
That's not our. Oh, it is. Wufang is in here.
Look at that. Oh, double 2.0 with the pistol shot. Okay, wait a second. 1 HP? 1 HP injury. They're both getting for a reset. Combo Breaker still up for Edward, though. He's got to watch out for the Scare Rush. You saw how much Wu Fang was kind of going for the Scare Rush into R&B. He's doing that consistently, but 1 R&B, 1-1-2. Combo Breaker is breaking now. We got 10 seconds on the clock, and I think Wu Fang gets... Oh, my goodness, I can't. Yeah, he gets it. Jump R&B confirms with the pole sword. Crazy work. But Wu Fang gets his victory. That's gold art. That's gold weaponry to be built up. Meanwhile, we might get a replay, but Chisheng, XY, they're fighting out each other. I don't see Spider. I don't see Light Polaris. Polaris actually dies out here. We just don't have a moment of seeing that. But we do see Star outside of his Romyang with that gold staff. Still trying to see what is up. The deal is with his Liam. And since Mike lost his Romyang, that's just the case scenario. Liam with the Romyang depletion means that the plays to kind of catch up to the point of the lobby and getting out of that Romyang depletion is going to be the benefit if it's a consolidated 1v1.
Now with... Actually, I was just 11 people. Now it's down to 10 people. The last call is set. Consolidation of the rest of the lobby serve. Look at the overall standings. We have TE's Wu Fang off spawn going to be able to get 2 kills. Mike, after his Yang depletion, still has, I believe, 2 minutes. The thing is blocking to find some Yang kills. Shen Yuan on his tried and true Demi up to 3 kills. Wolf's pace at 1. Now going over to Plume Castle, even though it's like guaranteed that you're going to find someone, it's very hard to lock someone down in this situation because of how mobile some characters are, with gold common breaking their ultimate like makes them move like a fighter jet. Mike is very interested with this money and this bounty.
You think it's more of a predict style to catch somebody off, like cutting them off where they might end up going?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because when you scout a team, you're not going to know exactly why they call left or right, but if you see enough patterns, it becomes more obvious what their rationale is.
This is Chang. He's getting caught out. Every clink comes out here. Once Mike locked him down in one spot, he's not going to be the prime focus inside this building. And still with Mike with the ultimate still on standby, since Shang doesn't have ultimate ready to go immediately, that's just a dangerous position. Edward though, man, you looking for it. R&B hold check comes out here, Star ultimate. Next thing that he's gonna have to escape, and he doesn't get caught by the dazzle. So this actually might. Oh, he got counter grapple. Wow, Wu Fang canceled ult to go for the grapple stagger. Impeccable work, my friend. But 2 minutes left on the clock, and Edward isn't gonna stop here. Obviously, gold pole sword, it's gonna hurt for a bit. But if Edward catches his R&B, he could just go for the stagger. He's switching over to the longsword himself. Wu Fang wants to take this fight, slap central. And when R&B, blue focus doesn't come through out, and A-Shao looking to grief this. Remember, A-Shao, bottom of the leaderboard, needs to make this happen. Edward also needs to make this happen. These guys need to get past 28.3 or some bit, and that's a threshold that is still going to be increasing for the gatekeeper spot. And as long as these matches keep going where the bottom half goes crazy. Now for Wu Fang, still having Vermilion burst might gets a parry, nicely done. Might actually delete Edward as he has a combo breaker. He spaces out. But of course, A-Shao wants to punish him throughout this entire fight, trying to get the elimination himself, but won't do so.
A-Shao with the R&B is going to be able to close it out, eat up these soul balloons, hopefully get a little bit better gear. We are down to 7 players now. There's a lot more people favoring Spear and Staff within Pro League as well. A lot of the spacing. I feel like I like Staff a little bit more than Spear, just because the focus attack's a little bit more reliable. R&B has the purple focus as well, so you can kind of send it out in retreat to defend and get some stamina back. We are going to get Shen Yuan versus Wu Fang. Wu Fang with the chopping R&B comes slamming down onto, what's this? I forgot what that was.
Mike.
Anyone?
Oh wait. Oh no, he's fighting against A-Shao.
We are gonna get, what is this? Mike versus the clones. Clones. Does Punisher beat Zyra? Nice little ring around a Rosie here. Double charge gonna be coming out. Big slam onto Mike, but Mike's gonna get the half charge out, but doesn't matter. We still got a gold combo break. Knocking him down. And again, this time, Mike with the light baits it out. Cross parries and no more gold pole sword for you, Missy. And now, longsword player He's Wu Fang.
Nice.
He's gonna get Mike against the wall and combo him to death.
This is the second time we saw Wufang cancel his ultimate like that. And A Shao caught in the Wisp Infinite. XY key proprietor for that. He's the one who makes it happen. And he gets a gold armor and the gold weapon. Specifically a Heartstopper kick to be picked up, as well as looking towards a gold staff. He's also able to pick up, I believe, either an engraving or jabbing. We'll have to triple check that later on. But if it's a jabbing with a gold staff, yeah, carries too. Big damage coming out here. 5 minutes on the clock right now for A Shao. He's got to make his trek down southbound. This soul altar is all the way out here. Now, remember that soul bloom that he left behind. He had it for at least 2 minutes from the kills against Edward. And then when he killed off Wufang, he left the soul bloom for Wufang. Now that soul bloom, 2 minutes on the floor, afterwards it expires. I'm not sure how much time has passed, but if he's not making his way right now to that soul bloom, that means he knows that it is over. It is not there anymore. And if he does end up getting it at the last possible second, he still has to contest Mike for it, because Mike is over by this area.
We're by this area. 8 people left alive. Wufang, he would solidify his squad right here at 49, but the drama is, oh man, Fong's at 25, but you see how close all of the points are. 25.2 threshold is only 9 points, so that's 4 points. We just have to lock in for 2 kills each game. Azal is going to keep up the pressure onto Mike, getting multiple staggers right here. 1, 2, 3, Cyan Fang able to heal up Azal, and finally Mike over with taking so much damage from my man. Grabs the armor and is going to be backing off. Now, where is everyone else? I haven't seen any Tarka yet. Is
Spider dead though? He dead though. He died over by the east side of Foom Castle. We just didn't see it, as well as Light Polaris. So both of those guys got knocked out between XY and A Shao, I believe.
No.
Rest in peace.
Mike with the one try parry is going to be able to get that big damage. Flying Knives only has a singular hit for its parry. It doesn't hit you twice, so the second you get hit, you cannot gold F out.
Dangerous game. Star in the zone. Star of the lobby, dude. It's crazy too to think that, like you said, the leaderboard right now for Gatekeeper for top 12, it's really close. Like next game, I mean, paces are not paced. CDY is already out, fortunately, but it's up to Edward to kind of close that gap against him and Arano. And since Arano's already out this round, there's just one round last chance. Fong, 25.2. If he survives out here for the next 6 targets and might pick up 3 kill eliminations, gets first place, that means that's 7.8 points, or at least in terms of that he's able, with 4 eliminations, 7.8 points, 6.6 if he gets to 3. And then that would be just a little bit more of a lump sum, considering that he is at 0 eliminations. But for Star right now, times of the ticking hour, man. He's going to be looking to try to get chased down, and Wufang is not letting up this pressure. He's being offensive as heck, but of course for Star, having that last vitality in his hand, it's going to be the most important vitality in his life, because once it comes down to it, XY looking for the Heartstopper kick, and if he finds a parry off of that, that's enough for him to go ahead, pick up the weapon, and back off. But then again, the lobby's looking straight at him. They don't know whether or not he has an ultimate off on the rip. They don't even know if he's going to be one of the Liams to be made out to be a major threat in the lobby, but they're just looking at him as he is getting focused by one player. Shang in the distance, making his approach towards the Imperial Village, towards the Beast Pen, and Mike just on the high ground right now, just testing out the waters and seeing what's up. But for Star, Scare Rush from Wufang, massive damage comes out here, looking for a 1 armor heal if he can. That Rupture Gale is continuously keeping the burns, and Mike looking for a drop down blue focus with a Flying Knives from the distance. Either or, Star is looking in a massively bad spot.
Star with the cannon, surrounded on all the corners. 7 people left alive. Star is on the cusp. Can he really get past? I mean, Lipo and Edward are still on the cusp. He can get pushed out if he's not careful, but so many people are close, and you see that at average, closing the distance, all at 30. I would say this is the closest I've ever seen the league with, as far as like even in scores. No one's besides like Spider. And then there's a pretty big jump off at the top 5 with 10 points. Everyone is still in striking distance to bring this back. Chuz, Combo Break's going to be out. Going to use the ball to get out of this situation, but has to be careful right here. The Moonbane has not been forgiving to everyone. Ball comes in. He's going to be able to get 1 heal. Does he get 2? Tap dodge away. And Pace sees that someone's in there. Does he go in? Wants to go back It swerves off. Doesn't want to go maximum grief here. Oh yeah, I forgot. There are multiple Syras in this one. The rare triple Syra lobby. None of them made it to endgame.
I think Fong might be the only one.
One did. Feels bad, man.
I want to talk about this though, because I saw the kill feed. My man got a single RMB and returned to center from XY. Look at this. King into the hard stopper. Unfortunate. Into the LMBs. Jump LMB, double jump LMB. That's crazy. That hard stopper that XY was able to pick up from the Romy Yang is kind of massive. Like I said, it was whether that he was going to be using the staff or the spear. And he's got both. Purple rarity staff. But having this hard stopper kick, having the ability to be able to spam this out is huge. Advanced heal, quick charge, thunder call, firewalls, a target lock, moral defiance. He's got an alchemy stacking up, of course, slowly but surely. He's gonna be the one target though. Temi, like we mentioned earlier in the beginning, right? Tumult can be one of those big threats that if you allow him to survive in the end game of the lobby, he can make this a living hell for you. And XY, he's trying to decide upon whether or not to use the F skill because Mike just shows up with his Merciless Havoc. And Spearow being contended for right now is whether or not an ultimate has to be used preemptive in order to ensure that there's 100% ult rage gain. And for Tumult, that is a big gamble, specifically considering how short duration his ultimate is going to last.
And Shenwan on the Temi does have hard stopper, is posting up right now. He is going to cut it in half with delayed ult, having his ult right back up again. Now, who is he gonna target first? We got a Liam, a Temi, a Justina, an Akos, a Temi, and a Syra. Well, Syra and Helic. First, we did find an isolated person. We found where Mike was hiding. I feel like she is gonna be a little bit jealous of this Genuine right here, able to get out of there. Mike, wait a minute, Mike ends up getting out of that situation. Genuine with the Mystic Mike wants to find Mike here, looks for the F. Oh, catches him off guard. Dragons are gonna be coming out. A little bit greedy for the combo. Wall griefs him right there. Mike clips onto the wall, not able dodging the follow-up, but runs out, hits the trap. Temiel's gonna be invested. No stamina to Mike's name. He's gonna jump the LMB to try to clank here. It's not gonna matter though. Shenjuan gets the RMB, bonks him out of existence.
And DRG Fong gets hit by Moonbane. Even after picking up the Soul Bloom, still looking to reset, and XY is going to be allowed for that at least. Going to see a Stanchion Sky Pillar, a Jabbing, and a Silent Fang with a Sap Jade with a Ruptured Gilor from Fong. He was a menace from, named Dennis, to be able to pick up that weapon selection. Now for Fong, obviously he's going to be able to pick up the gear alongside that, but more importantly, XY has stacked out. Nice roll, man. I was a little bit spooked out here for a second, but he still has a chance here just getting struck by a Venn diagram. Make it happen at any point. Might be pulling out an Edward here. I'll stop. BXD, though, has his opportunity right now to hold out into the corner. Has just, ult still on standby. Blue Longsword is back. There it is. Looking at towards the next couple of seconds, 5 seconds to be exact, before this movement expires, and see what the lobby wants to kind of partition towards. Having an engraving, having the blistering edge, having a scatter shot. Pace has the opportunity right now to kind of work those jades out, especially the engraving that we saw earlier in the first rounds. Benthic Ascent, Palm Lightning, in a switch dazzle from Bowders to Shang. Having purple rarity, Flying Knives would definitely do him justice for that. And then for XY, forcing out this fight against a Syra, this is going to be a really strong notion on this Syra being the last one remaining. That's essentially the Sky Pillar after it gets procced out for the combo breaker. Lobby could take full advantage of this Raven and making sure that she gets knocked out. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a case scenario for that preemptive Syra ultimate. And once it ends, she can end up getting lobbied out.
Bong, last Syra standing. He's going to pop that ultimate. The rest of the lobby going to be keeping their eyes on this Syra. Now, some of these suspects, who's in this end game here? We got Pace, Chuz, Star, Bong, and Shenyuan. What's the likeliness of playing this all the way out to heal off? We see the chopping R&B coming down from Star. He's going to go with the triple charge, ends up taking down Bong. And again, Syra cannot live through end games. The CN Pro lobby does not let Syra get to the end game situation. Instead, we got Shenyuan on the Temi with 6 kills. We got Paste with 1 on Justina. We got Star on the Liam with 3 kills. And we have Chuz with 1 kill at 31. Looks like we're going to be going with an Imperium to the north. a little bit of a cliffside end game, a little bit of trees here. You know, we'll see where this next circle is going to be pulling up. Star posting up with those knives, flinging them out. Genuine, kind of happy with the situation. The only person who really has a chance to steal this MVP away is Star. So if I'm Star, I'm thinking of a sequence here that allows us to steal this away, and it looks like Star is going to be playing the slow and steady route. He's going to take this to full heal off with the Palm Lightning in there. I'm wondering what his weapon is that he feels this confident he can win the heal off. Now, it is Temmie. He does have the pole sword. So, wait, does he? No, he has a spear. I think if Star has a pole sword. But everyone, get a kumbaya, wait to the last minute, and then commit to something here. Very interesting, too, that we have one of each character. We got a Temmie, a Justina, a Lonnie, and a Liam.
Plus, we also have to keep in mind, I think XY picked up the Merciless Havoc as well. Someone has that in their back pocket. I'm not sure who, but someone's got that in their back pocket. And that's going to be a Jade of Destiny that comes out in the final moments for the next 100 seconds at least. But the terrain is kind of, iffy for this final circle, whether it's on the high ground or low ground. Right now, it looks to be a hybrid of both positions. And this is a cliffside. That means that players can just start scare rushing and keep themselves aloof at least for a little bit. And Justina's really drive themselves onto that. And since Paste has that pole sword, in case he gets caught by any sort of RMBs or any blue focuses, he can just clink to Stow form, and he's still keeping himself nurtured. But Star here looking at the R&Bs back and forth. It's kind of like a dance, like a rhythm game, seeing all these players at the end moments here. But with 2 purple armors and 2 gold armors, it's really going to be a contesting between 2 things, right? Whether or not players are going to be mitigating the flat damage to be dealt out, or whether or not the burn ticks will come out in succession. Now, of course, Ruptured Gale Orb, Blistering Edge, these are 2 J's that we have to think about in these endgame circles. Obviously, look at XY, look at those cannon shots. That Rupture Gale proc's coming out here, and it's going to take away that white health. Of course, though, for Star, he has a lot of HP J's to be working around with. So scaling off of that alone is going to be what is going to make in this endgame circle that much more impeccable. 37 seconds, or 30 seconds, I should say, on the clock right now for Pace. Getting a heal, avoiding into the Mulch, Wisp, Wind Wall. He, of course, has to be mindful about his positions right now, because XY is looking up in the sky, and Tashang looking to be the one target. Chuz is looking to try to get the Lonnie balls out, but he's caught by the wall. He's going for a white heal here, gets F1 knockback because Star using his F skill on an offensive basis. Nicely done. Star throwing out his orb somewhere in the Himalayan mountains, because everything comes down here towards this. Star has himself looking towards the knockback, and he catches nothing, but there's a last hit confirmation. There is 3 eliminations to be given to XY, actually getting all 3 kills in the final moments and earning himself an easy MVP. Nothing could be said earlier about whether or not that Ruptured Gale was going to confirm all 3 targets at the same time, and it did. And this gives this man a 9-kill first place game.
Like I said, that Rupture Gale, one of those Jades of Destiny, gives you a lot of options in that endgame to either dictate where you're actually going to be holding up, and also giving you that play where you can close out the day, getting that burn tick damage onto everyone. Now, going into game 6, everyone's under a bit of pressure to qualify for this bi-weekly finals. It's looking very close. Wait, Spider played Tarka, right?
Yeah, but he got killed out. He got 1 elimination, I think. But he got knocked out.
Did we get a video of him fighting, or he just get eliminated?
We might get a replay later on from XY in that fight. Maybe XY got the elimination on him. Wasn't too 100% sure. Can try to catch that later on. But since Spider got out, I mean, this is a Tarka gameplay. He's the only person playing out the Tarka that round, but we still have round 6 to think about for the Tarkas. Whether or not Spider himself in a closeted position, one thing was certain in that last instance that we saw from him. He was an active ultimate, and he was chasing Alani. And that's like that's the biggest thing that's a problem, because he's chasing down a target that can just space away. And if any other targets that we saw XY, he earned himself the Spearwell. He got purple rarity weapon, purple rarity armor. what we saw was a Yang. We cut back, 5-2-1 and also dead. And the 5-2-1, Polaris was there as well in that fight. And then obviously we didn't see what happened to Spider, but his grave was also on that same point.
Yeah, well, it's still looking like Tarka's struggling with the same things we mentioned earlier. It's just the multi-way fight. He's just not the best at it. I do think he has some strength and possibilities for yoinking the kills with that giant pumpkin ball, fireball. It did get buffed a lot of damage. Even in V2, just the new secondary F is very strong as well. Now on CN server, the fact that you have a right click and not just only a normal left click is valuable. I think it's a little bit more valuable in trios that it has this consistent hitbox. In solos, the one bad part about the new right click fist reaction off F1 is that it kind of just goes everywhere and then goes in a straight line. But speaking of straight lines, the Spring Split random gifts are dropping, ladies and gentlemen. And we have one more question for you guys. Well, I think we have another question for Game 6, but for how many players chose Tarka G in Game 5? We keep talking about this. Was it A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or 4, D?
How many times have we talked about it?
Almost every round.
Every round.
I need more Tarka in my life to someone needs to make it meta already. But speaking of meta, Shen Yuan, full meta, 9 kills. This is why we call him the GOAT Temmie. 13.8, he increases his average. That's a massive game right there. 9 kills. Wufang with 4 at 4.5, Star with 3 at 4.5, Mike with 3 at 4, DXT at 1, but 3 points because of his ranking points. Chuz at 1 at 2.5, and Ajao at 1. The overall standings, sir. Where's the drama going into the last game?
You know, $64,000 question. You know, who wants to be a gazillionaire? We do have to worry about these guys because Asia 21.5 and 17th, and we got to go up 25. Okay, we can go up because Rano is the gatekeeper, 29 points, 12th place. And everyone beneath him is like a point, 0.3 differences between one another. And I know Battle Sheng is like also on that cusp of it. 31 points, 31.5 for FPX Star, PXT with 32.5 in 9th, Frostfist 32.6 in 8th place, while AS takes 36 points in 7th place. XY though, this man's climbing, bro. He's in the top 6 bracket, 41.8 points. Potentially, if we see him perform out next game, he could get top 5, he could get top 4, somewhere in the mid, because obviously Mike still having his chances kind of surpasses. Spider still is at the top of the leaderboard. The average in the top 6 though is a lot more close guarded than what we've seen in the past, where there's a super lead given out to one specific player, like last week with Mike. But in this case scenario, players are actually having more of a chance. I think they're just getting a rhythm on in terms of this patch update, and considering it is a massive patch update to come through post season 16, it would be no surprise to me in seeing how the value of these points are just being showcased. The players are getting used to these new changes, some of them getting surprised, like we saw with Wufang 1, 2, 3 blues 5 times in a row. Kind of diabolical. But like these replays and with the replays being brought to you by China Unicom, gotta look over to this Raven, because this is where we're seeing the current events of the matches ahead.
And going back to the realm of Yang, Star with the one charge parry onto Mike and gets the follow-up. You see Mike a little bit frustrated by that, and Star thinking business as usual, doesn't know who he just killed. Just took down Mike though. Wufang with the side. We're gonna get the nice carousel into the wall, turning it, and again Mike going into the montage, getting clipped up. Now Ajao on against the Temmie of Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan gonna be rolling back in, gets the parry onto Ajao, gets the reset, is gonna get hit by 2 Fs plus some range pepper to close it out. Now Mike will have his revenge onto Ajao, gets him to parry and then punishes him with a parry. Just absolutely brutal, but unfortunately for Mike, Shen Yuan catches onto him again, messes up the scale rush, goes for a slap kick, but it's not gonna matter. Mike does get third partied by someone else. The other third party, some paid actor So Mike ends up dying to the wind wall, now going to this last heal off situation. Shen Yuan plays for the stall out, gets the last little bit of circle left, is gonna hit everyone with that ruptured gale, trying to show how healthy he actually is. While most of the players end up falling, Shen Yuan prepped for that endgame, prepped for taking it all with those health jades. Good stuff for him to use the rupture gale to pick up some more kills, and not playing too defensive, but not playing and playing just enough aggression to capitalize on 4 MVPs. And looking at his jades, he did have Mortal Defiance in the bag, and he did have Assault and Rupture Gale. My man was burned crazy right here with 20k damage. Definitely was set up very, very nice to win this game, but still impressive. And I've seen an overall trend in the last 3 weeks that a lot of the times, besides like the first week where Lonnie was out, a lot of the times now personality picks are winning it out, like people's game 5 and 6. So just because meta is in the top 3 doesn't mean you don't play the other characters. The good thing though, when you do play a lot of the meta characters, you get a better idea of how to counter them with characters you may like, with Temmie and stuff. I know Lonnie, since they removed a TOD, a lot of her playstyle kind of pretty similar to Valla now, with overholding her actual ball in Ultimate. You kind of just like hold out to the last second, you throw it out, hoping that they're not ready and paying attention, just because you overheld the gold focus. And if they ever throw a light attack on you, you can get it off. But as we've gone forward, we've seen some changes going down, but for the most part, really, really good changes, because most of the characters are so even right now. But speaking of evenness, it's an uneven day because we're going into the last game of the day, but we will be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go any for it. We got one more day for this bi-weekly 4 Game 3 solos coming right up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back out here for round 6. We are returning in for the final round for Biweekly 4 Day 3. My name is Severio, alongside with Raven PLZ. Had a lot of action to kind of unpack here in terms of a quick synopsis so far, so we'll try to get right into it. First of all, we've been seeing how these picks have been kind of working their way throughout the day. Of course, the main meta picks somewhat getting outpaced by players that are playing out towards their comfort picks, especially considering what we saw last round. XY playing his Tumulch, superseding his scoreline by a huge margin, 13.8 points, gained that round with that first place victory. Then seeing about Justina, right, being chosen in the not in a place that you normally see here, but Wufang making it work into round 2 for that Holoroth round, thus putting himself out in the first place position as well. Then obviously going into the mix between all the other rounds, right, we've been seeing some text coming out from the players just going for those nunnies as the primary option as a weapon that we've seen. But then again, the main conversational point, where is the Tarka gamers? We haven't been seeing the main pick, the main rework character to come out, probably the most lore friendly character to come through, or everyone is anticipating his return, but we've been seeing it in just slow but surely, piece by piece, layer by layer, Raven.
We don't have CDY playing right now, and unfortunately it looks like he was pushed out of the actual finals. Who else did we? Fong, Lipo, Edward, all still in contention right now. All of them within, what is that, 2 points? 2 or 3 points. They're gonna need a 4-point game to make it across the finish line, but to be comfortable, it's pretty much just MVPing this round. So for those three, they're gonna be sweating it. Unfortunately, the Tarka god, Panda Man, or CDY gonna be pushed out, so we won't see his Tarka in finals. But we will see the likes of Spider and Mike, potentially, and maybe other people because of the 8th round. Now looking for more drama. Chuzeng is still here. Boundless Chuzeng at 31. He's going to need to get at least 1 or 2 points to solidify his way through. Star at 31.5. Both of them kind of push a little bit further forward. A little bit uncomfortable though, because the threshold of 12th is 29 to 32. That's 3 points. So that's 7 points from the other 3 at the bottom. So if all 3 of those guys get 4 to 5 points, could push some people out of there. Now at the top, Shen Yuan in the top 6 at 41.8. All these guys are very much safe. Mike 16.5 at 47.5. Not as much of a big day as we're accustomed to seeing from Mike, but still very, very strong. Wufang a little bit ahead of Mike at 49.5. At the top, Mr. Spider. No surprises here. The normal suspects all the way at the top. But we're loading into the game 6. Not Pretorial, but ending on the tried and true Morris Fireflies. I expect fireworks to be going down just because of the Fireflies. I do expect and I demand more Tarka serve. Give me more Tarka.
You think there's gonna be a phase where they double pick him just because? I feel like that might happen. We've seen that happen.
Spider could do it because he's all the way in first.
Yeah, he can test it out. I think he should be able to. I mean, obviously, if it happens in the early phase, then that just gives out players who, whether or not they are on the lower end of the bracket, that they can just power pick an option to try to get themselves out of that bottom threshold. Then again, Double Tarka would be cool to see if they perform really good, or they would perform really well considering what we've seen so far. But like I said, day 2 day 1 when XY was playing it out, I mean, he was doing good work with it. It was kind of a surprise not seeing him play Tarka yet, so to the full capabilities that he was able to kind of showcase himself to bring out the power of the Fire God. But at the same time, his Tumulch was just too good, and that was his double pick for Tumulch, so that's just going to be the case. Obviously, T's Wufang has been trying to make his strides to make it to the top 3, at least the top 4 for his point game. Mike is still trying to just make sure he can go for top 3 at the minimum. But even with that, it's great to see this new blood coming through here this past year with ASC's XY, making that stride, right, being one of the players to kind of make it happen. I mean, I believe he's actually wasn't new blood. He was playing during Koi Cup as Countryman. Am I mistaken? History facts?
Is that XY? I don't know if we ever confirmed whether or not Countryman was XY. I know what you're talking about. That was the cow Countryman. Not Kelly, but it's the cow and Countryman. I think They're separate people. Might have been AS. I think you're thinking of AS.
I think so.
Anyway, looking at the
Anyways.
faces though, first round, Arano, PX, and Pace. Oh my god, every time I say PXT, what is this? This rebranding. This is a rebranding season right here. But WZ is Arano with Wolves PXT in phase 1, Always Edward, and SR Spider in phase 2, Baudas Choose, and ASC Genuine in phase 3, OUG's Mike, and FPX's Star in phase 4. And we see the picks going down. I'm gonna predict Lonnie phase 1. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Liam phase 2 with Edward and Spider. Ooh.
Pulling on the bingo
Phase
night.
3. We can't guess phase 3. It's just phase 3 has been.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Genuine with the Targa. Let's go. Got one more. Mr. Tarka coming
You get
out
Shayo.
here.
Chusang my Chayo, I'll be honest. Good Shayo.
Chusang likes playing very defensive. Or he wants to play very offensive though. Will Mike go back to back Tarkas? No. Just Akos is so good on Morris.
Oh yeah. 100%.
Bomb.
Justina come out here. Still got 2 options, bro. You think they're gonna choose it? They're on the bottom of the board, bro.
I mean, if someone's
play
gonna show Tarka working, it might be Ashab. Nah, they're gonna go Justina. It's just Justina is such a better pick.
Yeah.
To be honest,
Don't tell Duncan that.
he knows it too. He knows it too. The Ice Weasels is the better pick. With the changes, Justina, her F is more reliable. Plus, she can activate that freeze, and she has that AOE. She has so much going for her. I think she's underrated right now. All the pros are just like downplaying it. I think she's very strong right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think one thing too is the imprint, right? When she places her hand, imprints on the ground. If someone gets caught out of that, like that's a free freeze, and then the next dash is just guaranteed past anything, especially against Alani and Ult State. We'll have to see what the skills are, right? Because listen, Atarka's skill ultimate, I don't know, bro. We've been seeing it, but it's been seen as being the premier picks for the skills, and it continues to stay that way. V1, F2 going to be the play right here for XY. Looking at the Akoses though, F2, V2, standardized, and then all the other skills that we mentioned before, the Liam, the Temi, or Tumulch, the Justinas, the Lanis, the Shayos, they're all the same from what we've seen previous. With the combo breaker skill, alongside with the active ultimate, like would be one for Shayo, V2 for Lani, and then looking at the Liams, it's all going to be the same in terms of the skills that we've seen prior to this. But it's just how they're going to be able to capitalize onto which direction they want to use it. Obviously, when it comes to certain characters that would use their ultimate, the most versatile one I think here would just be the Justinas and how they want to use it up, whether for staggers or going for those guaranteed freezes when they catch their opponents with their pants down. And then all is for naught at that point. But then again, this is more a style off rip. If we don't get Fireflies, if we don't have ultimate, might be a day gone by too soon, and we end up in last chance qualifiers, or we just miss out and watch this weekend with the finals.
It is very, very difficult to qualify. Now going into the last game, I expect some ooga booga. A lot more hot dropping going down. Top left, we got 5 people landing. Bottom right, we got 4 people landing. R21 DRG Wolves 8. Or an SR? I feel like that's ASC. In the top left, we don't see who.
Yeah.
Then we have T, OUG, Alliance, and the pink one. Pink logo.
Pink logo, OA, once again.
OA, that's why it worked. GG, they're not playing. I have to start memorizing logos just in case I have to draw this again.
We're drawing to game 6, man. You know what this means? 4 players, the last ones to make it through. If they don't go through, it's over. It's over. And we're starting off at Mohism Haven. Mike versus Edward. Common armor as defaulted in the new patch is coming through here. it's a great addition to see that common armor though. I'll be honest. It's been a little bit too long since we had any significant changes off the beginning of this off rip of the game. But we are going to see this fight over by Nbpl. Fireball might work out here. XY coming out here, catching Fong's combo breaker because of the amount of pressure. Nice scare rush. But can he confirm this kill? Otherwise, will it be given to PXT in this scenario? Obviously, the parry was nice. Next off of PXT, has just seen the ult ready to go. He uses it to mitigate, but gets caught with the Lonnie knockback, and that ball comes through and gets avoided. Fong still has 2 dashes. Just got to be mindful if you can find another armor to reset off of this.
Genuine and Fong going to be going at it. Long sword on Fong, goes for the scale rush, but the Tarka ult is going to be coming out. Fong backing off from here, doesn't want any piece of this, and Genuine going to pop a heal off. It looks like, is his ult still going, or did he cancel it? No, his ult is still going. The flame trail is following, and Fong is going to be backing off towards the no ult zone. I don't believe it is up. We see a fireball come flying through. But Fong is going to keep this going, looking for some loot, hopefully an armor reset. And finally, Shenyuan catches up, goes with the scale rush, gets the stagger, looks for the uppercut combo, but the gold combo break from Fong is going to come out. But the other Justina understands the mission. It looks like it is. Oh, it is Shenyuan and Paste chasing Fong, and Fong fading away, throws an ill-advised focus attack, and Shenyuan catches it with the grapple parry in, and now Pace is going to sustain, keep out the pressure, but Fong has been going from armor to arbor, living up another day. The longer this fight goes on, the less skilled these teams are when you try to force your off-spawn fight. There is a point of sunk cost where you should let it go if it means you're able to scale up a little bit. Oh, that fireball. Doesn't matter though. Pace ends up stealing it with a chunky RB on that pole sword, and Shenyuan is a mad Tarka.
He is a mad target. He's going for the 1-2-3 piece. Let's it go. He throws the secondary blue focus off of that one. So for PXT, having to find an armor swap right now is a crucial nuisance in XY's head. But of course, finds a nice uppercut, nice splice. Might be looking for a fireball. He does look for it, but it does not get a guaranteed hit. This forces this chase game as S1 again and again. One Nbpl does not deny that scare rush. And for Paste, like I said, it's only a matter of time before he's able to get his ultimate back up online. He's at 95 or so, and XY is about to reach his ultimate threshold. There it is. He's ready to go. Going for the RMBs. 1-2. The Lonnie ult is active now. Will XY use fireball here after he closes his position to mitigate this with an ultimate cast? There it is. Looks for a shift punch. Does not get any guarantee. Gets a nice fireball off of that. Goalie stance comes out. Does not get an avoidance. He's in overheated mode. He's got a combo breaker. He's got to line this lineup real nice with his grapple, because this next shift punch is going to be the determination whether or not he can get this kill. One blink to the next. One jump LMB to the next. And looking for it with the F1 and doesn't get it. Yes, he will. First elimination. XY brings it out for the target this game.
Nice job from XY, picking up a kill. The lone Tarka running around. Now, Lipo. Where's Lipo on the leaderboard? 26.5. We're going to need 3 kills, and we're hoping to qualify for this bi-weekly final. So Rano's going to be going with the overhold with the staff. Not able to get it. Lipo able to find the courage to focus attack him in. He is going to get slapped by Rano now. Overhold's going to come out from Rano, but he fades out, just trying to clog the lane. But Lipo is like cold as ice, staring him down. Looks for the heal, and he's going to go for this scale rush, landing right next to Rano. Goes with the point blank. Gets the final third grapple, or third dodge cancel into Arano. And now Arano is acting a little bit foolish here, throwing back to back to back blues right there. Ends up getting parried, but Lipo now with the Justina ult is going to try to close down Arano as he's fading through these buildings. Sitting on the top right here, caps out his health. He is going to spot the Arano, but movement error, not able to get the grapple distance. Now Arano is going to make his way all the way into Slusho, and it looks like Lipo is going to cancel his ultimate, so he's going to have to, if he wants his kill, he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, chasing in Celestia. A menace. and this is going to be a scary area, especially considering if there's any Liams around. But of course, we do still have this area of control. As long as the bells are struck, players won't be able to have a field-wide advantage of knowing your exact location. We are going to switch on over towards what seems to be outside of Gamma Mine. Edward has himself with Fist Blades of Blue Rarity, having himself with a Liam ultimate actually on standby. Not going to be Gamma Mine, actually Sigma Mine, but he's Wufong, man, purple armor. He has 2 purple specialty Jades. Looking at the HP in a melee defense Jade, or a melee damage mitigation Jade, old school terms. We are going to see whether or not Edward has himself to really just work out this fan and dagger blue rarity. We've seen Wufong work with a blue rarity armor and blue rarity dagger and fan, but at this point in time, like Polaris, he is also one of the players we have to look at the cut. He's got himself to really be careful because it's Tarka in this small Yang circle. It's nothing to mess around with, and especially if there's a Liam on the mix to look for that yoink.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Remember, no free Yangs here. Spider gonna get shipped off. This Yang, I believe that's genuine on the Tarka right there. 12 people still alive. Anyone's game here, and there are a lot of players who are desperate to make it through, or if you just have nothing else to lose, you can like kind of just limit test. It's kind of grief, though, if you have no possibility of winning and you go fight someone who's like kind of in the middle. End up griefing their game as way. Looks like always Edward gonna make his way to Fireflies, while he's Wufong is gonna try to lock down his opponent, but they're gonna get into Realm of Yang instead of fighting, and we are gonna get an Azhao versus Fong for this is first Yang, I believe, right? Yeah, first Yang. 12 people alive. First Yang for game 6.
Fist Blades, Assault Smolder, bow shots from the sky down. Fong looking for the drop down. Ooh, R&B might be the case, but he ain't gonna get a sack anytime soon. Ashao's being very pensive with his R&B, with his staff, and now looking to try to close the position. Looking at whether or not Fong's gonna release, he looks for first blink, uppercut, sky punch, Jade reveal. This is gonna be where Ashao really has to, okay, decide whether or not I go for a scare rush and I look to lock down for an uppercut, or I get caught out, because that switch up to the dagger, really smart for Fong here to create distance and actually just doing a little bit more than he was doing with those fist blades, just to create the intensity of whether or not he's switching from 1 weapon to 2 weapons. Now it's gonna be a chance for a parry attempt, but Fong has Combo Breaker up in a millisecond, uses it right then and there. But this is where I think it's gonna be a contesting between the Justina ultimates, because look, Imprint comes out, Justina ult dash number comes number 1, finding a stagger, double dashes to confirm, goes for a nice uppercut. Ooh, might be going for, yeah, that's great, because now with the Combo Breaker, there's a slap. He tried to do it, but he ain't gonna get it. And that's Fong with the dagger, folks. That's the man of the hour. We're looking to use his primo weapon.
Fong with the dagger, what he's known for, but Edward known for his Liam. He started off this season on the Liam, absolutely devastating everyone. There's so many different ways to play the V2, especially when you're inside Celestia. So many different lanterns to throw them into, so many different signs. The threat of fighting a Liam in Celestia is a little bit haunting. And there's still like some signs that I don't even realize that you can use to throw into someone, but still really, really good stuff for them. Now looking at the drama of the leaderboard, 17th, 16th, 15th, and 14th, Azhao, Lipo, Fong, and Edward, all on the cusp. 30 points is all they need to get. Azhao is at 22.5. He needs to basically full win plus 6 kills. Lipo is at 26, so he's around 3 points off the threshold. And Edward, similar situation, but 13th, SS1 on the cusp. I don't believe he's playing today right now. Still,
gone.
Rano Star and Chuzeng, or Chuz, still on the cusp. Any one of these guys can get pushed out if everyone else has like a stellar game right now. And you see how tense it is. Everyone's playing this actually very, very safe. They're not normally Firefly Day is very, very aggressive, but everyone's playing this very, very calculated now.
Yeah, especially considering we are right next to the south region towards the Sun Cave. We are seeing XY getting a confirmation for the Fireball to burn the Combo Breaker for Ashao. And now it's up to Arana to look towards it. Since XY lost his Roman Yang, it's going to be a weird notion right now. Ashao looking to scare rush upwards, 50-50 shot, he went and missed. But then again, that pocket blank fight between both of between the staff and dual blades, and with the gold focus skill like the fireball. It's gonna be a dangerous game right now. He's going for the ultimate cast after the uppercut because he does not want to guarantee any blue focus stagger to come out. Finds a nice shift punch, still has overheated to look into. He's looking to try to knock him off into the ground. The F2 comes back up. But remember, A-Shao has his ultimate to come through. No chance of locking down the Justina. Unfortunate, because now he actually looks to use a combo breaker unintentionally. I'll be honest. But for XY, he gets a reset here at least. Still has 100 seconds on the clock. A-Shao, though, on the board too for under 2 minutes, having already burned it out. XY gets that kill with a burn. Can he get the Soul Bloom, please? Oh my goodness, Arano the Griefer. He picks up the Soul Bloom. That means there is no guarantee for XY to come out here on top for surviving as a Tarka in the lobby.
Genuine with 1:24 to his name. He needs to find a cleanse right here. Gonna pop that fireball onto the chasing Arano. He finally gets a stagger off, but Arano unfazed with this immediately instant light sends him an uppercut combo. Oh, misses a 1-2-3 though. We're back. He's up with a light attack. Thought we were going one, we were going the other. Now we're going to this rooftop. We're running out of rooftops. Ooh, fireball denying the chase down. Get some Arano. Arano tries to ult us. Doesn't matter. We already won the war. We fireballed you. No. You get taken down by Arano here. Now moving over to Paste and Spider. Fighting for Spiritwell? Yeah, fighting for Spiritwell.
Yeah, Spiritwell, I think. If he's going to get tested, PXC is just starting to stay in place. I think one thing is for certain is that with 30 seconds on the clock, I mean, last hit confirmations, and Pace is really earning his keep right now. If he wants to defensively go up against Fong, that's one thing. But Fong is a man without limit right now, and he is looking to try to say, you know, all right, let's take this fight. He has a tuna proccing right now, so his armor regen is going to be happening passively. But for PXD, it's going to be a matter of just choosing the right target at the right time, and Spider is going to be making sure he can get the last hit confirmation. Look at it. Blue focus hold check, not going to release it. We are still seeing Fong here with the gold dagger off of his Roman Yang is crazy work. That's exactly what he's got going through for the next 4 seconds. No hit confirmations. He's trying to deny it, hiding behind the trees, and does not get that elimination to any of the players. Now it's up to the case. Lipolair is looking to try to pick up that soul and pick up the loot, but as it stands right now for the Roman Yang, if no players don't take any Roman Yang slots, I just believe because they want to play it extra safe, and DRG Fong is up against Blars in this close-winded encounter. Maybe. I don't know. I see 2 Justinas. I see Vin Diesel in my memory bank, bro. Everything is to be made to be very close guarded, but for both of these Justinas, they know that it's going to be a case for the Spiritwell, whether or not another target decides to show up.
Cannon going to be setting up perfectly for this next round of Yang. Will Edward be set up? He needs to secure more points if he hopes to dominate this season as well, or this round as well, going into bi-weekly finals. Arano's going to be going in with the Lonnie, but Edward on his Liam. He's been doing so well this entire Nbpl season. Arano going to be setting up on the bottom. Looks like we're going to go with the top left into stagger grapple. Not going to be able to get the opener that we're looking for. Looking for the trap for landing. No, we're going to deny landing. Fade out a little bit. Space out. Using that cannon. Try to get poke damage onto Arano, but Arano isn't going to bite. Does goes with the fade out, but oh my goodness, Edward catches him on the end, but forcing out the Lani. Oh, now the ball is going to be coming through. Still, we have our gold F up. Edward's holding this for NARAKA too, but he finally uses his combo break out. Goes to the top right now. Looking to line of sight the next ball. Able to use 2 charges now, but going to the top ropes. Shoots a cannon shot now, baiting out a shot. Tries to tap dodge it, not able to get it. Does throw the ball, but nice job by Arano reacting and teleporting to the ball, denying that first catch. Edward has one more, and again, nice dodge coming out from Arano, just looking slick with it. Able to move left, right. Goes for a heal. Wait a second. Revoke exchange heals right here. All right, Edward gonna go through. Scale rush through with the parry. Reversing the momentum. Catches a wake up. Sends the 1-2-3 into the jumping RB. Looks for the wake up. Not able to get it this time. Arano going around the corner now. And again with the parry. Double charge is gonna be coming out. But the gold F from Arano's coming out. And again, Edward quick with it. Fades back. Throws a 1 charge. Looking like a surgeon here inside the realm of Yang.
Now he's able to pick up that gold armor, pick up the Phoenix Blast, and he's just gonna have a good day so far. At least within the case, for the opportunity right now for Edward is that since he is one of the bottom 6 right now, he could have another elimination on the board. It's just teeter-tottering right now. And for Mike versus Spider, legendary fight, of course. It's going to be a legendary pull if Spider can get to pull this one off here. But of course, for any other targets, if they start making their approach down here because of that Valiant Challenger bound, it has to be anyone, especially Polaris, especially Fong, especially Edward. Now we're going to see the combo breaker to be utilized here for Spider. Looking for the blue focus hold check, looking at to see whether or not he's going to release. He does, in fact, do so. F2 available for Mike. Catches no stagger. Mike looking for 1 dash heal. He gets it. He is going to be holding the blue focus. And while he switches to pull sword, in a close pocketed position, he can scare rush this and go for the R&Bs. Back and forth, watch it. Ding, ding. There it is, right there. All the damage comes out for R&Bs with the switch up to the longsword. 1, 2, 3 attempt. Tempest kick, throwing it around there. Of course, there's going to be the F2 roar. Mike still not using any sort of opportunity of wanting to use the ultimate. F1 combo breaker from Spider, and Spider looks to space this one out. He does not want to take the time here of trying to fight this Akos in a close position, but if anything is necessary right now, next 30 seconds, still having a target on his back, Spider still has to make this one, for the make it count pretty much with his White Tiger's prowess.
Yeah, Spider with the gold armor has the advantage here, but Mike with that soul bloom gang depletion, sometimes when you need that soul bloom, it's kind of looked at as a buff that you don't care what's in your way, and that's how Mike's looking right. This skin kind of looks like Kylan, to be honest, but we are going to get switched over, and everyone's going to be piling in onto the Akos right here. Mike forced to pop the ultimate, and now all of the lobby looking in. Mike's not going to make it easy, though. He's going to use that Tiger to get deeper into Celestra, looking for that armor reset. Edward popping that V2 on the Liam, throwing out the capturing, trying to catch this runaway kitty, but Mike will not be captured. He doesn't want to go home yet. He wants to run away and be free, but the rest of the lobby is descending upon him. He's going deeper into the zone. He is going to cut back though, but Lipo is going to capture sight of him. He does have a little bit to work with here to heal, but it's not going to matter. He will fall, but he denies the kill to everyone else. Lipo, I believe, got the soul bloom at least. I probably picked up a little bit of loot, and we are down to 6 players now. Looking at the cusp, Arano at 32, Edward at 29.5. He is at 2 kills. He just needs to ladder up right here. He needs to play this very, very consistent. Remember, Edward said if he doesn't make this bi-weekly finals, he will not have enough points and will have to go to last chance qualifiers. So definitely Edward is going to be sweating bullets going into the last 9 minutes of this final game of the day.
Last 2 minutes on that soul bloom for Arano. And then looking a little bit cooked right now for Arano if he wants to try to work this out. He gets caught by the Tempest kick. I can't believe it. The blue focus comes out here, and this might be Arano's death door. What R&B is necessary, folks. If you get the stagger, that's all that's needed. For Arano, he's getting all the hit staggers he needs. F1 on the ledge line will be really great. He gets a nice scare rushable position on that wall. He's good to go, but look at Fong, man. I saw the light wisp trails, and there's Fong, +1. We still need that soul bloom. There's going to be the case right now. If Fong goes ahead and just hunts down Light Polaris, it's going to be a chance to make it be known, but five players left on the board. Justinas just want to back off against one another. Fong climbing up. He still needs 3 points. He still needs 3.3 points. That's a lot. But considering if he does get three eliminations in first place, that's realistically all he needs. Only thing he's got to worry about is those next Spirit Wells. That's gold armor reset. That supplies through the end game circle. That is Jades. Tuna with advanced heal and an explosive armor on Light Polaris. Having purple dual blade staff, nunchucks, and a crossbow just to boot. And this is going to be whether or not he can loot up that body. And there's going to be a Jade left alongside that. I believe that's a Dragon Ward left behind. Could be a Dragon like Might. We'll have to see. But a Phoenix Blast, armor pierce onto Edward. Has Rupture Gale Orb, Suddenly Shot. Has Advance, has Tuna. Pretty much has the kit right now to kind of work off of utilizing the Jades at its utmost peak. And of course, if he does find a longsword, then he'll be able to get a high rarity damage spike, completely decimating someone's health bar once he has his ult online. But for Spider, spacing out here, the gold fist blades are in his hand, while Edward was able to kind of work around here and just looking to be that Liam in point blank view. No tumultuous to kind of work against him, especially if they want to try to consolidate one person to their own. Edward is the one guy who would be, or rather a Liam would be the one unit that would be the focus. We have Spirit Well up though, Mystic Might, and it's all up to whether or not the gambit of playing out the Spirit Well with no ult proc is going to work in his favor, Raven.
I don't know if playing it is going to work in his favor. Everyone's right on the cusp right now. 5 people left. We are going to get the Mrs. Mike for free, and we are going to be chasing DRG's Fong. Fong is his main competition to get there. Now, good work together, but working against him, considering the advantage right now, gotta say it's optimal. Edward, if he gets this kill though, we'll put him in good striking distance to possibly MVP the round. He still has to deal with the likes of Spider also on Liam. It's really hard to know where you kind of lie between everyone else while you're playing. Like, as casters, as viewers, we get to see the actual points. So we know that Fong is trying to fade out and get away from the situation. Lipo, same boat at 27.5, needs to have a bigger game here. Hasn't had any traction going into this end game, so it's going to be pretty tough for him, especially now he's getting 2v1 by the Liams right here. He is going to pop the ultimate, try to dash out, but Spider is going to stay on top of him. With 5 people left alive, there's not really much people to look at right here. All 5 players are on the screen right now. And again, Edward is leading the charge with the Mystic Might, staying on type of Lipo. Lipo does get an armor reset though for now. And still going for the light attack into combo onto Lipo. 1, 2, 3. Gonna be doing a ton of damage to Lipo. Edward putting Lipo in the blender right now, just cooking a smoothie with him. But Lipo wants to slow things down. Explosive armor is going to be proc right now. Now down to half health. And Edward is going to have that pit stop for the gold armor. He looks for the first ball, not able to get it, but nice cross up. Gets the Sagger with the dagger, but Edward's still going for a ride, getting hit by these Moonbanes. And Lipo will not go without a fight. He got alligator blood, sir.
He definitely does. And one thing is that we see, oh my goodness, he gets it. Ding, there it is, blowed up. There's elimination right there, knocking him out of the game and still not putting Edward in a position he wants. He needs one more kill in order to surpass Arana, if Arana hasn't already got more eliminations overall. And we're looking at Arana like, yo, how close is he? Oh man, I hope that movement strikes him right now. Listen, no man's worrying, praying on the demise of others, but you know, Arana looking back, he's looking back often. We're gonna have to take a look and see him because Spider is the one target that's looking towards Edward's position. Liam versus Liam, both of their ultimates not in use, or at least not up right now. Star just smiling somewhere in the distance, knowing he made it, at least for now. We have Fong still looking to be on the background character that could be the mainline story character in arc, you know, having his own season arc. We do need to see though, if Edward leaves these weapons and this armor available for the next 2 minutes, they will be available for anybody to pick up, and that's a gold armor reset. That's potentially for someone to come through. This tuna though is going to be in the play. I think we see Fong with a narrow dash. I'm doubting he's going to see any sort of usage, but he does have an assault smolder. That end game Jada just being able to burn out for free if you catch it. That's going to be a really huge play right now, Raven. And I think with all these tunas proccing right now, the sustain is going to be immaculate once we get to this end game.
Yeah, last game of the day, 4 minutes left. Star is going to get peppered up here by Spider. Right up to 3 kills right now. And Star, oh my goodness. Shayo just getting picked apart right here. 58%, doesn't have any ult to his name, and the cannon shots are going to be coming out. Ruptured Gale is going to be involved, and Fong is going to find the kill onto FPX's Star, and now backing off, just like in Fong style, going to the scale rush with that gold dagger, threatening that horizontal LMB with the dagger over and over. But Spider does not care. He's going to be staying on top of him. But we got a 3-way tie going into our last fight of the day. Edward at 3, Fong at 3, and Spider at 3. Both Edward and Fong need to find the 2 kills here if they're going to qualify. Maybe they could split it in a certain way and they'll be able to get through, but Spider has another thing coming for them with the scale rushes, with his gold fan just blasting through Fong. Non-stop chasing right here. I believe it's, what, 2 Liams and a Justina. Tough break for Fong, being the odd man out. He is doing his best to kite here through the clip side, rinse and repeating. Focus attack from dagger into the dagger dash. Very, very hard to catch. Very strong for running. Probably one of the strongest weapons for running as long as you have a clip side. Cannon shots coming out from Edward. And Fong, is he going to be able to pop a heal? No, he's not. Edward has him in a tough situation. Pushes him in the zone. Jumping R&B. And Edward is going to take down Fong. And that's going to move him just past to Zhang and Arano. Arano gets pushed out right here. Edward is able to clutch it out. Now will he be able to clutch the MVP for some more moolah? Edward versus Spider. No armor left.
No armor left, cannon shots being rained down from below. And now Edward is getting the full reset for Spider for round 2. Both Liam ultimates are ready to go. We're gonna see the engagement with one LMB to one RMB, making sure we can catch a Sagger. That would be a great chance for a parry. And looking to close this position right in the face of danger. 1, 2, looking for it, misses it, but he of course replenishes his damage that he was looking for into the teal. Okay, that's it. That's all we needed. And Edward comes out on top as the MVP in this round and making it past for qualifying. Our top 12 have been decided. Man earned his place, man earned his keep, and playing out the Liam to the best of his ability in order for him to qualify outwards towards from the bottom 6 to the middle. For OA's Edward, big games, big gains. Of course, a whole lot of NARAKA that yet to be played for this weekend.
A whole lot of NARAKA indeed, sir. Well, we do know that Edward definitely felt some type of way on not making last year's J-Cup. So this season, he's made it a point to show his strength and how much he's worked on his game in the offseason and transitioning it to this new meta. You see a new version of himself. You still see that very, very smart, methodical macro play, but we see another gear coming out from Wang Liang, now known as Edward. Just a lot more aggression coming out from him, a lot more, I would say everything's more airtight. Everything's a little bit faster, a little bit sharper. You even see his reaction here, just like another day in the office, another day in paradise. This is the NARAKA paradise we are living in. He's able to secure that last game, and it was a nail biter. And you can see Arano is just like, very uncomfortable when you don't have your destiny in your own hands. It's better to be in the driving seat rather than the passenger. And Wang Liang is able, or Edward, I always want to call him Wang Liang, but Edward is able to clutch it out for this game 6. What a dramatic end to the day.
Yeah, having to see, you know, like how you said, like just refining it out. I think one thing that really set these players to want to set themselves to refine their gameplay was, I honestly, I'm gonna speak it out of my heart. I think the flying eye is actually one of the main reason that these players are having to play a little bit more differently to kind of be less abstract and just more defined. The weapon itself kind of creates this middle ground of being ranged into being close range, but then also just the capabilities of what you can get away with it. Then gives the opportunity for players just to like play around that weapon. If it's in the hands of your opponent, if you have it, if it's something that you want to try to switch off of, like Fong was able to switch off of, you know, from the dagger to the bow in terms of using at the fist blades. Even when the opponent was able to kind of throw out those blue focuses, he knew exactly where to kind of space out, at least trying to get used to it. So whoever's able to adapt to it the fastest is another thing. But the problem with Fong there, in the last situation, 2 Liams, 1 Justina, not a great chance to try to get out of there. The circle was closing, and it was only a matter of time before one of them was able to get the elimination, and it going towards Edward in that favor.
Now, going into the last bi-weekly finals, Edward, he did talk about it during the interview with Leah. This was a big one for him. He doesn't want to go to last chance qualifier. If you're not familiar with the NBPL season, last chance qualifier, the top 6 of the overall points will be able to just bypass everything and already have their reserve spot to the NBPL solo finals. The bottom 12 will go to one more tournament, and the top 6 of those will be going through. It's a little bit interesting when it's the top 6 of the lobby instead of just like you're playing for first. That means we see a lot more conservative play, a lot more slow and steady kind of wins the race. So an interesting play style, and hopefully we'll see more Tarka moving forward. Today we saw a little bit of the potential of Tarka, still a lot of the shortcomings being exposed, but still the pioneers of NBPL, Mike, Spider, Shenyuan, all trying it out, all trying to make it work. Unfortunately, not gaining any traction, so still going to be some laboratory work. But looking at the overall standings for the last day, serve for last game. Edward clutching it up with 5 kills, getting that 9 points and the MVP over Spider. Definitely a hard wall to climb over. Spider with 3 kills at 5 points, Fong with 3. Falling just short. It was between Edward or Fong. This time Edward edges out Fong at 4.5. Same thing with Arano. Arano could have just taken down Fong and Edward, but unfortunately only with his 2 kills and his 3 points, not able to hold the line. Pace with 2 at 2.5. Shenyuan at 2. Now overall landings or standings serve. Still surprising me that Ashao, a little bit of a drop off from him. Like he started off the season very, very strong.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it was a surprise maneuver seeing how well he was placing. I think he had 9 MVPs, 8 MVPs in the first 2 weeks of playing, which was nothing short of a feat to be recognized. It's just once something after season 16 update happened off to week 3. Things just started going down in terms of that performance, at least in terms of making it throughout weeks 3 and now it's week 4, which now guarantees him having to play into last chance qualifier, which is going to be him up against the second to third group of players, right? So he has to no worry about the top 6 players in the league, unless so things kind of work out in the other player's favor, in which case he would get knocked out once more. But we're going to have in terms of our top 12. Shang here is with the proposed points. He's bringing out total today at 32 with 4.1. Frost is making out with 32.6. He's taking 4.2, as well as with Star in 10th. Pace with 4.5 proposed, 4.6 for Edward in 8th place. JLAS having 4.6 proposed points, carrying on over here for the biweekly finals into this weekend. And then for the top 6, usually going to be 5 points and up. Now, since Spider got, I think, nearly towards nearly to 70 points, he should have, or 60 plus points, he should have 8, and he does. But 5.7 for XY, 6.1 proposed for TTT5, 6.2 for Verse from Team WPG, 6.3 for OUG's Mike, with Wu Fong bringing out 6.7 points on the proposed. And then Spy with 8. This is where we're gonna have to really look and see what is gonna be that match point threshold. Because you mentioned about it being if it's gonna be increased for this week, that would be great, honestly. Because 24 match point threshold, and when we entered into game 8 and there was 9 match point gamers, it's kind of a baller move to see that happen. But having players get there in the first place and it being such a low amount, I think really just fosters out this identity of like getting those proposed points and then being already a third of the way there. But we got some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, Gamers United, because a lot of things are coming through here for these gamers, and Wu Fong being one of those, going up against Mike in the early game aggression with the elimination.
Now, going over the last highlights of the day, Mike versus Wu Fong here. Wu Fong's been so tricky with those focus attacks, but once he gets going, he starts snowballing out of control. Downhill, baby, with that nice light attack, able to cook up Mike. Now going into the realm of Yang, Spider's been using that R&B kicking Jade, gets Mike on wake up here, sends him for a ride. 2 jumping LBs against the corner, covers the wake up with the R&B, just looking clean with it. Spider taking down his rival. Nice job in this end game. You're seeing that Liam clean play coming out from Edward. This character has definitely been his best character throughout this season, getting the follow-up, putting Spider into the 1-2-3 uppercut combo, into the reset, into the zone, going deep down in there just to add insult to injury. The guaranteed no mess-ups are there, and just a cold response from Edward, just looking like an absolute professional out there, surgically taking down everyone and clinching up his place for the Nbpl finals. MVP 12 times at 21k damage. Looking at his Jades, he is one of the pioneers of going those health Jades in endgame. As long as you have 24%, you're gonna outlast most people. Sometimes he goes a little bit more depending on what good Jades are there. But again, some of those key Jades that make you a juggernaut in endgame, Rupture Gale. Tuna is Alright as well for the sustain, advanced heal as well for this to sustain, and as well as Storm Stride. Most people don't realize this, but if you have Storm Stride and you have a dagger or a fan, you can pretty much dodge and finish off your opponent very, very safely, just because every time you dodge, you do a little bit of a chip damage attack. But really, really good stuff from Edward to close out the day. He clutches it up and beats out Fong. Now, Fong originally started out this season pretty slow. We saw a little bit more of his glory days coming back, the tried and true kiting with the dagger, and following up a lot of situations and playing these end games perfectly. But first, ladies and gentlemen, before we close out the day, we're going to be doing one more interview and then have some wrap out before we say bye-bye for the rest of the day.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have TE 吴峰 come to our interview. So please hello to our audience first. 请大家先跟我们大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 我是吴峰，TE 的吴峰。
Okay, welcome. So in the middle of the competition, you went to the Chinese interview and you said you were really angry. Why was that? 那其实中场的时候去中文那边采访了，有提到觉得很生气，当时为什么那么气愤啊？还记得吗？你在中文采访说很气愤，对于前3把的比赛，为什么？
没有，就把气愤。
为什么？
就是很气愤，就死的可能太冤了。
Or maybe just because in the game 3, I think I die so easily, so I feel really angry. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did TE 吴峰 use in game 6? 那这次我们的问题是，吴峰在第6把用了哪一个英雄呢？ A 是季沧海， B 是沙男， C 是蓝梦， D 是胡伟。也是请吴峰给我们倒计时一下吧。Please count down the time.
3, 2.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢
？B.
Yes, the answer is B. Well, so for now, Tarka is such a popular hero, but you didn't use this hero today. Why is that? 那其实到现在可以说季沧海已经是一个非常受欢迎的英雄了。为什么今天你没有选用这个英雄呢？
我觉得不好打吧。周爵也可能不会出，可能再就是玩玩他们。
I think this hero is not suitable enough for this patch. Maybe for the bi-weekly final of solo, they won't use Tarka as well. So I don't want to use this hero today. Well, also a lot of people talk about like for now, like solo and trios, Tarka became like 2 totally different system. So how do you think about the skill, like the selection of F and V for Tarka in solo? 那其实现在包括是单排，包括3排，大家在使用火男的时候，感觉已经成为了2种完全不同的体系了。那你觉得对于单排来说，在火男这个 F 技能以及 V 的技能上面选择，到底都是考虑哪些因素呢？
玩火蓝吧，我建议要玩火蓝就带那个 F2，就是火球，它能顶一些强尾连吧，然后 V 的话带 V1，因为有时候。
Okay, so for solo, I suggest to use F2 and V1 because F2 can counter a lot of like real combo in the game, and also for the ultimate, I think like V1 is more because you can use under attack. So I suggest V1. Okay. So the last question will be, because for today I saw your BP and you choose 6 different heroes. So how do you think the advantage of choosing 6 different heroes for the competition? 那其实在今天整个 BP 看来也是发现你是属于那种6把比赛都会出完全不同英雄的选手。你觉得这样去选择 BP 的话，优势在哪里呢？
没有优势，没有优势。
No advantage? Why? But why you did that?
练英雄，练英雄。
I just want to protect more, practice more hero in the regular game. So what about the bi-weekly final? 那周爵也会同样去采用这样的方式吗？
周爵如果开赛点了，我会选择我认为能绝杀的英雄。
就不会去考虑那些。Okay. So for the bi-weekly final, if I already reach the match point, I will consider to use the hero which I really good at. I won't like consider if I use it before. Okay, thank 吴峰 come to our interview. 也谢谢吴峰来到我们的赛后采访。That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
Lily.
Miss it. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Wufang, always a class act. But not playing Tarka is a sin, and he needs to play more Tarka. Now, going into the 8-round pick, I talked to Frost about this. I think most of the pros are probably going to play Tarka for the 8-round pick. He's strong enough to do it. And there's a little bit more time to work on it before Grand Finals. Right now, there's just not enough time for him to feel comfortable for a 6th-round pick. And we saw today how strong Temmie is, how strong Justina is, to the point where Justina was even a 3rd-round pick. Still how strong Syra is as well. So a lot of these characters, all of these players have been playing for the last 3 years. Tarka's meta was really, really old back then. And unlike all the other characters, he's probably one of the hardest characters to pilot. Serve, any surprises from today for you personally, seeing what the solo players have done? And this is the last qualifiers before we go into the high pressure playing for keeps tournaments to wrap up this NBPL
Yeah, I mean, one
season.
thing for certain is just a consideration about when it came down towards that early game aggression. A lot of the players really kind of worked that into the first 3 rounds, but then you saw that like falter throughout the last half. So kind of an understanding for the players, like in the bottom 6, knowing what they can and cannot do. But more importantly, just looking at the pocketed spawns. Some players are contesting other players where they should, and some are doing it where they shouldn't, especially if they're on the bottom and they want to try to take the RNG off drop. You mentioned this, I think, once before about how, you know, if you go off of a drop and you start, you know, looking for a weapon, it's only a matter of time before your opponent finds one before you do. So just having a weapon is a chance. It could be a ranged weapon. You could be picking up 3 bows before you know it, where your opponent comes after the ranged weapon. And I think playing it out where players take a more of a stable mindset of when to drop throughout and then taking the advantage of going to point A to point B. I think Arano would be one of those players that really just kind of makes that statement. But Wufang really has, he kind of surprised me out there, especially off of that round 2 gameplay. We saw off the drop of Fortress of Kaviani, how he was, you know, he decided to just take a fight and then disengage for just a second and not even healing. He just went right back into it. And then even over towards that secondary fight, he earned himself his keep there. Our standings though, man. It is kind of a tough break seeing some of these OGs not making it through. But then again, having a chance of seeing them make it through for last year's qualifiers, if they do not have enough ranking points, that's going to be what we can hopefully see to give us an opportunity of what do they have to offer into the end of the spring season.
Yeah, speaking of OGs, like Shaw, Gigi Shaw, he was knocking on the top 5 like a lot of 2023, 2024, and having a slump here going throughout the season. I think he's had 1 week that he did very, very well, but seeing Fong and seeing Lipo and who did Arano dropping out. Arano also one of the top 5 players, and looking at the new top 5 players. I mean, Verse has always been up here. Wufang and Star have kind of been battling out here. Star's fallen off a little bit. He's still in the top 8, I would say, but Shen Yuan and Wufang have definitely kept up with the fighting meta. Now, remember, a lot has changed with fighting. Like, they added knives to the series, and then as well as Tarka. So there's gonna be a lot of scrambling moving forward. Plus, Justina is very, very strong. Same thing with Shayo. So I do believe now in the modern NARAKA, you have to be able to win Yang in order to win tournaments. Now that's like the top 3. Now you can kind of hover in the top 5 if you don't take every single Yang situation. You can play a more macro style and play out these end games, but it's a little bit harder to navigate, and sometimes things just don't go your way for loot. Now, tomorrow is going to be the last day for the bi-weekly trios. We're looking at the list of the maps going to be played. You always can tell the difference because for trios, we start with Midoriya, we end with Midoriya. First days are daytime days, and the last 3 are Fireflies for that nice speed up. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for some more Tarka action. We've been seeing that Karumi, Tarka, Monk coming at there. A lot more meta this way, and the V2 variation with the F2 where you can, or F1 where you can rush down your opponents, and a lot more of the trio Tarkers are getting used to using that great sword. Even in scrims, all of these guys are practicing it. I'm still curious to see whether or not it's always going to be paired with Monk and Karumi as far as Tarka. I still think there are other variations out there that kind of handle the different questions you have in trios. How do you deal with Temmie? How do you deal with Viper? How do you deal with Monk? And how do you deal with Varia and Zai? I think there will be 5 different variations that might be experimented as the season goes, but we are at the end of the season, so we have a limited amount of time. I'm looking to TXJ to figure some things out, and now GG, because last season GG did figure out the Valdemunk combination. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams create by the end of the seasons. But I love solos. I love seeing that Tarka is back in the meta, especially its new variation plus the new skins. And I'd like to say that they were probably in a more balanced meta versus previous meta where it's really like a 60-40. There isn't really a hard favored like when Syra first dropped. Most of the characters are tuned to the point where almost everything can win. We have a lot of interesting situations because of the Spirit Well at the end. But closing thoughts, Serve. Any last thoughts that you have about the solos of the day?
Last thoughts going through the solos for today. Obviously coming through here for the change up in terms of what we've seen in the past into this week. Definitely going to be closing out here in a good note, I think, even with the players who don't make it through for the qualifying, knowing that this is going to be the last try, especially for the OGs like GG Shaw as well as like WZ Arana. They have to have that, that spirit that they had 2 years ago and prior to bring brought up again. So hopefully to see how that's going to end up here, guys. Regardless, my name is Severio alongside with Raven PLZ. We are going to be signing off here tomorrow. Trios, see you guys there. But of course, have a wonderful day. Take it easy.